प्रश्न संख्या 61
Question number 61.
डॉक्टर अमोल राम सिंह कोले।
Sir, question number 61.
सर उत्तर पटल पर रख दिया गया है।
The statement is laid on the table of the House.
बीएससी पे चर्चा करेंगे प्लीज।
We'll discuss in BSc.
बीएससी पे बिजली एडवाइज कमेटी में चर्चा करेंगे।
We'll discuss it in BSc, in Business Advisory Committee.
मंत्री महोदय,
Honorable Minister,
उत्तर पटल पर रख दिया गया है।
sir, a statement is laid on the table of the House. Honorable Member, thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
मुद्दा उपस्थित हुआ है।
Sir, there is an issue
अंतरराष्ट्रीय दृष्टि से महत्वपूर्ण
that
विषय
this subject is important from international point of view also.
का एक डेफिसिट बना हुआ
So
है।
there is a
तो
deficit
इसलिए
of
मुझे
development.
सरकार से
So
निवेदन करना
I
है
have to request the government.
कि पानी यह एक राज्य का विषय है, फिर भी यह
Although
एक
water is a
महत्वपूर्ण
state
बात
subject,
ये
but
है
this is very important.
कि कैनाल रिपेयर का काम,
That canal
सिंचन
repair
का
work,
काम,
irrigation
ये काम,
work,
शुरू है, लेकिन
this
अभी
work
भी
has been
वहाँ पे
started.
पानी काफी का बहाव बहुत है।
but the flow of water is
तो इसके लिए केंद्र सरकार
high.
द्वारा धनराशि और
So
धनराशि
the
दी
funds
जानी
should be
चाहिए
allocated
और
by
पश्चिम
central
की
government,
ओर जो पानी जाता है
and the water which
वहाँ
flows
पे
towards
दो
west.
बांधों में पानी जो लाना है उसके
So
लिए
2 dams
वो
have to be
अगर हम
supplied
ला
with water
सके तो वहाँ
if
पे
it is
जो
possible.
अवर्षण की स्थिति है वो हमारी कम
Then
हो सकती है। तो
the situation may
इसलिए वहाँ
improve.
पे जो एक विकास के दृष्टि से उसके
So
लिए
from the
बहुत
point
मदद
of view of
मिलेगी।
development, it
इस
will
आपने जो उत्तर
give some
दिया
help.
है
Sir,
उसमें
the
जो लिखा है
reply which you
उसमें
have
से जो
furnished,
बांध है
if we talk
जो
about the dams
बंधारे
which you
हैं
have mentioned,
उसमें काफी मिट्टी जमा हुई है,
there is silt
अपशिष्ट है,
in these
उसको सफाई करने की
dams, so
जरूरत है।
it
उसके
needs
लिए केंद्र
desiltation,
सरकार ने वो
and
सफाई
central
की
government
सफाई का आदेश राज्य सरकार
has
को देना
given
चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
should give order to the state government for the desilting. Sir, the question which has been raised by honorable member,
अगर वो चाहेंगे तो मैं मराठी में बोल सकता
if he wants, I can reply him in Marathi language.
हूँ। मराठी बोलो। त्यांनी जो प्रश्न विचारला आहे
उन्होंने जो सवाल पूछा है
Sir, the
उसका
question
उत्तर
which
मैं
has been
मराठी
raised
में
by
दे सकता हूँ।
honorable
अब
member,
तक-
I would like to reply him in Marathi.
अब तक उनकी अलग-अलग योजनाओं पर
Sir, on various
पोखरी
schemes,
परियोजना पर उन्हें
Konkani project,
757 करोड़ रुपए
757 crore rupees
है
have been given by central government,
और वह पूरी धनराशि महाराष्ट्र
and the
सरकार
whole
ने उसका
amount
उपयोग किया है।
has been utilized by government of
विल्हेवाड़ी के
Maharashtra.
ऊपर भी
On Villawadi also,
41.57 करोड़
41.57 crore rupees
केंद्र सरकार ने जो दिए थे वो उसका भी
have
उन्होंने
been,
उपयोग किया
this
हुआ
amount
है।
has been given by central government and it has been utilized by state government also.
144 किलोमीटर का जो
144
लंबाई
kilometers
है,
stretch.
ये टनल की लंबाई है
This is
पूरे,
the length of tunnel.
लेकिन उस चस्कमन परियोजना है ये उसकी
This is Chaskaman
अभी तक
project.
14 किलोमीटर ही हुआ है
And the work has been completed in the stretch of 14 kilometers only.
114 करोड़ रुपए दिए हैं,
114 crore rupees have been disbursed. Only 14 crore rupees have been utilized by them.
अभी 100 करोड़ रुपए बकाया उनके पास
100
है।
crore rupees more
परियोजना
are to
का
be
खर्च
given,
बढ़ने की वजह से
and due to the cost escalation,
वह अपनी तरफ से कुछ धनराशि उसमें डाल के यह परियोजना
they
पूरी
can
करने का
complete this
प्रयास भी
project
कर रहे हैं।
by making some money on their own.
सर मेरा सवाल यह केवल कितनी धनराशि दी,
Sir,
यह
my
नहीं था,
question
कल
was not
भी
pertaining to
रेलवे
just how
मंत्री
much
ने
money has been
जवाब
disbursed
देते
by
हुए,
the government.
अ,
Yesterday also,
पूछा था
Honorable
कि
Minister of
इस
Railway was asked
क्षेत्र में कोई
that
भी
in this area
उद्योग नहीं
there is
लगा
no
सकते
industry,
हैं, यहाँ पे कोई विकास हो नहीं सकता
there is
है,
no
इसलिए
development
इस
work in this area.
विकास का अभाव वहाँ पे है। और
and
यह
no such projects are there
सरकार
in
की
this area, and
जिम्मेदारी
this is the
है, और
responsibility of the
इसलिए मैंने
government,
जो सवाल पूछे थे
and that is why whatever
उसमें
questions
से
were raised by
एक
me,
भी सवाल
not
का
a single
जवाब
question has
मंत्री
been
महोदय ने दिया नहीं। कल
replied by Honorable Minister.
चार जो परियोजना है जो
There are 4
पानी
projects
दूसरी तरफ ले जाने की
which is
योजनाएं
related to
हैं,
the diversion of
उसके लिए
water
केंद्र
in
सरकार
other direction.
वित्तीय सहायता देने के
Central
लिए
government
तैयार
is
है
ready
क्या?
for
और
giving financial
जो
assistance,
डैम है
and
उसको सफाई करने के लिए
dams
सरकार
have to be,
केंद्र सरकार दरगाह
desilting
लगाएगी
of
क्या? ये
dam
मेरा सवाल है।
is must, and will the government provide financial assistance for this? This is my question. Sir, honorable member wants to know that the water has to be diverted.
उनके क्षेत्र में बन रही है
4 projects are
चारों परियोजना के लिए
there in his area.
लेवल पर ही उसके
On
ऊपर
state level,
योजना बन सकते कि नहीं उसके ऊपर
they
उनका
can
काम चल रहा है।
they are doing
तक ये
work on
योजना
these 4
केंद्र सरकार
projects.
के पास नहीं आई।
They have not
हालांकि अभी तक
sent
राज्य
any
सरकार
proposal
ने
to
इसको sanction नहीं
central
दिया।
government, although state
जब वो
government
sanction
has not
देंगे,
given the
आपके पास
sanction on
CWG
these
के
projects.
पास वो योजना
After
आएगी।
sanctioning the state government,
अधिकृत
it will
check
go to
करेंगे कि ये
CWG
योजना
and they will
बनी है, नहीं बनी है।
physically check it whether it is feasible or not. They will sanction it, then
कमेटी बनी है।
the committee
उस
which we
कमेटी के
have
अंदर
formed,
उसको कितनी अर्थ सहायक करनी होगी या कर सकते
how
हैं,
much
उसको निर्णय
financial
होगा।
assistance is to be given, then we will take any decision, then the financial assistance will be sanctioned. But till date, this is just a statement and the work is just started, so we cannot reply in this stage.
इंद्रांग सुब्बा
अध्यक्ष महोदय,
Honorable Speaker,
ये
sir,
पहाड़ी इलाकों में जो
sir,
पानी
in
की
hill
सुविधा
areas,
हो या irrigation के लिए
either it is
spring
potable
water
drinking
के
water or
source होता है।
the irrigation water,
कई
spring
सारे
water is the
reports में
source.
ऐसा बताया है
Many
कि जो
reports have
discharge,
suggested
हमारा
that
में से जो पानी निकलता है, अभी
spring
climate
discharge
change के वजह से और land use pattern
due to
change
climate
होने की वजह
change
से
and
ये
land
बहुत कम हो
use
गया है
pattern
अभी
change,
के समय
it
में।
is
तो
decreasing
मैं मंत्री जी से ये
day
जानना
by day.
चाहूंगा,
So I want to
जो
know
धारा
from
विकास
Honorable
योजना
Minister
है, जो
that
spring set
there is a
management
spring shed
जो
management.
सिक्किम ने pioneer किया था और
It
वहां
was
से
pioneered by
success होने
Sikkim
के बाद
and
इसको
it
UN
was
ने भी
successful,
implement
and
करने
UN
decide किया था और
also decided to
इंडिया ने भी इसको
implement it, and
implement किया।
government of
मैं
India
यही
also
जानना चाहता
decided
हूँ
to
अध्यक्ष
implement
महोदय,
it. So I want to know, sir,
watershed management
that
यानी
watershed
धारा विकास
management
योजना को क्या सारे हिमालयन रीजन्स के स्टेट्स में implement
will be
किया गया है?
implemented.
अगर
It
इसको
has
अगर
it been
implement किया
implemented
गया है
in
तो
all the
इसके लिए
Himalayan
कितना
states, in the
बजट
whole
आवंटन
Himalayan
किया गया है
area?
और
If
कब
it is
तक
so,
इसको
how
पूरा
much
सारे
budget
states
has been
में
allocated,
implement करने
and
की योजना है?
till when it will be implemented in all the states?
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कोई योजना हर जगह लगाने
Honorable
की
Speaker,
कोशिश
sir, this is not possible to install every project everywhere. It has been sanctioned by UN. They say that this is a good project. They must have said it.
सभी हिमाचल प्रदेश
But
हिमालय प्रदेश के
in all Himalayan states,
नहीं बनी है।
there is
अलग-अलग
no
योजना के
scheme
तहत ये जो पानी के लिए जो काम
to
चल रहा है,
implement it in the whole Himalayan
उसके
states.
अंदर अभी तक 38,000 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा पैसा
38,000 crore rupees have been allocated for this,
और उसके
for
अंदर
different projects.
LITF की भी जो लोन लेते हैं उसके अंदर
And
उनको सहायता की गई है।
Financial assistance through LFT loan has also been given,
सहायता की गई है।
and central government has given other financial assistance also. So we are working on different projects. As Honorable Prime Minister
योजना पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के आधार पे
has started a pilot project, it has been given to our ministry. On the basis of this also, we are
किसानों को
searching the sources of water, and we are trying to provide the right quantity and quality of water for the farmers, and
पानी का यूज करें जो अभी
they can use the water through pipe also.
यूज करता है
And 83% water which is being used,
वो 3 बार भी अपना
we want that the farmers can utilize this water in an efficient way, and they can grow their crops.
योजना बनी है
And this plan is related to this. This scheme is related to this,
होगा
and there will be trial in some states. And till next Diwali, we will come to know about the actual status, and we will search the sources, and then the water will be supplied, and the farmers will be benefiting from this. Although this is pilot project right now, and some other projects are also undergoing, and all the schemes which have been sanctioned, and we are working on them.
number 62 डॉक्टर बचाओ शोभा दिनेश
Question number 62.
माननीय मंत्री महोदय,
Honorable Minister, sir, a statement is laid on the table of the House. Honorable Speaker, sir.
धुले पिंपलगांव यह
Sir, I want to know from
राष्ट्रीय
Honorable Minister that
राजमार्ग
Dhule
3 के
Pimpalgaon,
संबंध में सवाल
sir, my
पूछना
question is
चाहती
related
हूँ।
to this NH
इस
3.
काम का जो रिनोवेशन करना है वो
Sir, this road has to
2014
be
से
renovated.
शुरू हुआ
It
है,
was started in 2014.
2022 में हुआ है और
Some work
2024
was
से जो
undertaken in
renewal था वो अब
2022
तक
and
पूरा नहीं हुआ
some
है।
work is
वो अधूरा काम
has been
पड़ा है।
delayed and the work is still pending. It has not been completed so far.
2026 तक यह काम पूरा
By
होने की
March
अपेक्षा है, लेकिन
2026,
अभी
this
तक
work
इस
has
काम
to be
की शुरुआत
completed,
हुई
but this
नहीं
work
है।
has not been started.
4 रिन्यूअल के बदले में केवल 3 ही हुए हैं।
Only
और
3
ये continuous
renewals have
ये
been
काम
completed,
पूरा होना चाहिए, लेकिन
and
वो
there
हुआ
should be
नहीं है।
continuity in
दूसरी
this work,
तरफ
but there is no continuity in this work.
42,680
42,680
काम हुआ है, उसके बारे में कोई भी उसकी
this amount has
उसका
been
उल्लेख कहीं भी
sanctioned,
नहीं है।
but there is no mention
और इसी
about
कारणवश
the delay
मेरी
and
मंत्री
reasons of
महोदय
the
से
delay. So I request
निवेदन
Honorable
है
Minister
कि इंडिपेंडेंट इंजीनियर्स और बाकी जो
that some
दोषी
independent
लोग हैं ये
engineers
काम पूरा
and the
ना
people
करने
who
वाले हैं,
are
उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई
who are
की जाए।
responsible for this delay, an action should be taken in this regard. Sir, this project has been completed in 2010 and first haulage was in 2016. It was delayed by 1 year. 16 crore rupees penalty was levied on them, and by 2021 it was delayed. 7 crore penalty was imposed, and this is in overlay progress, and 56 kilometers out of 118 has been completed, and the rest has to be completed by January 2026. It has to be completed, and
it has been taken already. No, not taken. Means you are indicating that this issue cannot, this rule cannot be often invoked. That is the intention. Therefore, I request you, sir, whenever the urgent matter don't brush us in one stroke. Yeah, ऐसा बुलडोजर मत चलाइए साहब.
Don't use bulldozer for these because otherwise it would get us into problems.
By me or now. This has been framed already and this house has been adopted it.
Sir, you are a
no,
sir,
no,
sir. You are a
ask our-
supreme authority. You can remove all rules and you can give. You
I-
can suspend all
I-
rules.
no,
you are
I-
you are
I
a
will-
supreme.
I will ask you, our leader of the house, to respond to your request about the questions and others. I will ask you. Honorable leader of the house.
Sir, I want to clarify only one thing, that the leader of the opposition said that the government is avoiding to have discussion. Government has not avoided any discussion. Whatever you have asked, we have always given the time, and we have discussed. Last session also you asked, and we gave you the time, and we had full-fledged discussion. So this impression should not go that the government avoids any discussion. We are ready to discuss on every topic, and here also, and the all-party meeting, you have decided to have discussion on Vande Mataram and the electoral reforms, and it is coming in the next week.
Yes. Now matters raised with permission. Sri Mayank Kumar Naik.
Dhanyavad, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. Today, I would like to talk about the need for nationwide vision screening and preventive eye health measures for school children. Honorable Chairman, so through this August House, I would like to draw the attention of the government towards this very important issue. Today, in our country, the growing time that they are investing in the mobiles and other screens, due to this they are facing problems of vision in at tender age also they are finding the problems of blood vision and other vision related problems. I request humbly that in the schools in our country there should be mandatory eye checkup. Apart from that, the central ministry should start the eye health mission, wherein the expert doctors should conduct these screening regularly, and through the scientific work there should be awareness programs. In the village schools also there should be special programs regarding that, because if the vision of the children are not protected, then in the times to come this would be a grave problem for the society. So I humbly request the government that with immediate effect a national policy should come into effect, and the health of children should be given supreme priority, top priority.
Sri Debasis Samantara Ray.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I want to raise a very important issue: the modernization of Cuttack railway station and a satellite railway station for Cuttack. There were originally, Cuttack was the oldest junction, and every train traveling east, west, south, north, all went through Cuttack. Now the decision and Bhubaneswar railway station being developed, and Barang after junction, there's a separate line for Cuttack and also another line for Cuttack. The trains originating from Bhubaneswar, who are going westwards and north-west, they avoid Cuttack, though they are bypassing through Cuttack city. So therefore a need, because it's the oldest capital, a millennium city, almost a 10 lakh population is there. I was twice member of the Legislative Assembly from Cuttack Bharavati constituency. This matter was also raised in our annual East Coast General Meet, where we are members. The trains which bypass Cuttack, the passengers who are traveling on those trains have to go to Bhubaneswar and then catch the train and go through Cuttack itself. So there is an urgent need, and there is a scope, there is land for a second bridge, and long pending modernization of the Cuttack railway station. Being the oldest railway station, its modernization, I hear, is in the cards, but so far no steps have been taken. So through you, I would like to request the Honorable Railway Minister, who was the collector of Cuttack also, from Orissa. He should, I request him to look at this point, which is very important, and I hope through you, the necessary permissions for the second satellite railway station for Cuttack is granted. Thank you, sir.
Srimati Darshana Singh ji.
धन्यवाद सभापति।
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Through this August House, I would like to draw the attention of the government towards a very important health-related problem, that is hepatitis A, due to which there are diseases that do come in the liver. Sir, with the vision of Honorable PM and his commitment to the public health, it has strengthened the medical system, and they have come up with many initiatives, and the public in general are getting better facilities. Sir, in today's environment and due to uncontrolled lifestyle, the liver diseases are growing. Liver affects more than 500 operations of our body, and still the liver is being sidelined, not paid heed to, due to
It happens because of adulterated food and adulterated water. Sir, and many a times it is neglected. People are not taking it seriously. And then, sir, we find that liver goes dysfunctional all of a sudden. In a research, it has been found that 44% of the acute liver failure cases are because of hepatitis A and related diseases. So, when liver failure happens, then in very few cases, liver transplant happens, and even in fewer, it becomes successful. In Kolkata, Chandigarh, Hyderabad, and Jaipur, four big hospitals have come up with a study, and they have said that hepatitis A immunization is a requirement of the day. It has become one indispensability. But sir, in national immunization program, hepatitis A is not a part of the program, though the market is having hepatitis A vaccines. So, sir, through you, I urge upon the government that hepatitis A should be declared part of national immunization program, and this will save people from liver failure cases, and that will help people, sir. Thank you.
Mujibullah Khan ji.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. My subject is very important, and sir, you have given me this opportunity. I'm thankful for that. Sir, my subject pertains to farmers, specifically those farmers. And so we know that farmers are the backbone of our nation and of our society. We know that they are bread givers of the society. And because of their produce, we get food grains and we get our food, whether it be paddy, whether it be our bread, whether it be anything eatable. We are fed because of their efforts. Sir, MSP has been raised in many of the states, but their produce is not being procured in time. Many a times their produce is not reaching to the markets in time. And because of that, they are in trouble and they don't get remunerative prices of their produce. They are willing to sell, but they are not being able to sell. They don't have wherewithal for that. And with this money only, sir, they run their families. With this money only, they run their household. So many a times we find that small farmers keep waiting for the mandi people, of the market people, and they don't get their produce procured in time. So, sir, this is the problem. So potato is grown, various other products are there, but sir, the prices are not fixed. Paddy prices are fixed, but for potato prices are not fixed. And in my state, Odisha, potato is one big problem. They do get bumper harvests, but they don't get remunerative prices, and they don't even get fixed prices because prices are not fixed in the state of Orissa. Farmers are shunning, they are relinquishing uh, their farming practices, and many a times our country is in the need to import potato. So, sir, we should also provide subsidy for potato, and we should also come up with one cold storage chain, rather many cold storage chains, and that will help farmers, sir. And then, sir, there is one new trend in our country. This new trend is called Mandia in my state of Orissa. Millets are good for health. That's true. But my area, Narangpur, is my area. This is one tribal majority area, and millets are produced largely in this area. And Mandia rates per quintal is fixed 400 rupees. But sir, the issue is this price, this money is not reaching to the farmers in time, and that is what imperils farmers. So we should see into this that this should not happen, and state government and central government should come in unison and should help this situation.
Sulada Dev.
जय श्री जगन्नाथ. Thank you so much, Chairman sir. मैं आप
Jai Shri Jagannath, and thank you, Chairman, sir. And in this August House, sir, I need to get the attention of the House towards my subject, which is about air pollution. Air pollution has become one major issue in our country, and because of that, children, senior citizen, and common people of the country are getting afflicted of lung diseases. Many other ailments are also coming up. And if we see into the situation, we will find that situation is getting more and more deteriorated day by day. So, sir, this is one very dangerous situation before our populace, and people who are in the senior age category, they are specially imperiled. And even the 50 to 100 air quality index category is good, but the AQI has gone beyond 400, and even after that it has gone, sir. The slogan which this government gave before general election, that they will get seats 400 and beyond, it has resulted in AQI going 400 and beyond. And sir, if we see what is happening in NCR, then sir, the lung diseases are on rise like anything. And we are also seeing that people are getting various lung equipments, people are purchasing lung medicines, people are purchasing various such facilities which can ease their life to some extent. But sir, we are not being able to provide them fresh air. We don't oppose the growth, sir. We don't oppose the development. But sir, we should see that with development, people should get fresh air as well. And in Chandipada, Odisha, sir, 9 crore trees are cut. The project is now in the implementation stage. And because of the coal mines, sir, people are interested, business interests are there in the coal mines, and trees are being cut. Then, sir, we will also lose tiger population. We will also lose our wildlife there. So, sir, just in the name of development, this should not happen, and we should safeguard our people, we should safeguard our environment. And sir, pollution should be stopped some way. And through you, sir, I I urge upon the government that the stubble burning practices should be curbed, and environmental pollution should be controlled, and people should get some sort of fresh environment. Then, son, in every household of Delhi NCR region, people are installing air purifiers, and this is a clear indicator of the ground reality, sir.
Khandore. Sri Chandrakant Damodar Khandore.
माननीय सभापति महोदय,
Honorable Chairman, sir, I wish to raise my subject, which is regarding a tribal community under social empowerment and social empowerment ministry. Sir, 2.5 lakh is fixed as the family income annually, but sir, it should be raised to 8 lakh per annum. And for scheduled castes, sir, various post-metric scholarships are being provided. And for that, between 2017 and up to year 2020, 1100 crore was given for this reason. The PMSSC scheme was the real name of this initiative, and 59,000 crore was also for this project, and 40% is given by the state, 60% is given by the center. But because even after this provision being in place, many SC families are not getting this benefit, and because the income limit is fixed at 2.5 lakh, and that is what is causing this benefit not reaching to these families. So, sir, we are finding that the ministry's budget is increasing every year, but they are in no position to spend it. And because the family income ceiling is fixed to 2.5 lakh, we should increase it, and we should increase it up to 8 lakhs per annum. Sir, this situation is causing many families not getting benefits. And we also find that for various other government schemes, the annual income ceiling is 8 lakhs. So, sir, that should be fixed for this scheme as well. And 8 lakh should be the annual income ceiling. That will enable us to utilize the ministry's budget efficiently. We will also find that SC families will get benefit. They will become part of national growth story. So, sir, this is also a moot question that why the lower income ceiling is fixed, whether it is fixed for some political dividends, whether it is because of some empathy, because of some apathy. So we should see into this, and we should increase the annual income ceiling from 2.5 lakhs to 8 lakh rupees, and that will help the situation, that will help SC students get the benefit, and they will become more participative in the national growth story, sir. Thank you.
Panji.
सभापति महोदय,
Honorable Chairman, sir, today I will like to have attention of the House to one very important issue. Sir, it is about our historical legacy and religious sentiments. Sir, we are crushing these sentiments many a times in Jhandewala and Delhi, sir. Baba Pir Nath Temple is there, and DDA is going to do various sorts of disruptive activities in this temple. And in this temple, sir, this temple comes to my constituency. I have represented this constituency for 10 years. And Peshawar Jhanda Bazaar, where the remaining Hindu people go to this Peshawar Bazaar and they worship there. This temple is 1400 years old, and it is a big temple and one of the very few temple of Nath sect. Sir, Guru Gonak Nath was also one of the deities here, and his other venerated disciples are also worshipped here. In Jhandewalan, sir, we should see that this structure is kept in its pristine form. Sir, this is a clear symbol of Nath tradition, whether the symbols are found in Kabul or Peshawar. Sir, we should keep the Hindu symbolism alive, and many people go there, many people worship there, and they offer their services there as well. When the GRAP strict norms were being implemented in Delhi, even at that time, sir, DDA went on with their demolition activities, and the police force was also deployed, and many various sort of religious structures were demolished when the GRAP strict norms were in implementation. So we should see that the Nath Sampradaya, the Nath sect have its tradition in Kabul, in Peshawar, and in various other countries as well. So, sir, these are the structures where we have investment of our religious sentiments. It is there in Peshawar, it is there in Delhi, and even if the religious situation in Peshawar and Kabul is not favorable, people are keeping intact their sentiments, people are keeping intact their religious symbols. So, sir, this should not happen in our country, this should not happen in Delhi. Honorable Chairman, sir, when these people came to us and questioned that why this is happening, sir, then we went into the media reports and we found that this is happening because of.
Sir, in the name of ease of business, ease of exploitation of workers is unleashed. They want to pay for corporate jungle Raj. In Modi Raj, it would be hire and fire. The labor codes were passed in a hasty manner without proper discussion in the parliament. Even there was stiff opposition from BMS and section of BJP. That's why these courts were kept in freezer for a long time. These labor courts will play havoc on the rights and dignity of the workers. The threshold for labor law coverage has been raised, excluding a large section of the establishments. 70% of the establishments and 74% of the workers will fall into the vulnerable category. Contract labor will rule the roost. Previously, establishments with 100 or more workers needed government permission for layoff and retrenchment. Now this applies only to units with more than 300 workers. The new codes also provide for 12-hour shift. The hard-fought rights of the workers are being forfeited. Should we forget the historic struggle happened in Chicago in 1886? 8 hours work, 8 hours rest, 8 hours recreation. In all fascist regimes, the first thing they do is to weaken or ban the trade unions. And that is happening in this country also, sir. The new labor codes dilute the fundamental right of workers to strike. Workers must wait for 60 days before striking, plus 14 days cooling off period. One union with 51% membership to be the sole negotiator, sidelining other unions and eliminating representation of diverse groups. The rights that workers have won is not anybody's gift of concession. It is a result of years of struggle, sacrifice, blood and sweat, sir. Now the government looks down at strike and protest as a criminal activity. You have introduced floor wage. You don't even recognize minimum wage. Any government with little empathy should have strived for fair wages, sir. The government, as usual, wants to infringe on the rights of the states. Labor comes under the concurrent list of the constitution, but you want to make sure that your will prevails everywhere. I demand that labor codes be withdrawn immediately. Otherwise, it would meet the fate of the farmers' bill and the recently introduced Sanjar Sati. This is my warning to you. The workers are on the path of agitation and protest. India bloc parties had led a protest in front of the parliament. You should see the writing on the wall, sir. Down with the labor codes, down with corporate jungle raj, down Modi Raj.
No,
Inquilab
that
Zindabad, sir.
will not go on record. He is simply provoking. It will not go on record. Only the subject will
Provoking
go on
whom,
record.
sir?
No,
Provoking whom?
Dr. Fawzia Khan, please. No slogan will go on record.
Sir, doctors and healthcare workers are supposed to be saviors of life. People invest extreme faith in them, faith almost next to their faith on God, sir. And yet today, these very doctors and healthcare workers are being threatened, assaulted, abused, attacked, and, sir, mobbed also. And the scale of this problem is impossible to ignore. According to an Indian Medical Association survey, 75% of doctors have faced violence in life, sir. This problem is not limited to any one state. Also, it is everywhere, all over the nation. Repeated assaults willing job right situation. Government hospitals already stretched to the limit. Lack of even basic security. No functional CCTV, no panic buttons, no trained security staff, no crowd control systems. Young doctors, especially women, are left completely exposed. This is far, far below global norms under the WHO, ILO guidelines and the charter of the WHO for health worker safety. So families arrive in emergency rooms, frightened, desperate, and overwhelmed. Miscommunication in these moments, sir, can turn dangerous. The truth is that most delays arise from deep structural shortages in our public health system. As existing state laws are fragmented, inconsistent, mostly bailable, sir, and weakly enforced. The current system cannot differentiate between medical complications, adverse outcomes, and criminal negligence. So FIRs are often filed against doctors without expert review. Police without medical training investigate complex clinical outcomes, sir. So health is a concurrent subject. Empowering the union to legislate uniformly, Parliament has full authority to enact a national bill. What we need is an effective national doctor and healthcare workers safety and protection act. And we need a national state level health and medical justice tribunals, which have medico-legal experts, which have subject experts, physicians, surgeons, forensic experts, sir, public health and ethics experts. But at the end, since the minister is here, I would only like to say, Increase the budget of the health department to 5% of the GDP, sir. This is what is the need of the hour. A safe doctor creates a safe patient. A just system creates responsible
Thank you.
medicine.
Thank you. Sri Vivek K. Danke. Sri Vivek K. Danka.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman, sir. I'm talking about something which is very topical, the free fall of Indian rupee and the widening economic pain for the ordinary Indian. The rupee has crashed past 90 per US dollar, that is 90.14 to 19.19, the weakest in Indian history. In just 5 years, the rupee has lost 20 to 27% of its value, meaning that the money in people's pocket now buys a quarter less in global terms. The rupee has fallen 5% this year alone, the sharpest plunge since 2022, making it the Asia's worst performing currencies in 2025. India recorded a high trade deficit of over USD 40 billion in a single month, a sign of how deeply imports outweigh exports. Foreign investors have withdrawn over USD 17 billion from Indian market this year, the biggest exit in years, drying up capital. FDI flows are stagnant, external borrowings have slowed, a sign the world is becoming wary of India's external stability. Every time the rupee weakens, imports gets costlier, and Indian imports most of its fuel, cooking gas, electronic machinery and medicines. A 5% fall in the rupee, that is 30 to 35 basic points in inflation, means every household pays more for daily essentials. Fuel prices creep up, auto fares rise, food prices rise, transport costs rise, a chain reaction that hits the poor the hardest. The middle class faces rising prices of smartphones, laptops, medical equipment, school supplies, clothing, and house appliances. Everything becomes costlier because Indian imports components for nearly everything. For the common person, the falling rupee feels like a salary cut without the employer even informing you your money buys less every day. MSME dependent on imports face 20 to 30% higher raw material costs, squeezing margins. Importing machinery becomes more expensive, expansion becomes slow, jobs are at risk. Exporters do not benefit much because many export sectors, textiles, chemicals, engineering goods, mainly rely on imported intermediaries. The rupee fall raises their cost too. Small manufacturers are caught in a double blow, higher costs and weaker demands. Companies with foreign currency loans face 15 to 20% higher repayment costs, hurting balance sheets. A weak rupee discourages overseas investors, creating a vicious cycle. Rupee falls, investors leave,
Sri
rupee falls further.
Sadanand Mahalu Seth Danwade.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I wish to bring to the attention of this August House a matter of great concern for the sports community of Goa. Taekwondo has been one of the most promising sports in the states, with our athletes constantly winning medals at every national games since 1994, including in the 2015 Kerala Games and the 37th National Games hosted in Goa in 2023, along with strong participation in various national and international championships. However, the Taekwondo discipline at the Sai Center training in Goa has been discontinued. The discipline was operational at STC Ponda till 2019-20 and was dropped in 2020-21 as a part of the rationalization of disciplines due to the lack of an adequate number of athletes, non-availability of exclusive field of play of Taekwondo, and the presence of Taekwondo training center in the vicinity of STC Ponda run by the government of Goa. This disconsideration and seriously affected the training prospects of many committed and hardworking athletes for a state that has been shown steady performance and growing interest in this Olympic discipline. This has been a major setback. I strongly appeal that the Sai Training Center for Taekwondo in Goa be reinstated at the earliest so that our athletes can continue their training without further disruption. Sir, I also wish to highlight the growing importance of racket sports in Goa. Games like badminton, table tennis,
tennis, squash, and pickleball are very popular games, and Goa has produced many capable players in these disciplines. The state already has the necessary infrastructure. Establishing dedicated centers of excellence for these racket sports will help strengthen our medal prospects and proper pathway for young talent. With the upcoming Olympic cycle in mind, it is important that we start preparing our athletes now. Building strong training centers will help India develop a bigger and better pool of sportspersons for future international competitions. Chairman, sir, in the view of the above, I respectfully request the government to kindly reinstate the Taekwondo discipline at the Sai Training Center in Goa and also consider the creating centers of excellence for the major racket sports in the state. Thank you, sir.
Sri Subhas Baralaji.
सर्वप्रथम आपका
Sir, first of all, I would like to welcome Honorable Chairman, sir. Sir, I would like to thank you that you have given me the opportunity to speak on a very important subject. Through the House, I would like to bring to your attention the fact that in India, increasing population, urbanization, global demand, and digital infrastructure are the areas which have seen expansion. And on the basis of a report of 2021, 5 lakh million tons of e-waste was produced. This is the third highest after America and China, which is a huge quantity. The main reason behind this is that e-waste is not being disposed safely and it is being illegally dumped. The e-waste that comes out of households is thrown illegally at a random place, due to which the chemical reaction takes place and dangerous chemicals leak out of such waste, and the land gets polluted, contaminated, and the groundwater also gets polluted. The friendly insects that are there also die due to this. Along with this, the elements that are there in e-waste, they are burnt in open, due to which various poisonous gases are released in the atmosphere. More than 1000 poisonous chemicals come out of e-waste, which are very harmful for the human beings, and they cause very serious ailments to human beings, and if they are not treated in time, they can also lead to one's death. As per government records, every year 15 lakh people die due to such pollution. 80% e-wastage of developed countries come to India, which is recycled in India and used for other things, and child laborers are used for this, and approximately 4.5 lakh such child laborers are employed for this, which is a matter of great concern. And through you, I would like to urge the government that e-waste management should be made effective, so that the losses that we are bearing due to this e-waste mismanagement can be taken care of. Thank you, sir. Through you, sir, I would like to raise a very important subject here, which is pollution. I would urge that this is a very serious issue. It should be taken for a long debate. Delhi is worried for the last 10 years, and we are breathing poisonous air. And in 60% districts of the country, we see serious pollution problem. 10 years ago, winters were pleasant, and we thought that winters was the right time to go for a morning walk. But for the last 10 years, if the doctor say that after Diwali, you should go away from Delhi due to pollution. 2.75 crore people of Delhi cannot leave Delhi. Hawkers and the people employed here who are working here cannot leave Delhi. Students cannot leave Delhi. Is it possible? We cannot leave Delhi. The laborers who are working in Central Vista, if you see today's AQI, it is 300. But the laborers who are working in dust, they are working in probably 1000 AQI. Government is not worried about them. And the WHO report, which states that in 2024, 17 lakh people lost their lives due to air pollution. And as per WHO report, it is also claimed that in the entire country there is no place where we can breathe in fresh air. I worry about our prime minister. He is also senior citizen. I worry about children, and we believe that air purifiers are installed near our prime minister. But what about a common man? What about common laborers? And a person who is earning 1.5 lakh rupees is asked not to breathe fresh air, and he is asked to close down his windows and doors, is warned not to go to parks. I have also been an athlete, and it is our passion to go for jogging, and we feel angry. And the doctors and coaches are saying that they should not go for their sports, they should not go for jogging, they should not go for running. Did we imagine such a capital for us? Sir, it would not be solved from elections point of view. Every member who is sitting in the house is responsible for this pollution. I'm not saying I'm not responsible. All are responsible for this pollution. And if we are representing people here, then whatever we are getting from environment, safe air, clean air, safe water, is polluted now. And what God is giving freely to us, we are polluting that. Then this is a human error, and we will have to take care of this.
Sir, Honorable Chairman, sir, thanks for giving opportunity to me to talk on an important subject, tourism. Tourism is an important activity on which some states' economy is dependent, and even some nations' economy is also dependent on tourism. I belong to Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, which is a historical place and declared as a capital of tourism of Maharashtra. The city includes world-famous Ellora and Ajanta caves, Kailas temple at Ellora cave, Grashneshwar temple, Devgiri fort, Aurangabad cave, Bebika Maqbara and Panchakib. These important monuments attract more than lakhs tourism from domestic and international level. It plays a very important role to support local economy. Tourist guides helps to understand history, culture and importance of these monuments. Recently, the one incident happened, it is a very important. Untrained guide has done wrong interpretation of Kailas temple at Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar at Ellora caves. It was a purposeful or lack of knowledge. Details I will not go in detail, but Kailas temple was misinterpreted. This news was in social media and print media also. He has given misinformation about the Kailas temple. This clearly shows need for proper, organized and high quality trainings for guides at the tourist places. Considering the tourism potential of the region and the importance of the preserving our heritage, there is a strong need to establish an Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management, or at least as a full-fledged campus or a dedicated tour guides training and skill development centers in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar and all other tourist places. Such an institution will ensure professionally trained guides which will give knowledge about the culture, ethical responsibility, communication skills, and modern tourist practices. Setting up IITM, it is a campus here. It will improve guides training, prevent misinformation, enhance the tourist experience, promote sustainable tourism, and create meaningful employment opportunities to the local youth. Honorable Sir, through you, I request the Government of India and the Honorable Minister who is in our house to start such centers where the tourist places are there, particularly at least in my place and in Maharashtra. This will strengthen the tourist ecosystem, improve visitor satisfaction, and generate significant opportunities of job for the youth of the country. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Shriman Bansilal Gurjar.
धन्यवाद सभापति.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. First of all, I would give my best compliments to you, sir. And I would like to speak about the danger from wild animals to the crops of farmers. Sir, along with Madhya Pradesh, Neel Gai, which is called Rosado, and wild boar are causing great losses to the crops of the farmer in Madhya Pradesh. Wild boars and other wild animals come out of a forest and they go into the fields of the farmers and they damage the crops. Onion, potato, and carrot are uprooted from the ground and wild boar eats them and the entire crop gets damaged, due to which farmers are facing great losses, and they are not even able to get the cost incurred. These Neel Gai are a variety which grows very rapidly, and they enter the fields of the farmers and they enter in a group of 50 to 100 in the fields and they destroy the crops of the farmers. Nilgai and wild animals which cause damage to crops. Due to this, farmers are worried in Madhya Pradesh and other areas. They are guarding their crops throughout the night, and sometimes they are also attacked by such wild animals, and their lives and crops are always in danger. So through I would like to urge the government that Nilgai, wild boar, and other wild animals are causing losses, damages to the crop of farmer, and they should be protected. There should be a grant given, funds given for fencing of the farming fields, and steps should be taken to control the growing numbers of nilgai and other wild boars, and wild animals should not be allowed to breed. Nilgais should be caught and they should also be then taken to sanctuaries. I would like to urge the government through you, sir, that nilgai, wild boars, and other wild animals are causing damage to the crops of the farmers. So the government should take steps to protect them, and fencing should be done. They should be given money for creating these fences so that the farmers can protect their crops and they can get some relief. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Kavita Patidar.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I would like to welcome you and I would like to raise a very important issue in this house. All of us know that the development of any nation depends on its youth and education, and if education is right, then it leads to the development of the country. I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister that the commendable job which he has done in the education sector, and the quality education which is being given through PM Shri Vidyalayas. I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for this. On the one hand, the government is worried about the future of the youth, but on the other hand, we see that due to the pressure of parents or due to the pressure of peers, youth are taking such education where they do not have any interest. They take such subjects where in their interest and their ability do not match. They are trying to fulfill the dreams of their parents and they follow their peers and take such decisions, due to which they become unsuccessful later on and they face depression, and they also attempt for suicide. One reason which is competition and the other is lack of awareness, and today there are so many opportunities which are available, but youth are unaware of these opportunity and they do not know that in which direction they should proceed. Hence I would like to urge the government that if such youth are given right guidance in the early years, then they can go in the right direction. Hence I would like to urge the government that in our 10th class, be it private schools or be it government schools or be it Navodaya schools or Eklavya Vidyalayas, we should give them career counseling in 10th class so that they can identify their interest in a particular subject and they can take a correct decision and give the right direction to their future. Thank you.
Question number 46, Sri Ramji Lal Suman.
Sabhapati ji,
Honorable Chairman, sir. Question number 46.
Honorable Minister Jaishankar ji.
Sir, a statement is laid on the table of the House.
The first supplementary, Sri Ramji Lal Suman.
Sabhapati ji,
Honorable Chairman, sir, the reply is not satisfactory, misleading rather. External Affairs Minister has responded, but misleading. I had asked questions to obtain information. In response, the minister said that till 2025, since 2009, 18,828 were living illegally in US and they have been deported. The External Affairs Minister is saying that after 5th of February 2025, not a single incident has been reported where it has come to notice that shackled Indians have been sent by the US. Sir, this information is not correct. I have authentic information with me. On 25th of September, they are saying after 5th of February, nothing has happened. But on 25th of February, Harjeet Kaur was a lady, 73 years old, and for 33 years, she was living in the US. So she was shackled and in an inhuman way, she was deported from the US. So it seems that US is not ready to take notice of whatever they are saying here. And it seems that we have sold our dignity, our honor to the US. What problem do you have? What is it? Sir, please give me protection, sir.
Number, I request you not to give a lecture. You please be specific to your question.
Sabhapati ji,
Honorable Chairman, sir, through you, I want to say with humility that the government is misleading.
That is only your question. This is not the. This is no. Nothing will go on record except the question. Nothing will go on record except the question. This is not the.
Sabhapati,
It's not.
Sabhapati ji.
Honorable Chairman, sir.
Yes.
Sir,
नहीं मेरे आप दीजिए अरे मुझे सवाल
Please sit down.
दे दीजिए ना
Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down.
सवाल तो सुन
नहीं.
तो सुन लीजिए
Hear me out, sir.
Yeah.
Please sit down.
सवाल तो सुन लीजिए साहब
Please hear the question.
Honorable member has referred to a case pertaining to Srimati Harjeet Kaur, who was deported from the United States. Now, in her case, sir, her own lawyer has stated on record, I quote, "Thankfully, they did not cuff her. One officer was going to do it, but there was another officer who said, don't do it because of her age." I also would like to inform the member through you, sir, that whenever any flight with deportees come, whether it is a chartered flight or whether it is a commercial flight, the deportees are invariably interviewed by officials of the Government of India. In this particular case, our immigration officials confirmed that in this case, that she was not cuffed. So we have seen the reports pertaining to this. But I would also like, sir, to inform the member of something else. While Srimati Harjeet Kaur was not handcuffed, she was maltreated. She was maltreated in detention before she was put on the flight. So on the 26th of September, we have officially, through a note verbal, taken up her treatment, her maltreatment with the American Embassy. We have made clear our very strong concern about the manner of her treatment. and ask the embassy and the American authorities to look into this matter. So again, I would like to say, sir, my answer is absolutely accurate. I know perhaps the honorable member, out of concern, having read press reports, is raising a matter. We have gone into that matter. We have clarified the matter. We have launched our concern. We have indicated our concern to the American embassy. So I hope he will rest assured.
Second supplementary, Sri Ramji Lal Suman.
सभापति जी,
Honorable Chairman, sir, I wanted to know something. Please be specific.
सभापति जी आपका
Honorable Chairman, sir, I need your protection. You are saving the government. Let us also have protection, sir. Hear me out.
I am requesting you to be specific to
बोलो
your
सर,
question,
बोलो.
nothing else.
I'll do that, sir. Thank you, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir, I want to know from the government about illegal immigrants from India to US. What are the agencies and organizations about which government is in the know, and whether they have been identified, and what action in an effective manner has been taken against them?
Honorable Minister.
Sir, again, I appreciate the member's concern on this matter. I would like to inform him that the NIA has registered and investigated 27 human trafficking cases, resulting in 169 arrests and charge sheet against 132 individuals. This is what has been done by the NIA, which has, sir, established some years ago an anti-human trafficking division. It has today a mandate to cover human trafficking. Apart from that, various state governments have also launched investigations, sir. In case of NIA, I also want to say, particularly NIA arrested two important traffickers in Haryana and Punjab on the 7th of August, and then in Himachal Pradesh, two more people on the 2nd of October. Where state governments are concerned, sir, the maximum number of trafficking is from the state of Punjab. The Punjab government has constituted a SIT and a fact-finding committee. As per information given by them to us, 25 FIRs have been registered against 58 illegal travel agents. 16 accused have been arrested. Where the state of Haryana is concerned, 2,325 cases have been registered. 44 FIRs have been registered. 27 people have been arrested. Also, one very significant trafficker has been arrested by the state government of Gujarat.
Third supplementary, Sri Harish Biran.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, sir. To the Honorable Minister, through you, sir, we face two problems as far as the citizens from India who go to the US. One is who goes through the legal way. The other is who goes through illegal ways. Now, as far as those who go through the legal way, sir, there are some 6,000 visas, F1 visas, which have been revoked by the US. Mostly the student visas. Now, student visas have been revoked on certain postings on the social media by the students, particularly Solidarity for Gaza, etc., etc. Now, whether the government has intervened for these students whose visa has been cancelled, or does the government accept the US position that political dissent by our students is a terrorist activity that deserves deportation? That is as far as the legal process is concerned. Now, as far as the illegal recruitments are concerned, the Honorable Minister, Kerala police have forwarded 531 complaints against illegal recruitment agencies to the ministry. The ministry has to give sanction, but only 17 has been given sanction. That is only 3%. Now, that low sanction rate also is giving a lot of problems. So whether the ministry is considering giving some sort of amendment to the Immigration Act so that the states itself, without the sanction of the ministry, can take action against the illegal recruitment agencies.
Honorable Minister.
So where the cancellation or revocation of student visas were done, The problem began in April of 2025, where there was a new policy which was announced by the Secretary of State. And as a result of that, even for relatively minor offenses, we saw the cancellation of visas of students. And in many cases, also there was pressure on them to self-deport. So this is something which had happened. So I would like to, sir, inform the honorable member through you that yes, in each of these cases, this matter, wherever it came to our attention, and many students directly contacted consulates and embassies. The consulates and embassy intervened where possible. And we have tried to get the American system to understand that minor offenses should not be a reason for such action. However, I also want to say, sir, that the issuance of visa is a sovereign right of a government. Now, in the case of the United States, the US government has taken a view, in fact, the latest announcement was yesterday. They have taken a view that every visa adjudication is a national security decision. So they reserve the right to take a decision on a visa which is based on their assessment of the national security implication of a particular individual's position. Furthermore, they have also very publicly said that where student visas are concerned, they would ask all applicants to adjust their social media settings from privacy settings to public settings, so that they do scrutinize the social media postings of people who have visas potentially or actually in the United States. That is a position that they have publicly taken. With regard to the sanction from Kerala state government, sir, I don't have the exact figures. What I do know is that where we have requests from state governments for sanctioning prosecution, we obviously take a very sort of proactive and strong view on this. I will look at the particular details which the honorable member has flagged, sir, and I will inform him of what we intend to do.
Srimati Rajati.
Honorable Chairman, sir. Vanakkam.
Vanakkam, sir. People deported from abroad are coming with handcuffs in a miserable situation. We are witnessing it. People who are deported from abroad has to be returned in a dignified way, particularly in case of women and children. Whether the government of India has taken any initiative in this regard, or the government has taken any reaction for such handcuffing activity.
Sir, the government shares the honorable member's concern, particularly in terms of use of restraints against women and children. I would like to, sir, inform the honorable member that the US ICE, their immigration system, they have immigration customs enforcement systems. They have a policy of what they call use of restraints. This policy was in place from the 19th of November 2012. As per this policy, sir, it says, I give you a quote, detainees transported by ICE aircraft will be fully restrained by the use of handcuffs, waist chains, and leg irons during flights. However, we have very strongly taken up with the American side that this should not be applied to women and children. The initial flights after the Trump administration started vigorously deporting illegals had such cases. This was also something which was discussed in the last session of Parliament. But after our protest, to the best of our knowledge, sir, since February, as my answer says, we have not had a recurrence of that situation.
Fifth supplementary, Srimati Rekha Sharma ji.
Honorable Chairman, sir. Sir, through you, I would like to humbly ask Minister, Honorable Minister, about the women and young girls who are being trafficked in the name of marriage from Telangana in huge number. Whether these illegal agents are being arrested in these matters, because as chairperson of NCW, I have done many inquiries in these matters, and the agents are not being arrested in these cases. So I just want to know about this.
Honorable Minister.
Sir, since the specific question which the honorable member has raised does not pertain to the US account, I don't have the numbers readily with me, but I can tell her that wherever cases have come to our attention of trafficking, and mostly this happens in respect of the Gulf, wherever cases have come intervened, we Telangana particularly, we have done so. But exactly what has been the follow-up action in thereafter, I will have to get my figures, sir, and share it with the honorable member.
Thank you. Question number 47, Sri Sanjay Seth ji.
Question number 47.
Honorable Minister, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji.
Sir, Uttar Sabha Patel.
The statement is laid on the table of the House.
Now, first supplementary, Sri Sanjay Seth ji.
जी माननीय प्रधान
Honorable Prime Minister is leading the government, and medical services have improved and longevity has increased due to that. Across the world, USA, if you look at Supreme Court judges provide lifelong service. Britain, Canada, Belgium, Australia also till 70, the age limit is there for working. In district court, it is 60. Here at High Court, 62. And in Supreme Court here, the judges' tenure lasts still 65 years of age. I'd like to know from the Honorable Minister whether government is contemplating keeping in view dependency, the increase in tenure and age limit of these judges.
Sir, Chairman sir, जो हमारा
Sir, the question the honorable member had asked originally was about details of sanctioned and vacant posts of judges in high courts and subordinate judiciary. He has now talked about the age limit 60 in high courts, 62 in Supreme Court, 65. In subordinate courts, it is 60. This is the system prevailing at the moment. The honorable member wants to know whether we have any proposal to increase the age limit. I'd like to know if any proposal is there, he says, but no proposal pending. Thank you.
Sri Sanjay Seth ji.
हमारी सरकार
Sir, our government has done work to bring about development in all spheres, including legal reforms and judicial appointments. On 1st of May 2014 and July 2025, till that time, 70 judges in subordinate courts and high courts, 1,058 new judges have been appointed. But after that, also crores of cases are still pending in the courts. I'd like to know from the Honorable Minister whether any mechanism can be put in place where every judge's target should be fixed so that every judge after appointment has to dispose of cases in a particular number.
जनता को
And this will ensure justice in a proper, timely manner to common people. Honorable Minister.
जैसे
So, as the Honorable Member has asked, through infrastructure, after 2014, a lot of improvements and reforms have been brought in judiciary as e-court case first. In that, infrastructure has been improved, local area network, which is called LAN, and then in phase second, ITC hardware, digital filing, e-service center, which is called WAN, that has been improved and infrastructure has been made available. And then in e-code phase second, 7,010 crore rupees under the leadership of Honorable PM has been made available to the Supreme Court to improve the infrastructure facilities. This means the facilities have improved and the government has all the intention to improve these situations. And as you have asked, that cases are pending, for that also National Judicial Data Grid has been created and we analyze judicial cases under that, and a committee is also working for that, and they see which cases 50 years, 40 years, 30 years, 20 years and 10 years long pending, and they analyze that and accelerate the process in that, sir.
Sin Gohil ji.
Thank you, Chairman sir. मैं आपके जरिए मान
Thank you, sir. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister through you that 297 honorable judges, their places are vacant and 16 in Gujarat are vacant. And whosoever has been arrested pre-trial, that bail matters are not taken up for days together. Please try to understand from where they will get the justice. You have vacant places, you have qualified lawyers, bars also, and people are also qualified for promotion. Still, despite that, 297 in the country and in Gujarat, 16 posts are vacant. Till when do you want to fill these places? The question raised by Honorable Member that relates to Gujarat, I want to give you the whole picture. All the places that are vacant in High Court are 1,122 and the vacant posts are 297. Now, I wish to tell you that out of 297 vacant posts, 97 out of them are under process. 200 such cases are such in which we need to get proposals from High Court Collegium. When we get those proposals, we'll definitely work in that direction.
Fourth supplementary, Dr. Ajit Kop Chade.
पति महोदय
Chairman sir, through you, I would like to ask the minister that the poor mothers, sisters and other people in the country hope to get quicker justice in the country. I want to ask the Honorable Minister, will we increase the number of Lok Adalats and Nyay Darbars in future to get them proper justice, or free without the court fee? Will there be any justice system for these poor people and the deprived? Are we doing it? So, Article 39A of the Constitution provides for legal aid to the poor. Under that, Tele-law, Nyay Bandhu, Lok Adalat is also a part of that. Through E-Seva Kendra, we provide free legal services to them, to the poor and deprived. Apart from that, NALSA is also there. It is at the state level, district level, and taluka level also. And whosoever requires that is provided with that free legal aid.
Kumari Swadi Maliwal.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, हमारे
So in our country, every hour, 51 women face crime. As the chairperson of Delhi Commission for Women, I have seen and handled the cases of sexual assault from young women to old women, and I've seen that happening to them, and they lose all their courage. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, the high courts all across the country, 63 lakh cases are pending in them. To resolve them, what modern measures and steps are being taken? And for all the vacancies that are there in the country, vacant posts of judges, to fill them, what steps are being taken, sir?
Thank you, Chairman, sir. जो माननीय
Sir, the matter that has been raised does not directly relate to this, but still I would like to tell the House that under centrally sponsored scheme, fast track special courts are being run, under which exclusive POXO courts are being established, and in 29 states and UTs, 400 e-POXO courts are there, and 703 fast track courts are also working in the country. The concern she has expressed is legitimate, but we would put this in a proper manner before the House.
First supplementary, Sri C.V. Sanmugam.
வணக்கம் மேதகு தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கு என்னுடைய மனமார்ந்த
Honorable Chairman, sir, I convey my heartfelt greetings to you.
both ecological balance and human safety, and it is an issue that involves constitutional obligation as well. The rapid population growth, habitat fragmentation, and competition for the same resources have triggered repeated conflict between human and wildlife, causing loss of lives, crops, and property. In simple terms, it is for struggle for space and resources when the needs and the behavior of wildlife overlap with the interest of humans. In my state of Tamil Nadu, a significant portion of this conflict is directly linked to the disruption of elephant corridors in the western eastern Ghats, where the fragmented landscapes force elephants into the human settlements, resulting in repeated loss of lives and livelihoods. Tamil Nadu is witnessing a sharp increase in human-wildlife conflict, with the current fiscal year 24-25 recording 80 human deaths, the highest in 5 years. Besides the human casualties, the state has experienced 4,235 crop damage incidents, 259 livestock deaths, 176 cases of property damages, and 138 human injuries so far in 24-25, according to the Chief Wildlife Warden. So I asked the Honorable Minister, what specific steps is the ministry is taking to ensure states, including Tamil Nadu, complete the scientific identification, notification, and protection of elephant corridors as directed by the Supreme Court? By when will a national network of legally recognized elephant corridors be operational? In view of the court's observation on the humanitarian aspect, the government proposes a uniform nationwide compensation amount for human deaths and injuries caused by wildlife, especially elephants, so that families in high conflict states like Tamil Nadu are not subject to unequal and delayed relief under state-specific norms.
माननीय सभापति महोदय,
Honorable Chairman, sir, Honorable Member has
प्रश्न उठाया है.
raised a very important question. This question does not only relate to human and wildlife conflict, but also to the coexistence of both of them. On this earth, only we work for the protection and conservation of wildlife, and coexistence with them is also important. This rising conflict, the imbalance in population development, intrusion in wildlife habitat, due to all these reasons, this conflict is on the rise. So, owing to this, we are making more constant efforts towards wildlife conservation. We are trying to bring down the conflicts by efforts, and we are trying to zero down on the reasons behind these conflict and trying to zero them down. The resources of wildlife area, for their improvement also we are working. Along with that, the species under Schedule 1, in which tiger, leopard, Indian gore, blackbuck, crocodile, snake, elephant, all these fall. For their conservation also, we are running different programs, and those people who are residing near these areas, to ensure their coexistence with them, we run some programs. Honorable member has said it rightly that because of elephants, there is a lot of conflict, under which around 500 people have lost their lives, and also elephants are being killed. A more important subject which exists outside of the jungle also, that is the deaths, and all over the country most deaths are because of this reason. Second thing is the species under Schedule 2, under which wild boar and nilgai fall. The fields that are there near the forests, they are also damaged, and farmers are also hit sometimes. So we are working towards a better coordination, because the state governments are the first responders. They have the data, and they're also working at the field level. Along with that, the organizations of the ministry, in which Wildlife Institute of India is there, along with that some civil societies which are the stakeholders, by making a better strategy in coordination with them in 2021, and after that in 2023 we issued a detailed guideline under which hotspots were identified, where along with the state forest officials we are working more expeditiously, and rapid response teams are also being formed where there are more conflicts. We have made people aware of SOPs. Along with that, in the cases of accidents, ex gratia payments have also been ensured. In this, under this payment, wherever there is a death or killing, where someone becomes disabled, 10 lakh rupees are given, which was earlier 5 lakh. Along with this, in Section 11 of Wildlife Act, the dangerous animals, the power with regard to them has been given to the chief warden, and to national parks, sanctuaries, conservations, and community reserves are also being enhanced.
The Honorable Minister has mentioned guidelines and advisories, but the scale and severity of the national framework. The Honorable Supreme Court, in its order dated 17/11/25, issued sweeping direction, including all states must actively consider classifying human-wildlife conflict as a national disaster. Ex gratia of 10 lakhs for every human death caused due to wildlife attack. NTCA to frame model guidelines on human-wildlife conflict within 6 months, and states must adopt them within 6 months thereafter. Compensation must be swift and accessible, covering human death, injury, crop, and cattle loss. Mandatory close coordination between forest, revenue, police, disaster management, and local bodies. In this, I want to ask, what is the present status of NTCA's model guidelines on human-wildlife conflict? By when does the ministry intend to make their adoption mandatory for all states, including Tamil Nadu? Will the ministry consider issuing a time-bound national action plan, making it compulsory for all states to establish district-level conflict management units, deploy real-time rapid response time teams, integrate forest, revenue, police, disaster management departments under a standard operating procedure, and ensure uniform prompt compensation so that the recurring elephant-related conflicts in Tamil Nadu districts like Coimbatore, the Nilagiri, Erode, and Hosur are handled in coordinated and accountable manner. Vanakkam, Nandri.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairman, sir. Honorable member will be pleased to know that in Coimbatore, the and conflict, we have decided to make it a center for man-animal conflict, a center of excellence, so that the conflicts that are going around in the country, a study can be carried out, and we have also started working in that center. NTCA has identified 32 tiger corridors in the country, and in 2023, 150 elephant corridors were also identified. The movement of elephants is interstate, especially Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, the area which starts from Bandipur and goes up to Bandipur, Wayanad and Malimalai, such areas, or from till Orissa, the movement of elephants, that includes standards there. Elephant, under that, we are providing financial assistance to states, especially for the movements of elephants, early warning systems, solo fencing, biofencing, and at some places for boundary walls also funds are being provided. Help to response team, and for the compensation we are working. We know that technology, use of technology, sensor wall, e-surveillance is required for all this, and we are working on that. I went to Wayanad and I directed the district officer there, SP, IS officer, and the district officer should make a WhatsApp group of their own and share the movement information among themselves. We know that the conflict of human and wildlife is a challenge, and this is our objective, that saving wildlife, we ensure the safety of communities also, so that in a scientific manner and with everyone's contribution, we make this coexistence happen.
The third supplementary, Ashok Chavanji.
Thank you, sir. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, he has given a very good reply, that human being and wild animal, the conflict that they have, to stop that, many suggestions he mentioned. Especially on this subject, I would like to draw his attention that the problem of farmers is something else. Many a times they have to go to the fields to for irrigation. We are taking efforts and providing them compensation. All that is fine. But we should also be thinking something about the preventive measures. As you mentioned, every state faces this problem that the time they are given the electricity for during that time, it is night, and at night the farmer has to go to the fields to operate the pumps. So
it is my suggestion, central government situation to the forest area and to the barbed wires, that should be done during night time, not during the daytime. And secondly, we can always have the report from the state governments with regard to the uh, conflicts happening there, and the wild animals which go to the farmers' fields. Uh, if that can be stopped, uh, something can be done. So I would like to know from the Honorable Minister what the government is doing in this regard. Sir, the Honorable member has given very good suggestions based on his administrative experience, and most of these issues relate to the state governments. And as far as the identifying the areas, forest areas is concerned, and where there is human population around that forest areas, that is already done and it is currently being done. Thank you, Chairman, sir. Through you, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister that the human and animal conflict because of increasing population, and we are encroaching in their areas. That is why these conflicts are taking place. Now, I would like to know from about Chhattisgarh, trees are being cut, and that is taking away the rights of the wild animals. I would like to know that how many animals are there, and if their habitat has been taken away, then where you are going to rehabilitate them. Do you have any planning in this regard? Similarly, in states like Himachal, Uttarakhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, whether this government would tell and apprise this house that in the last 3 years, that in the name of development, we are speaking about the human animal conflict, but because of taking away the natural habitat of wild animals, how many wild animals have been affected, they have disappeared, whether the government has the data in that regard. Secondly, we are talking about the compensation being paid to be paid to the humans, but we should also think in terms of the wild animals. If the wild animals are not protected, the environment will not be protected. Whether you are thinking of providing some compensation to those animals also. Honorable Chairman, sir, the honorable member has asked a very vast question, but since I do not have that much of time, I would like to limit my reply to certain points. First, the questions he has asked, that what actually the government is doing for the protection and preservation of wild animals. First, I would like to tell her that we have several projects like Project Animal, Project Tiger, Project Dolphin, and other preservation projects are also run by the government for protecting the wild animals. Secondly, I would also like to apprise the honorable member about a report published by United Nations, which has termed India as the third most successful country in terms of protecting its wild animals. So that is how we are working. And Government of India always publishes a report in this regard each year, and and this shows that what kind of steps are being taken and what are we doing for maintaining the ecological balance. And I share the concern of the honorable member that we must protect our wildlife and the ecology, and I think all the MPs have to contribute in this regard.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, the recent reports have shown that tiger conservation habitats have pushed the leopards out of their natural habitat, thereby forcing them into farmland and creating an atmosphere more ripe for human-wildlife conflict. If it's a fact, whether the ministry is aware of it and what are the steps taken to handle it?
Chairman, sir, the issue raised by the honorable member is very much right, and we have started work on a project called Tiger Outside Project, and we are identifying currently those areas. We have 54 tiger reserves, and out beyond the core area, the tigers which are there, we are trying to identify those areas. And I would also like to give one more example that I went on a field visit to Pilibhit in Dudhwa National Park, and there I found that that there are certain tigers which are outside the corridors, and we are identifying those areas and we are working on that.
Ilangoji,
My questions.
Honorable Minister Sri Gajendra Shekhawat ji.
Honorable Chairman, sir, the answer has been laid on the table of the House.
I would like to know, in view of the Tamil Nadu's rich cultural legacy, will the Ministry of Tourism consider approving Madurai as a nominated destination under the One State, One Destination scheme, given its global prominence through the Meenakshi Amman Temple, integrated heritage circuits, and strong tourism infrastructure? Or consider Kanyakumari, recognizing its national significance as the southernmost tip of India, the confluence of three seas, and its capacity for enhanced coastal tourism development.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. The honorable member has asked the question which relates to Kanyakumari and Madurai, and he has made a demand to incorporate them as iconic places as per the Prime Minister's scheme. I would like to apprise the House through you, sir, that selection of the location and the project is a responsibility of the state government. And the state government has chosen Mamalapuram as the location, and they have sent the proposal, including Mamalapuram as this proposal. And currently, we do not have any such proposal of for Madurai and Kanyakumari.
Union government proposes to work in coordination with the Tamil Nadu state government, the Department of Tamil Nadu State Archaeology, and leading research institution to ensure scientific integrity, transparency, and due national recognition for the ancient archaeological heritage of Tamil Nadu. That's my question.
Sir, archaeology with the tourism department and ministry, I think ye mantra.
I think this is beyond the purview of the ministry.
Subject of Ministry of Tourism, sir.
First supplementary, the third supplementary, Srimati Renuka Chaudhary.
Sir, it's, I want to draw the Honorable Minister's attention to the fact that today your tourism, which used to give you 7.9 crore in 2020, your employment is down to 4.2 crore. It's one of the largest instruments of self-employment and keeps artisans and all at remote areas employed. So it's rather alarming. I don't know what they can give Tamil Nadu, when the union budget has been cut by 91% from 3.33 crore to just 3.07 crore. In the light of this, what are you doing to do international promotion like Incredible India, which was brought about and put us on the global map? How are you going to compete with countries like Thailand, Vietnam, and Dubai? And you are not able to promote India as a cohesive whole nation. Why have you taken such budget cuts? And how are you going to create employment? And what are you going to give states, particularly a culturally rich state like Tamil Nadu and Telangana and other such areas? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
धन्यवाद
Thank you, respected Chairman, sir. First, I would like to thank the honorable member and the data which she has furnished, that the employment generation related to tourism has come down from 7 crore to 4.1 crore. I do not know what is the source of that data, but I would like to submit that subsequent to 2019, in 2020, when we had the COVID pandemic, and because of that, tourism sector was adversely affected globally. But some of the countries which made a very good recovery, India is one of them, post-COVID. And in addition to that, the countries which once again have touched the benchmark of 2019, India is also one of them. In last 1 year, more than 2 crore foreign tourists have visited our country, and because of that, we have earned a revenue of 2,30,000 crore rupees. And in terms of US dollars, it is 33 billion. So this is the earning. And now you also talked about competition from Thailand, Vietnam, and Dubai. Honorable Chairman, sir, I do concede that Thailand receives about 40 million tourists. In India, we receive 20 million tourists. Dubai receives 25 million tourists. But I would like to inform the House that whatever potential of domestic tourism we have in India, I don't think that any other country can compare favorably with us in this respect. And when we are talking about tourism statistic, we are always talking in terms of international tourists. But we should also look at the potential of domestic tourism. And the way we have the revenue generation because of domestic tourism, it should also be taken into account, because not only the foreign tourists, they are supporting the local economy and the local artisans. When our domestic tourisms, they move from one place to another, they are also doing the same thing. They are supporting the economy. We are hiring the guide. We are purchasing from the local markets, and the domestic tourism strength which we have, that is truly unparalleled. And the concern expressed by the honorable member, I would like to inform her that maybe in Thailand might have received 4.5 crore visitors, but only in Ayodhya there have been 8 crore visitors. And if I talk about Kumbh, Honorable Chairman, sir, I need your protection. And if I only talk about Kumbh fair, in Kumbh, about 660 million people visited Prayagraj, and they took the holy bath. So we should not look at it in a prejudiced manner. Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister that in Mayurbhanj district of Odisha, we have Simlipal Tiger Reserve. We also have Devkund, Sitakund, Jorda, and Khichim, and other waterfalls. And we also have some more religious places. And what steps have been taken by the government of India for promoting these tourist places? Sir, I have already submitted that tourism sector, with regard to tourism sector, the primary responsibility of development, creating the DPR, preparing the project, and sending the proposals for consideration to Government of India. It is the responsibility of the state government. If Odisha state government sends a proposal in this regard, the issues which the places which have been referred to by the honorable member, we will certainly look into that.
An opportunity to talk. Sir, Tamil Nadu is famous for great temples of a Dravidian culture. You have Madurai, of course, you talked, Rameshwaram, Gangaikonda Cholapuram, Tanjavur, and Dharasram, and many more. Today, I am going to talk about Srirangam. Sir, it's one of the famous temples, but not really known to people. It's more than 1,000 years old. It is in the area of 156 acres of land. It is the only living Hindu temple in the world, largest Hindu living temple in the world. Though there is a Cambodia, but Cambodia is not a living Hindu temple. It has 21 Gopurams, and its Rajagopuram is the tallest in Asia. Sir, it should be included in the tourism of our Tamil Nadu as well as our nation's destination. It has a great history, a great architecture, and it should be part of any of our tourist circuit in the south, because it comes in the world. If it comes in the World Heritage, sir, I am addressing this to the Minister of Tourism through you, sir. If it comes in the World Heritage, the footfall will be more. Globally, people will come to know. It will get a great opportunity to showcase the Dravidian culture to the entire world. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairman, sir. Sir, I would like to thank the honorable member for her constructive state suggestions. And I have already said,
state government will initiate. We are certainly going to consider this. And simultaneously, I would request to the honorable minister or to the honorable member also
that if she can write to the state government in this regard and to prepare a proposal for Srirangam temple to be included in the World Heritage site. Although it doesn't come under the purview of Tourism Ministry, but I also look after Culture Ministry. If the state government sends a proposal in this regard, the central government of India will certainly take further steps.
Question number 50, Professor Manoj Kumar Jha. Ji.
Sir, idhar hu. Sir, I'm here.
Honorable Minister.
Sir, the answer has been laid on the table of the House. Sir, the answer which has been laid on the table of the House, that does not satisfy me. And actually, it disappoints me. But I share this disappointment. Sir, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister through you that whether any government, any state government or any union territory has sent any proposal before you, and they have also talked about any problem involving the recruitment process, or they have presented any blueprint about the delay. If it is so, then kindly enlighten us about that. Thank you, Chairman, sir. This question which has been raised by the honorable member. So this district judiciary and its recruitment process, through you, I would like to inform the honorable member that out of that in 16 states, the recruitment is done by State Public Service Commission under Article 233 and Article 234, and in rest of the states, this this is done by the High Court. As far as the data of 2025, I can tell you that we have total sanctioned strength of 25,886, and the working strength is 21,131, and the vacancy is about 4,755. And he has talked about the problems involving the process of recruitment. Now, all this responsibility lies with the state government in 16 states. The responsibility lies with the public commission, and in the rest of the states, the High Court looks after that work. Time to time, the concern which has been expressed by the honorable member, time to time, we also write to the state high courts and we make a request to them that kindly provide us the vacancy status and please ensure that there is compliance to the guidelines. You should also remove the bottlenecks. As far as the question regarding complaint is concerned, we have also received a complaint from Bihar state government, and that has been sent to the Supreme Court committee.
Shri Arun Jaitley had announced the setting up of the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, IISR in Nagaland. Accordingly, the state government has acquired 200 acres of land for that near the Timapur airport and the Sukapi and the railway stations. But so far, the project is not coming forward. So I would like to request through you, Chair, that if the concerned minister can take up this IISR for the Nagaland, or if not, IIT for our state. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती कलाबेन डेलकर जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदया, मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय
Madam Chairperson, through you, I would like to draw the attention of Honorable Education Minister in my constituency. This is a tribal area. Madam, this is a very sensitive issue in this area. Madam, on 22nd November 2025, and 281 seats of recruitment. There was an advertisement, and this there was mentioned that the examination will be held only in English medium. Madam, the students in this area, they are educated from Hindi, Gujarati, and Marathi medium, and this is not the only thing that and this is the infringement on the rights of these tribal people. Madam, these tribal people and the regional people should be given this priority in this examination. We can take the example of Jammu and Kashmir and other areas where we have given such priorities, and EWS students are also being given priority. So through you, Madam, I demand from Honorable Minister that he should intervene in this matter, and domicile policy should be introduced, and more than 70% seats should be reserved for the people who are local. And this examination should be held in other language mediums like Hindi, Gujarati, and Marathi also. And the teachers who are working on contract basis, their experience should also be counted. I think this is the matter of their rights, and the teachers who are working on contract basis for so many years, their experience should be counted.
नमस्कार अध्यक्ष महोदय जी.
Good afternoon, madam. Madam, my colleague from Dadra and Nagar Haveli has raised the demand. I also raised the same demand. Madam, we got freedom even after the country, and there is the lack of basic facilities in our area, and level of education is also not up to the mark. And if there is any recruitment without domicile, it is difficult for our students to get job, and the government has modified this domicile policy, and this matter was taken to the court, and our local people are not getting jobs. So I request central government that in our states like other states, domicile policy should be made compulsory. And madam has raised the same issue that English medium is being prioritized in the examinations, and our students are getting education in Gujarati language and Gujarati medium, so they should also be given equal opportunity on language basis also. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Bhai Modi ji has offered us a medical college, and the fees of PG is 15 to 25 lakh, and in Delhi's Vardhman Mahavir College, this is also of the same category, and the fees is very less in this college. Madam, I need 5 more seconds. Madam, our state is poor state, and the tribal people are living here, and this is very difficult for the people of our area to pay such high fees. And I want that there should be parity in the fees like other institutions in Delhi. SC, ST, and minority seats should be reserved for the regional people, for the local people. Madam, I would like to draw the attention of Honorable Minister of Railways through you. From Muzaffarpur to Havda and Calcutta, Vande Bharat train should be provided, and Muzaffar to Bangalore on daily basis. Super fast train should be operated. Sanghmitra train, which is there, 12295, 12296. It should be extended up to Muzaffarpur station so that the people may not have to go to Patna. Madam, I thank you for giving me opportunity to speak.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, आपका बहुत बहुत
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me opportunity to speak. Madam, I want to speak on farmers issue. This issue related to doubling of farmers' income. Madam, farmers are not getting good income in existing system. So through you, I would like to request Honorable Minister that they have to recognize 3BT and 4BT, and the cost of the production is very high and yield is not high. If we talk about the existing seeds, if we talk about the groundnut production, it is increasing, and 4BT and 3BT in case of cotton should be reviewed. So through you, I request take this. Madam Chairperson, in my constituency, Dhorala, there are two districts, Sitapur and Lakhimpur. 17 state assemblies are there, and the population is more than 1 crore. But we want to come to Delhi. There is no train. I have requested many times, Honorable Railway Minister also, Lucknow via Hardoi up to Delhi. So many trains are here. Then AC special duplicate Lucknow mail. Madam, through you, I request the government that duplicate Lucknow mail AC special. It should be operated up to Delhi via Sitapur. And with this, I would like to request Dhorala area should be linked with railway line. Bahraij, Sitapur via Dhorala railway link should be started, and Mohammadi is the land of Lord Shiva. It is called the small Kashi. Gola Gokarnath to Shahjapur. This area should be connected with railways facilities.
धन्यवाद. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, Madam. I am talking on such a topic which is very much relatable to the educated young generation. In everywhere India, there is a lack of job. And my request, those who have joined before 2011 as a verdict of Supreme Court, if they are exempted from the job, then the judiciary system which is being carried out for so many hours, and what are the fault of those job seekers, and to eliminate them, on 1st September, Supreme Court gave a verdict that you have to clear TET exam. There were no TET exam that time. After taking the exam by the state government, they got the opportunity for their job. Over 20 lakh teachers are now at stake. In my West Bengal also, there are 75,000 teachers. What is their fault? If they are going to be exempted from this job, then what is their fault? Then it will be creating a very critical situation for them. That's why I would like to request Honorable Education Minister so that please take some steps to save their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam. You gave me opportunity to raise an important issue in 0 hour. Madam, through this August House, I would like to draw the attention of the government towards Delhi Dehradun highway, and there is a trauma center, and this road has been opened for the trial run, and this highway is linked with the rural area also, and so many accidents have taken place here, and there is no trauma center on this route, and due to the lack of trauma center, the people who are the victim of accidents, they have faced a lot of difficulties for the treatment, and there is not a single modern trauma center, and this is very dangerous for the people. So I request the government that on Delhi Dehradun highway, a trauma center should be opened as soon as possible, and the budget should be allocated so that this problem may be solved, and the people may be saved during accidental incidents. Madam, whatever national highways are being constructed, trauma centers should be opened, and this is the urgent need so that the people who are prone to accident, they may be saved, their lives may be saved.
Madam Chairperson, I'll rise to raise a matter of public importance regarding the need for permanent activation of intra-circle roaming ICR facility for mobile subscribers in Odisha. At present, ICR is activated only during natural calamities, which are infrequent, luckily, but connectivity challenges persist throughout the year. Hence, this facility should be available not only during emergencies, as technological advancement is meant to improve the quality of life. Several districts of Western Odisha, particularly Balangir and Subarnapur, continue to suffer from chronic network gaps due to low 4G penetration, weak signal strength, and frequent power cuts. Many residents cannot afford multiple SIM cards as it is an economically backward area. In view of these, I urge the government to permit permanent ICR for mobile subscribers across Odisha, which would ensure uninterrupted access to private networks for calls, SMS data, emergency services, digital access for students, reliable network for schools, banks, and government schemes, and thereby strengthen the telecom infrastructure
धन्यवाद
across
माननीय
the
सदस्य
state. Thank you, madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती मालविका देवी जी.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me an opportunity to speak today during Zero Hour. I would like to draw the attention of the Ministry of Heavy Industries to a matter of urgent concern in aspirational districts, where migration is the biggest problem and still continues to be so. What comprehensive measures are being taken to ensure that companies operating in these districts prioritize the employment of local residents, thereby reducing migration and strengthening the local economy? Additionally, what steps have been taken to ensure that these companies strictly adhere to the pollution norms and that damage caused by them to the local roads are maintained and compared by them? Further, has the government mandated any regulatory quota requiring companies to hire a specific percentage of workforce from the local population? And if so, what is the population percentage? I also seek to know what penalties, fines, and punitive actions are imposed on companies that violate local employment norms, environmental rules, and government mandated regulations. How effectively has these been adhered to? What steps does the government intend to take further to strengthen and tighten these rules? Ma'am, please look into this, because as a mandatory thing, the people of the local areas really want job, as migration is a big problem.
माननीय
Thank you.
सदस्य श्री नरेश महेश्के जी.
मी माझ्या मतदारसंघातील ठाणे
From Thane to Mulund station, which is going to be constructed, I would like to draw the attention towards this issue, madam. That ease of living and ease of traveling, which this dream has been set. So, at Thane station, lakhs of travelers come here, and this has been developed under Smart City, and the remaining work has to be completed by the Railway Ministry. But 120 crore rupee is the cost, and now the cost has been escalated. Now this is 245 crore, and whatever expenses have incurred from the side of ministry, Honorable Minister had to do this, had to provide this expenditure, but there is no message in this regard. Madam, I place my demand that in July 2025, Smart City Company has been closed and the fund has not been released, and the situation after COVID is not good, and the fund should be released to complete this remaining work.
Jai Jagannath. Thank you for this opportunity, Honorable Chairperson. Aska mo Lokasabha Kshetrare 1983 ମସିହାରେ ଇଡକନ୍ ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରିଆଲ ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ କର୍ପୋରେସନ ଅଫ୍ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଲିମିଟେଡ୍ ଦ୍ୱାରା ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠିତ ହେଲା ଆସ୍କା ସ୍ପିନିଂ ମିଲ୍। ଦୁର୍ଭାଗ୍ୟବଶତଃ ପୂର୍ବ ରାଜ୍ୟ ସରକାରଙ୍କର ଉଦାସୀନତା ଯୋଗୁଁ ସେ ଆଜି ଜରାଜୀର୍ଣ୍ଣ ଅବସ୍ଥାରେ
ये बहुत ही बुरी स्थिति में है। इसका पुनरुद्धार किया जाना बहुत जरूरी हो गया है। यहाँ मैं आपके माध्यम से केंद्र सरकार को अनुरोध कर रहा हूं कि आस्का चीनी मिल का पुनरुद्धार किया जाए। जो बहुत सारे परिवार इसके ऊपर निर्भर कर रहे हैं वो बहुत बुरी स्थिति में है, क्योंकि वहां पे माइग्रेशन एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। अगर आगरा चीनी मिल चालू हो
मो अंचल बेकार युवक सेठी चाकरी पाइबे, तेणु दया करके आपण माध्यम अनुरोध आस्का स्पिनिंग मिल रो पुनरुद्धार हो, ताको पुणी थरे कार्यक्रम करा जाऊ, ताकि समग्र आस्का संसदीय क्षेत्र अधिवासी आपण पाखे चिर उपकृत रहिबे। धन्यवाद। वंदे उत्कल जननी।
माननीय सदस्य श्री भास्कर भगरे जी।
धन्यवाद मैडम। थैंक यू मैडम चेयरपर्सन। उन्हाळ कांदा भिजला, खराब झाला, कांद्याला भाव मिळेल अशी आशा होती, परंतु
Onions are spoiling their onions, which should get a good price. But till so far, this onions have not got the right price. And apart from that, the grapes are being produced there in huge quantity, but because of rains, this fertilizers which are required, that is not being provided. Lots of damage has happened, and in the cultivation of grapes, the farmers are facing difficulty, and 70 to 80% of this grapes production has been affected, and the farmers are facing a lot of expenditure. 5 to 6 crore rupees are being spent, and the state government is giving very less help. I request that the central government must provide some help for the grapes production, and this onions export must be improved. Thank you.
सभापति महोदया, बहुत धन्यवाद।
Honorable Madam Chairperson, thank you for giving this chance. In my constituency area, Jaipur, the Avtar Tirth and Surya Mandir are there. That should be connected. In my area, not just in my area, all these religious places are at the hilly places where it is very difficult to move to those higher points. And their ropeway kind of transportation should be there. And for that, the Environment and Forest Department should give the clearance that permission is required. That should be given at the earliest, and this kind of system should be there so that more and more pilgrims can go there. And in my constituency area, this tourism must be promoted, and people will get the employment through this. This is my request to you, that through you, the government may be requested that this permission or the sanction which is required from both this department, the delay causes a lot of problems, that should be done at the earliest. Thank you, madam.
माननीय सदस्य
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, that you give me a chance to speak in the 0 hour. And I would like to take the attention of this House towards 100 crore, this illegal, cough medicines and syrups on health. This is providing great trouble to the women, children, and because of the dangerous or illicit kind of drugs and syrup things, people are facing a lot of problems. This is just the small people, but the influential people are there who are spreading this corruption. In Jaunpur also, the 4 companies have faced this illegal cases, and syndicate is running fast in this area, and the media also has informed that the government people are also involved in this. These fake companies without this license, they're producing this cough syrups, and this business is going on for a long time in Uttar Pradesh. When this medicine was restricted, then also this syrup was being sold openly, and this is very serious, that without the license, this thing is very dangerous. Otherwise, this can't be stopped. And this poison is being sold in the name of medicine, and in the huge quantity. When this poisonous things are being sold, then these people get this mistrust, and they feel that the government is not accountable. And I raise this point time and again, that the time this political protection is there, and this time consensus is there, collusion is there, this thing can be stopped. I demand to the government on this matter, this should be investigated without any biasness. And in Uttar Pradesh, especially in the rural area, the children and youth should be protected by this.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. This monument ticket, in this regard, there is some dereliction, and especially in Odisha, in the historically popular people, and these tickets have been issued in less numbers in their name, and I would demand that that very brave boy and this freedom fighters, former MPs, Vishnu Patnaik ji, and the freedom fighters, former Chief Minister Navkrishnan Chaudhary ji, and Angol State's last freedom king, who had sacrificed lives against the Britishers. In their name, this tickets should be issued.
Andy,
धन्यवाद मैडम स्पीकर.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
అనంతపురం జిల్లా రైతులు ఎదుర్కొంటున్న ప్రధాన
the farmers facing the crisis in Anantapur shall be addressed immediately. Anantapur is a drought-prone area. Anantapur, Kurnool, Kadapa, there are several hectares of land which is under irrigation. In this season, the crops could not be raised. There are different difficulties that are faced by the farmers. The farmers are unable to sell. They have kept their crop on the roadside. They have thrown outside. They are in crisis. The Honorable Chief Minister Sri Chandrababu Naidu has come to the rescue, and he has given orders to procure the paddy. But every year, the peasants are facing lot of problem. Therefore, in spite of producing a qualitative agricultural products, there is no marketing facility, and hence the peasants are facing lot of problem. And there are no cooling facilities also. And in this, those vehicles which are coming empty are also being charged. Therefore, these problems are really hampering the public, and hence I request the government to help these banana producers. Therefore, they have to be given financial assistance, and those which are coming, the empty containers in the return journey, they should not be levied any charges. That way, the farmers can save a lot of money.
Person. Food and Civil Supplies Department Ministry. I'm raising question on that. In Odisha, 60 lakh metric ton rice which is being produced there through FCI mills. It goes to mill FCI, and FCI officials in Odisha are this 250 quintals is there, and without receipt, 3,500 rupees are being charged on that, and 60 lakh metric ton of 100 crore are being loaded by the FCI, and through this labor contract, the money which Central gives to them, but that goes to mill officials from both sides without any receipt that is being given. 100 crore rupees scam which is happening in Odisha through FCI. On that, I request this Food and Civil Supplies Department to investigate on this matter.
M.K. Vishnu Prasad ji.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me an opportunity to speak on public importance. In my Kadalur constituency, there is a major railway station called Virudhachalam railway station. The Vande Bharat is moving from Nagarcoil to Chennai and Tirunelveli to Chennai. See, Tamil Nadu is split into two, northern and southern, keeping Trichy as a center. Southern part from Trichy, Nagarcoil, Kovilpatti, Virudhunagar, Dindigul, Madurai, Trichy. There are 6 stops. But from Trichy to Chennai, there are only one stop, that is at Viluppuram. Why this disparity between northern Tamil Nadu and southern Tamil Nadu? Both parts of people have given the land for laying the railway line and railway stations. So I humbly request through your chairperson that Vande Bharat train should stop at Virudhachalam so that people of Pennadam, people of Thittakudi, Virudhachalam, Kadalur, entire districts will be benefited. தமிழகத்திலே திருச்சியை மையமாக கொண்டு செயல்படுகிறது.
Trichy is the center of the state, and Vande Bharat rail does not stop at Trichy. During the northern part, it is having 7 stoppages. Only in the southern part of Tamil Nadu, it is having only 1 stoppage. So, Virudhachalam, it should have a stoppage.
Bhavapati Mohoday.
Madam Chairperson, Maharashtra. Because of heavy rains, the flood have occurred. So the central government has what kind of help has been provided by the center on the 2nd December? Asked the question in this regard, and in the answer to that question, I got this answer. I would like to tell about that. In 2025.
हेतु 16/10/2025 को एक IMCT का गठन किया गया.
This IMCT has been constituted, and on 3/11/25 to 5/11/25, the affected areas have been investigated, and Maharashtra government has not given any memorandum in this regard. This kind of answer is there by the minister, and after that, yesterday himself, the minister himself said that no proposal has been received by the Maharashtra government. Honorable Madam Chairperson, it's my request that we raise the questions here. Minister also replies. If that reply is fake, if that is not true, it's our privilege that our rights must be preserved.
माननीय सदस्य कंगना रनौत जी.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Area Mandi is deprived of this railway connectivity, while the central government has Bilaspur Manali, Bilaspur Bari railway project have been started by the for the Himachal Pradesh state, but their construction in that this land conservation, land acquisition, and this technical and other clearances are slow. And because of this, the fast-paced movement is not happening in this regard. So I request to the Minister of Railways that in both these projects should be done at the mission mode, and timeline should be fixed for this construction or laying of these lines so that it can be started at that days. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री भजनलाल जाटव जी.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, that you gave me a chance to speak on this constituency Karlu Dholpur electorate at the National House in this regard. The ARCP scheme was there, and Dungri Dam was to be being constructed. That thing is going on, but big movement happened there. 1 lakh people assembled there, and I'd like to say that 76 villages are being destroyed there, and Rural Development Act, under that when land is acquisition, then the Gram Panchayats are sought permission for that, and meetings are held, but without the permission of Panchayats, without the permission of the people, the consent was not taken from the people, and without the Dungri Dam has been announced to be constructed. Through you, I'd like to request the government that the Dungri Dam should be cancelled, and the people should be given justice, because the people there, we have culture, we have our own source of livings. In 76 villages, religious places are there, temples are there, and they are all these water reservoirs, everything be destroyed there. So it's my request to the government that the government must take action in this regard by cancelling this project, and the people should not be displaced. And what kind of intention of government is there that the people who are there are going to be suffered through this Dungri Dam, and why they've been displaced because of the Dungri Dam project?
माननीय सदस्य श्री वामसी गद्दाम जी. Mike.
Madam, thank you for this opportunity. Last Singareni retired pensioners issue. The Singareni is a heart of Peddapalli, madam, and Kaka Venkat Swamiji, when he was Labour Minister, he introduced the pension scheme. Unfortunately, even after 35 years of the scheme, the pension remains to be around 500 to 1,000 rupees. Madam, after my last time's representation, they allotted 20 rupees per ton to the CMPF pension fund ke liye, 20 rupees per ton.
20 rupees per ton for the pension fund were allocated, but till today
Has not happened. I rise again the Peddapalli concern, the Singareni retired workers concern. Please put pressure to the CMPF to give what is rightfully the retired pensioners' right. Whatever their right is to get the pension, that has to be increased from 500 rupees at least to 10,000 rupees, because nowadays they are not able to live. Their daily expenses are way over 8,000 to 10,000 rupees. At least 10,000 rupees if the pension is increased. There's a case going on, madam, even today. The retired pensioners, they have put a case in the court and the case is going on. We request the pension to be increased, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I belong to Indore, and in the cleanliness, we are the #1 city for 8 times. And in index quality also, we are #1 in the country. Honorable Prime Minister and the Chief Minister has been consistently well by this double-engine government, and we are working well in the farmer biotech and all levels in defense, automobile, textile. We are progressing fast. It's my demand to the government that in Indore, global manufacturing hub should be there, and for that National Skills Center should be started there. And is the demand that the MPs are demanded to, and from MP side, I put this demand here on this table house.
Speaker Madam, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to bring to the attention of this House the urgent need to address the significant delays in several infrastructure projects in Tenkasi district. The prolonged delay in the completion of the railway overbridge at Paur Chitram by the Union government has caused immense hardship that the state government had nearly completed its portion of the project years ago. Similarly, Ilanji railway overbridge located on the Kollam-Tirumangalam National Highway is also facing significant delays. This route is heavily used by the devotees traveling to the Sabarimala Ayyappan temple, particularly from southern parts of the Tamil Nadu. As a result, there is increased traffic and congestion, especially in Tenkasi town. I urge the Union government to take immediate action to complete these crucial projects in order to alleviate traffic congestion and ensure the safety of the people of Tenkasi. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री संजय देशमुख जी.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm from Vashi district railway project. I'm talking about that. And Central Railway Ministry in the railway board Nanded to Kurla and Vashi. This new railway line train was approved 17,465. This is a number of this train which was to be started, but unfortunately 2 years have passed, but this railway train has not started, and the sanction has been given, the approval has been given, but it is not started. Washim district is developing area, and we need development, and sick and people and the laborers, all this will get this facility of train. And from Washim to Mumbai, there is no direct train as of now. If this facility is given, then definitely the local people will be benefited by that, and this will be good facility for them, and thousands of youth will also be getting employment because of that, and because of this railway project not being started, this train not being started, people of Washim are facing this injustice. Kindly start this train at the earliest. Thank you.
से जुड़े गंभीर मुद्दे को सदन के समक्ष
Thank you, madam, that you gave me some time to speak on my matters. Aurangabad constituency area, under that 110 these primary schools are not starting, and many village schools are there which are working in some rental place on the community centers, are being run on very temporary basis, and where this land is there this construction work is stopped or not spending or not starting. And in the state, the condition of school is very deplorable, and more than 15,000 schools are not having bench, desk, and 20,000 schools are not having this electricity facility, and only 25% schools are only having this computer facility. Madam, this is as of 2024-25 report says that from class 1, so 30% students only are not able to see the numbers or verify the numbers, and up to 5th class, the simple deduction and calculation and addition they don't able to do. So I request the central government that in Bihar, this quality education must be provided, and this the schools which are not having land, special package should be there for the construction. This is the request to the central government. Thank you.
सदस्य श्री अब्दुल रशीद शेख जी।
आपका बहुत Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I wish to remind to the Prime Minister especially that few years back he had said that we want to eliminate the distances between the hearts of the people of Jammu and Kashmir and us, but nothing actually materialized. And I humbly request that from both members from the both side, treasury benches and opposition benches, that all the issues of Jammu and Kashmir should be looked at from humanitarian perspective and not from the political angle, electoral political angle. I expect that this democratic government would sit with all the stakeholders of the Jammu and Kashmir and resolve all the matters democratically and amicably. You all are aware of the fact that how people of Jammu and Kashmir are suffering for last 35 years, and we want all the issues to resolve and peace to resume. Therefore, on 10th December, there is International Human Rights Day. On this day only, I expect that this is the right day to bring all the stakeholders on board and let the peace prevail. And I staged one day hunger strike. On that day, I would stage hunger strike. That day, that would be symbolic. Thank you.
I rise to draw the attention of this House to the recent passing away of late Jubin Garg. Jubin Garg was not just a singer. He was a cultural phenomenon and a symbol of Assamese identity, pride and artistic excellence. He was one of the few cultural voices from Assam who carried the sound, emotion, and cultural narrative of the region to the international and national level. His contribution to India's cultural capital and youth aspiration is widely recognized. Madam, as a nation, we must pay our tribute to him, and in that regard, I have a suggestion to name Dhubri Fulbari Four-Lane Bridge after him. In honor of his unparalleled contribution and as a lasting tribute to one of the greatest cultural icon from Northeast India, I urge the government of India to consider naming the Dhubri Fulbari Bridge as a Jubin Garg Bridge. Yesterday, I met Honorable Minister. He assured that he will consider the prayer. From the floor, I again request him to declare the Dhubri Fulbari Bridge as a Jubin Garg Bridge. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री के सुधाकर जी।
I rise to draw the attention of this August House to the agitating Anganwadi and midday meal workers in Karnataka who are on indefinite protest demanding dignity, fair wages, and social security. Speaker Madam, these workers, mostly women, working from economically vulnerable backgrounds, madam. These women ensure nutrition to the children, meals to school students, support to pregnant and lactating mothers. But unfortunately, they themselves face financial insecurity and social neglect. Madam, it is deeply ironical that those who fight malnutrition are themselves underpaid and malnourished. So I request the Honorable Central Government to revise honorariums immediately, linking them to inflation. Number two, extend social security, pension and insurance coverage to them. Recognize the nature of their work as essential public service. And lastly, let them hold the consultations with the state governments to ensure uniform minimum standards across the country. Thank you, madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री नरेश उत्तम पटेल जी.
हम जब छोटे थे, when we were young kids, Madam Chairperson, then there were adages that agriculture should be great and any other work is condemnable. Today, paddy cultivators are in great plight. Today, in our Uttar Pradesh, paddy crop was good due to heavy rainfall. P is declared at 2,379 rupees per quintal, and in the market it is being sold at 1,617 rupees per quintal. On the other hand, farmers suffered a lot to get the fertilizers from the shops, and our women suffer a lot, toil hard on the agricultural lands to cultivate the paddy. So it is really very ironical that our farmers, their women, their daughters and children suffer a lot to grow the paddy crop, and they are not getting sufficient MSP. So my demand is that government should give them proper MSP.
Madam,
Madam Chairperson.
Madam, 2 days back, when I was placing a report in this house, my name was mispronounced. I was called as Badruddin. I don't know when my name has been changed, but I believe you have called me in the right perspective. I would like to draw the attention of this house regarding, I request you that the name should be corrected, which was done 2 days ago. I'm mentioning about Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, which have proven to be centers of excellence across the country with consistently outstanding academic results of 98 to 99% pass percentage in class 10 and about 97 to 98% of pass in class 12. In 2017 alone, over 11,800 Jawaharlal Navodaya students qualified for NEET, demonstrating their role in nurturing talent from rural and underprivileged background. Every other state in India have embraced these institutions since 1989. Yet Tamil Nadu remains the sole exception, depriving its children of equal opportunity. Recently, the Supreme Court of India has come out with an oral observation and has urged the union government and the state government of Tamil Nadu to hold consultations and arrive at a resolution on this matter. Tamil Nadu does not have today any Navodaya Vidyalayas. And since 1989, not a single Navodaya Vidyalaya has been constructed in Tamil Nadu, thereby depriving the depressed section of the society and the underprivileged students of that state. Therefore, I urge upon the government to negotiate and come to a conclusion. Despite Madras High Court's decision, litigations went on, and now it has come to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court has given this direction. Therefore, I urge upon the union government to take immediate steps in consultation with the state of Tamil Nadu to establish JNVs without further delay,
माननीय
ensuring
सदस्य श्री
justice,
जनार्दन मिश्रा जी
equity, and access to quality education for all. Thank you, Madam.
धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. There is Mauganj, a new district carved out of Riva district. This comprised of primarily tribal and forest dwelling people. There is no proper school, and if there are schools, they are not of good quality. Therefore, I request Honorable Minister through you that in this Mauganj district, one Navodaya Vidyalaya and one Kendriya Vidyalaya be set up.
श्री राजकुमार छब्बेवाल जी
ਸਭਾਪਤੀ ਜੀ ਥੈਂਕ
Madam,
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਦਮਪੁਰ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿਸਥਾਰ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਔਰ ਆਦਮਪੁਰ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਲੰਧਰ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਥਿਤ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ
here to speak for Hatampur Airport. There are many NRI people who put up in these areas, and people from corporate sector also live here. I request that Etha Airport should be declared as international airport, and the centenary year of Sri Ravidas Guruji is coming. This should be celebrated throughout the country, and in Punjab Assembly also we have passed this resolution, and I also request that airport Adampur Airport should also be renamed after Ravidas ji. We will write his name in the golden letters. Thank you.
धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. You allowed me to raise issues of urgent public importance, and
बल्कि पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में हमारे जो छोटे कृषक हैं
are small farmers in Avla area. They are somehow earning their livelihood, and they are suffering from the lack of fertilizer, and the way our backward people, Dalit folks and people from backward section of the society, and they queued for long hours to get the fertilizer, but it is known to us that fertilizers are being siphoned off by feudalist sections of the society. So therefore, I request to the Uttar Pradesh government that supply of fertilizer should be made available to poor people and should not be given to the strong and resourceful people of the people. Otherwise, PDA people will gather together again and will raise this voice for the poor people of the society.
धन्यवाद सभापति
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I want to draw your attention towards a very important issue of public importance. This relates to Moradabad district. As of now, the health facilities in these areas are not sufficient, and especially the traditional medicinal systems like Ayurveda, Yoga, and Unani and Siddha. These medicinal systems do not have proper infrastructure in these areas, and a huge population puts up in these areas. Therefore, they need medical facility, and they also need Ayush hospitals, and people travel distances to get small medical treatments. Therefore, people face a lot of plights on these fronts, and I argue that government is advocating hard the propagation of Ayush. So districts like Moradabad should have Ayush hospitals, which is not the scenario as of now. Therefore, I request that from the government and Ayush ministry that in Moradabad Janpad district state of art Ayush hospital should be set up as soon as possible so that people can benefit. Thank you.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय,
Honorable Chairperson, Madam, I want to draw your attention towards an issue of national security. throughout the country, colleges, temples and mosques and many other public places. CCTVs are already installed. These cameras ensure the public safety and security, but in mosques and madrasas, these CCTVs are not installed, though they are public places as well, and security concerns are valid in the context of these in India and on the central government that it should be mandated, should mandatorily be installed in at these places. This is not against any particular religion, but it is for the safety and security of the 140 crore people of the India, because safety is secular. It does not relate with any particular religion, and it is a matter of national security. We government should consider implementing national security policies so that we can strengthen our national security framework, and security is the basic right of every citizen of this country.
से क्यों होता है
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
12 वर्षांनी होणारा सिंहस्थ कुंभमेळा
In Nasik, every 12 year, a Kumbh Mela is organized. People repose a lot of faith in this fair. Lord Ram and Mother Sita are considered to be related with this place and this fair. If the places nearby this place is considered a sacred place of meditation by sages in ancient times, and forests are being cut here, but environmentalists are protesting to safeguard the forests. The birds, the animal lives which are dependent upon forests, they are going to suffer a lot. At one hand, we advocate for the conservation of forests. We should encourage the forestation, but here you are going to cut the forest. Therefore, there is a Sadhu Gram being set up in Nasik. I request that this Sadhu Gram should be shifted somewhere else and the forest should not be cut.
माइक चालू नहीं हुआ क्या?
আপনি জানেন, you know that in this parliament in 2005 there was a law that was passed from this parliament in 2005 for the job card holders. Unfortunately, in every state and every state has received the money for these people, but West Bengal has been neglected throughout. We requested the central government so many times that we need the money for these job holders. 28 job card holders have been given money by the state government. We are saying rigorously that this 100 days work needs to be started as soon as possible. Supreme Court has given their comment, and now 600 rupees each day should be given to the laborers. Thank you.
सदस्य श्री सुरेश महात्रे जी. हो गया
हाँ, हो गया. धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I want to draw your attention towards Navi Mumbai International Airport, name of which is being to rename it is in pipeline. 90 lakh people are demanding that this airport should be renamed after Diva Patil. He was a member of this house for more than 10 years. He was MLA for 25 years, and he was also an opposition leader. And more than this, in 1989, a law was passed to stop the child infanticide.
जगह के बदले जगह, खेती के बदले खेती, ऐसा जो कायदा प्रस्तावित हुआ वो भी दिवा पाटिल साहब ने
this honor such a big social activist, then it is really futile. And this is on 3rd October on the months. Whenever the functioning of this airport is resumed, it would be renamed after late Shri Deva Patilji, and it has been more than 2 months and it has not yet been done. And 3 days back we met there and it was decided that in coming 15 days it would be done and it would be renamed. Otherwise we would stage protest to meet our demands. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I wish to draw the attention of the government to the urgent concern regarding the ongoing difficulties in uploading Waqf properties on the Umeed portal across the country. As per their schedule, all Waqf boards and mutawallis must complete uploading by 5th December 2025. However, multiple states report that only a small percentage of properties have been uploaded due to serious technical and practical hurdles. In several regions, the portal faces frequent glitches, missing data fields, slow processing, and repeated clashes. Many mutawallis, especially in rural areas, struggle with lack of manpower, digital literacy, and incomplete historical record, making the process extremely time-consuming. If the deadline is not extended, thousands of धन्यवाद genuine माननीय Waqf सदस्य properties may remain
माननीय
unregistered,
सदस्य श्री इमरान मसूद जी
leading to future disputes.
धन्यवाद मैडम। धन्यवाद मैडम।
शंकर राजभर जी
बहुत बहुत उत्तर प्रदेश
The cabinet of Uttar Pradesh, before the election, issued an advertisement, and I am here telling you about the advertisement in the government of Modi and Yogi. These tribals have been issued as unlisted in all the districts. There is an order to give them the order. You call it Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. The Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, this is the problem of Purvanchal. These are 17 communities which have been rendered completely out of this list. Why does government not have any investigation on such kind of advertisements? The members who have not been able to speak today shall be able to speak tomorrow. The honorable members who have been given the opportunity to speak under Rule 377 may lay the papers on the table.
स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा,
स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा, सेश बिल 2025.
Madam, with your permission, I rise to move that the bill to augment the resources for meeting expenditure on national security and for public health and to levy a cess for the said purposes on the machines installed or other processes undertaken by which specified goods are manufactured or produced and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
माननीय मंत्री जी बिल पर बोलना चाहते हैं।
Honorable member, would you like to speak on the bill?
Dhanyawad ji.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chairperson.
Madam, I've, with your permission, just introduced the Health Security, say National Security Cess Bill 2025. The purpose of this bill, madam, is to create a dedicated, predictable source of resource for two domains of national importance. So the resource stream that we want to get by introduction of this bill and by passing of this bill, when it becomes an act, we expect a predictable resource stream for two domains of national importance. One is the health security. Given the significant health burden, generally for all governments, both center and state, that arise out of consumption of demerit goods like pan masala. And the second domain pertains to national security. National security requires sustained investment, madam, to keep pace with evolving security needs. So, this is a cess, and it is placed not on any essential commodity. That has to be very clear from the beginning. The purpose of this cess is, of course, to levy a cess, but on a demerit good. It is not on essential commodities. And demerit goods which are associated with significant health risks. And therefore, we wish to impose such costs so that it is a deterrent, so people tend not to use it. For a start, sir or madam, it is being imposed on pan masala, whose ill impacts on health of our citizens is very well known and very well documented. So it ensures that critical national priorities are funded without burdening ordinary citizens on essential consumption. मैं सिर्फ इस पॉइंट को हिंदी में भी कहना चाह रही हूँ.
I would like to speak in Hindi as well. This is not going to be assessed on any essential commodity, because this thing is demerited like pan masala, which upon consumption poses health challenges and leads to diseases and causes harm to the body.
The cess, ये cess डालने में,
by levying this cess, will lead to an increase in the price of pan masala, which will act as a deterrent to more and more consumption of tobacco products.
इस cess के द्वारा,
through this cess, the revenue which shall be received, we shall use it for some scheme or some awareness measures, and we shall pass it on to the states as well. When we speak of the word cess, then immediately one thinks that the revenue which shall be generated through this, the central government shall not share it with the states, But this is why we are explicitly stating that this cess and the revenue generated from this cess shall actually go on to the states. And hence, we are bringing this provision on pan masala. A share by way of schemes for health-related activities shall be shelled out to the states as well. It is a cess. Despite of that, we are going to have a provision to share it with the states. So I would like to clarify again in my opening statement, madam, that this is a cess and it is not an excise duty. The cess means that it shall be with the center, but we shall use it with the states as well for health-related activities. But this is a clarification that I wish to issue at the outset, because pan masala is under the ambit of GST as well. And because it has been categorized as a demerit, so the maximum taxation which you can do under GST, which is 40%, shall be levied on this as well in the GST portal itself. Because this item, which is present in the GST system as well, do we wish to weaken the GST? Do we wish to destabilize the GST portal? Not at all, because the 40% tax on pan masala consumption is already a part of the GST. There are going to be no changes in that system. But by way of cess, we are doing it because in the GST system, it is upon consumption.
28%.
It is 28% plus compensation cess, and that compensation cess is going to be over. That is why it will go under the ambit and category of 40% GST. But in spite of that, pan masala does not fall in many tax brackets because the GST is levied on consumption basis. And there is tax on capacity building as well. There is no taxation under GST for production. That is why tobacco is in GST and has now been brought in the fold of excise duty as well as of yesterday. But on the production of pan masala, there is no taxation because it is not an excise bill. So yesterday we put it on cigarette by way of excise duty. Pan masala had to be added in it, but because it does not fall under the ambit of excise duty, that is why cigarette was brought in yesterday, because cigarette must have a tax of over 40%. It must not be available for cheap prices for the public health. Hence, it was done yesterday. But because pan masala cannot fall under the ambit of excise duty, hence, we are now doing it on the production of pan masala by way of cess, and by way of schemes, it shall be shared with the states as well. That is the unique point of this bill. This is why I wish to put it forth, because the honorable members must be aware about it. And we are doing it in a completely different aspect. As I have elaborated, I shall clarify again.
It's not on consumption. Consumption के ऊपर GST.
It is not on the basis of consumption, but over here, we are doing it on the basis of machine-linked and capacity-based production. Yesterday, cigarette has been covered under this ambit through excise duty. But as I have said, pan masala, because it cannot fall under the category of excise duty, we are putting it here today. There is no other objective. But the bill that we wish to bring forth now will not have any effect on the existing GST portal. It shall have no effect on the increase or decrease of GST in any way.
एक और स्पष्टीकरण मैं देना चाहती हूँ.
There is another clarification that I wish to issue. because we are putting a tax on machine-based capacity. It is not going to be on production capacity. GST has tax on consumption. Because it cannot fall under the ambit of excise duty, and it is not going to be on production. It's not going to be as per the amount. It is going to be under the production capacity amount. I am elaborating upon it further for further clarity. A machine may work on X speed and may produce a certain amount. There may be another machine that works more efficiently and leads to more and more production. Both of them are different. Both of them work on different production capacity. But the actual production, which is being done by both the machines, we are not talking about it. What we are touching upon is the production capacity by the machine. And on that production capacity, the cess shall be levied. So for each factory, they shall have different liability. They may decide it on their own, or the government may step in, but it's going to be different for every different factory.
मैडम सिर्फ इतना ओपनिंग में
Madam, that is all I would like to speak in my opening statement. And after the discussion, I shall furnish my reply for each honorable member. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री वरुण चौधरी जी.
Honorable member Shri Varun Chaudhary ji.
धन्यवाद मैडम.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chairperson. There are so many possibilities in pan masala. That is what the information is received through this bill. Yesterday, we were having a discussion that the use of tobacco and tobacco consumption leads to many health problems, including cancer and loss of lives. But today, we see that there are immense possibilities. By levying a cess on pan masala, not only the revenue of health security, but the national security can also be strengthened by way of this cess. Madam, when we read the bill, we see that it is not health security, say national security, but it is health security and national security through pan masala. In Haryana as well, during the COVID time, the schools and colleges had been shut. Temples were shut, gurdwaras were shut, but liquor stores were not shut because there were immense possibilities. Madam, I believe that in the history of this entire nation, that the name of the bill is not in one single language, but has different languages. There are some English words and some Hindi words. As we usually use in our colloquial language. Similarly, the bill presents two different languages. I believe it could have been entirely in Hindi. It may have been in English, but this haphazard manner is not right. Just now, the Honorable Finance Minister talked about the cess, and it's a good thing that it is a cess and not in fact a tax. If there is a tax, then there is devolution. And the states also get funds out of it. But by making it a cess, because the transfer is not mandatory, it actually weakens the state governments. And as you can see today, Madam, all the states are reeling under lack of funds. They are in high debt and they are suffering from high interests. And as the Honorable Finance Minister just elaborated upon it, this cess shall be shared with the state governments as well, but it is not mentioned anywhere in this bill. I would request the Honorable Finance Minister to kindly touch upon this matter as well. Under section 4.2, I would like to read it out.
Under subsection 1 shall be in addition to any other duties or taxes chargeable on the specified goods. Duties or taxes. जब पूरे देश में
in the whole country it was reiterated that one nation, one tax, then how this big error being made now when there is uniform tax all over the country, how this is mentioned as taxes. Either it must be rectified and it should be disclosed that there is not only one tax in the country, but there are many taxes in the country. Through this particular bill, Inspector Raj is being encouraged. GST is on the production of pan masala. Sorry, the GST is on the consumption of pan masala, but the cess is being levied on the production capacity, but it will encourage Inspector Raj. And it has been mentioned that the compliance will be ensured through technological and inspection means. The officers will visit all the factories and they will take a call and what kind of decision they will make. If a machine is stopped for 15 days or more, they will be given a relaxation under this levy of cess. If it is for 14 days, they are not going to get any benefit. In bigger factories, they have AMC, annual maintenance contract. However, the small factories do not have this kind of contracts. So how it will be ensured that the machine is defective for 15 continuous days? So basically, they have to file returns for 12 times or more than 12 times. And if there are lapses, there are provisions of imprisonment and fine as well. Schedule 2 says that if the speed of the machine is 500 pouch, or if the weight of the pouch is 2.5 gram or more, then they have 1.1 crore per month cess will be levied from that factory. You see, there are pouches costing 2 rupees to 20 rupees, but the cess will be levied uniformly on all these pouches. So this will also kill the small industries, and the small industries will be discouraged and they will have to face great losses. Similarly, in this bill, in the first schedule at serial number 1, the pan masala has been defined on which the cess will be levied. At serial 2, it is mentioned that any other product which may be notified. Honorable Finance Minister has said that the demerit goods only will be levied with this cess, but in this Vidayak, nowhere it is mentioned particularly, and it has been left open. And any other product which could be notified may be added, and there is no mention of demerit goods. So this must be added. I request that it is very important to send this bill to a select committee because there are lapses in this bill. And Honorable Minister has brought out that this bill must be sent to a select committee so that the lapses in the bill may be rectified. Honorable Member Sri Jagdambika Palji. Honorable Chairperson, Madam, I am grateful that you have given me opportunity to speak on health security, say National Security Cess Bill 2025, which has been introduced by Honorable Finance Minister. Honorable Minister, yesterday in this very house, she introduced a bill to tax cigarette and tobacco. There was a separate tone, and today when she has brought a bill related to health security, say National Security Cess Bill, the opposition has a different kind of tone. I understand that this house is the witness that since independence from various departments and ministries and bills have been introduced in this bill, and this is a peculiar bill, and it will be the priority of the government that if they are levying a cess on a demerit good, every single money levied in such a manner will be spent in a targeted manner, and they have shown the priority how they will spend this money and what is the primary concern of any state or any country. So the security of the people and their health is the of utmost priority of the government, and the greatest concern of the government is to provide security to the citizen. And we have seen during the COVID time that the government accorded the foremost priority to the health of the citizen of the country. And second most important priority of the government is to secure the borders of the country, be it national security or any other important security matter. So I think the two most important priorities of the government is health security and national security. And I congratulate Honorable Prime Minister that he has combined both these priorities in one single bill, and we are going to levy cess from all demerit goods. And we are not going to spend that revenue for infrastructure. It is very important that development must take place. It was being told that we are growing at the rate of 8.2% per year, and India is the fastest growing economy, and it's been quoted by IMF, and Honorable Finance Minister has elaborately answered all those questions yesterday. She reads well, and she knows everything. Supriya ji is a very intelligent lady, and I would like to bring out that Honorable Finance Minister must be congratulated that he has combined two important subjects in this bill. And if we are levying this cess, we are using this revenue for security of health of each and every citizen of India. And secondly, this revenue will strengthen the national security as well. So this way we have introduced an important bill, and through this particular law, the government is guaranteeing the health and national security together. And whatever revenue is generated through this cess, it will provide good health services to the citizen, as well as it will strengthen our military for the security as well. Health of a particular person is the first line defense for that person, and for the country, first line of defense is the police and army. And this bill, it is not that this bill has come to increase the income. We assure that this revenue will be used for targeted purpose. And first time the Narendra Modi government has brought in such kind of bill. In USA, Barack Obama guaranteed Obamacare health guarantee for 24,000 people of USA. However, India has guaranteed health for 1.4 billion people, and the world does not believe that 5 lakh per person is being offered by the government under PM scheme. And people were struggling to get rid of the life-threatening diseases. And since COVID time, we are also providing food security also, and 5 kilo of food grain is being provided per head since 2019. And the government has also provided food security in this manner, and no one is worried that if they lose their employment, they have to go hungry. They have food security as well. In your constituency as well, people are getting benefit of 5 lakh rupees under Ayushman Yojana. And it is not only on paper. The people in rural areas do not have any health insurance and they do not have money, but the Modi government has given them health security in form of Ayushman Bharat Yojana. We are also talking about medical care, and we have also focused on medical education. Since in 2014 in India, there were only 378 medical colleges, but presently we have 706 medical colleges in the country, and it is a great achievement of the government. Earlier, everybody used to demand a hospital like AIIMS, and in 2014, there were only 7 AIIMS in the country. But in 2025, every state almost has a AIIMS-like hospital. And our government has taken a resolution to have a medical college in each and every district of the country, so that the youth get the opportunity to pursue medical education. All senior members are sitting here. Whenever there is an incidence of terrorism, the Home Minister during UPA government used to say that they have given a dossier to Pakistan government to take action against the terrorist, and action was not going beyond dossiers, and they also used to change clothes during press conferences. But post independence, you see many states which were suffering from left-wing extremism, Andhra, Telangana, Maharashtra. It was a great menace for these states. But in the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, 126 districts have got rid of this left-wing extremism, and Honorable Home Minister has set a target of March 2026 to get rid of this menace forever. You are not trying to accept all this, and it is the government has a strong report card, and they have made multiple great achievements. And the greatest threat to international security was the Naxalism. We have lost a great number of citizens to Naxalism, but today we can proudly say and that we are committed to completely get rid of this Naxalism, and the cess which will be levied through this bill will be used for the security purpose as well. The Naxal affected areas did not have any kind of communication or roads, but at present in those areas we have police and paramilitary forces is combating against Naxalism. On the other hand, we are also developing infrastructure in those areas. We are setting up post offices, medical centers, and other government services, and 30 crore rupees have been provided to each Naxal affected district. So all aspirational districts have also been provided with 10 crore of rupees. Banks, roads, post office are being set up in those Naxal affected areas. In 2017, the GST was implemented on pan masala, but today it is being repeatedly told that this cess is being levied for machinery. Till now, the tax was only on final production value, when the producer used to say that they are only producing 5,000 pouches, and they used to pay tax only for 5,000 pouches, but they used to produce 1 lakh pouches, and they used to pay tax for of goods. For the first time, I am speaking that the tax revision is being made for pan masala, and the cess will be used for the health and national security, and therefore this bill is worth a praise. And I feel that if you are producing 1 lakh pouches of pan masala, and you say that your machine has capacity of 1 lakh pouches, and you say that only 5,000 pouches are being produced per day. Kanpur is a huge center of pan masala production. Lucknow, Delhi, and many other places have pan masala production units. So it is a great reform. And in this house, Barunji, you are speaking, but all other states and the finance ministers of all the states which are from different parties, they all realized that this cess was mandatory, and this has been with a full majority was approved by every member. and there was a great deliberation in GST Council meeting. So I do not think that there is any scope of criticism. The cess was only calculated on the final production value, but now this will get over in March 26, and after that this bill will be enforced, and it will not be levied on final production value, but it will be levied on the capacity of the pan masala producing machine. So if each and every penny so levied is used for the health and to fight Naxalism and to strengthen the national security of the country, so once the government can provide 5 lakh for Ayushman Yojana, they are also committed to ensure the health of the citizen of the people. And any person who is above 70 years of age, be it from any community, will be provided this relief under Ayushman Yojana. On the one hand, you speak about revising tax regime, and on the other hand, you are supporting the loss of revenue. Your government will be shared, and in federal government, state governments are also important. Honorable Finance Minister has brought out that this revenue will be shared between the center and the states. And there was a great amount of tax theft on this pan masala product. Today, the whole world is struggling. Russia and Ukraine are fighting. Israel and Palestine are fighting. The whole world has become a battlefield, but India is growing rapidly, and the whole world is looking towards India and its GDP. Nobody is looking at India in other way. India is the only country at present which has remained stable in this great geopolitical instability. We have good relations with USA, but we have been buying cheap oil from Russia, and despite having good relations with the USA, we have continued to purchase oil from Russia. Why America has imposed a tariff on India? Because we have started purchasing cheap oil from Russia. So I feel, despite all this, that our export to USA has seen a downfall, but overall GDP rate today, I can say with full conviction that, and I can assure the whole country, it is a matter of pride that in this scenario of geopolitical instability, and it is from IMF.
Supriya ji, I want to say that what did they say? You are saying something else. And I quote.
Well, it is an IMF report. I think so. Isko bhi aap dekh lijiye.
Kindly look into this. And secondly, if we talk about the GDP growth today, if you look at quarter 2 of 25-26, I've got all the data, but I don't want to go in the details. I am talking about only one quarter here. Quarter 2, 25-26. What is the growth rate of India? You cannot disagree here. The growth rate is 8.2. India's growth rate. Today it is 8.2. And USA, whose economy, whose dollar is being talked about, it is 3.8%. Russia is 1.1%. China is at 5.2%. And in this house, we can say that our government, under the leadership of Narendra Modi, is getting the numbers in GDP, and it is at the fastest growth rate in 25-26. In Q1, we were at 7.8%, and then now we are at 8.2. Even if you talk about the IMF projection, it is more than China's 5.2. It is 6.6, and this has been happening consistently, and we are moving towards sustainable development, and that is why for the country, if it is ending on 26th of March, then the GST framework that we have, which is being brought in, so it will make the Indian economy resilient. And I feel that the work that has been started, I would like to say that you must have a look at it, that what would happen after March 26, the GST that was levied, that would be finished. And it is very natural that Pan Masala is 28% GST plus 135% cess. But if you remove that, how big a revenue loss will we see? And Minister has said it very clearly that it is not on any essential commodity. And the entire world has seen about essential commodity, and we discussed it yesterday as well. And the way I have never seen it in my entire life, that the way it reduced under GST. You look at the automobiles, cars, bikes, mobile phones, or tablets, the clothes. Kindly trust me, believe me, that in a day we could sell 300 bikes, 800 from Honda. People are not able to get more automobile or vehicles. That means that we are doing very well, even after the tariffs that have been imposed by the US because of the self-reliant India. I'm the first speaker. Let me kindly continue. The opposition is also listening to it carefully. No one is opposing that. And that is why I would like to say, when we talk about the health security, whether we are in the treasury, sitting on the treasury benches, or in the opposition, Mr. Saugat Roy is also there. He's a professor. When we talk about countries' security, and there we must have the fiscal, financial stability as well. And when we talk about the instability, the political instability that is happening, that is being seen, you must congratulate Mr. Modi that apart from seeing, despite these problems that are there globally, we are doing well. And I feel what the benefits we will see, is many people were saying about the units that are here and there. They will not be finished. Whatever machines you have, whether MSMEs, so they will give the details about machine, and that this much we produce, and they will have to give cess accordingly. So the tax evasion was easier earlier, but now it will be difficult because the machine has its own capacity. The raw material that you have, high value that you have, you will get benefits out of that as well, and evasion will be decreasing. First of all, I would like to also mention about the automobiles, and sometimes we missed collecting the tax on that, but now that will not be the case. And that is why I feel, I am sure you must also agree, Madam Chairperson, that because Just look at the space. You are always concerned about that. So the things that you talk about, if some earmarked system has been talked about, then nothing will be diverted, there will be no lapse, and the system will become even more transparent, the revenue will become stable, and the tax evasion will also go away. And I think this is for the welfare of country. It should be passed unanimously, and I conclude. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री वीरेंद्र सिंह जी।
धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chairperson. I would like to talk about the bill that has been presented by the Honorable Minister. Honorable Madam Chairperson, in our country, the thing that we are talking about, the thing that has been said by the Honorable Minister for applying cess, whether it is pan masala or other products, because of which many people from the downtrodden society, especially people living in the rural areas, they are highly affected, and cancer has become a pandemic. While talking about the bill, she has talked about health security, and I hope, I feel that this cess, whatever money that will be there, then definitely that will be used for the control and treatment of and prevention of cancer. Honorable Minister has talked about health security, and with that also talked about national security, which is a very sensitive issue. And she has turned this talk in this way, that if you oppose this, then you will be termed as anti-national, and if we don't criticize it, then people living in the rural areas, those who face problems due to this production, and according to some data, only in Purvanchal every year 2 lakh new patients are being seen. But on the name of treatment, if you see only Kashi Hindu University, what is the capacity there? How many diagnosis centers do we have there? And I think only one diagnostic center per crores of people, where such a lethal disease like cancer is there, that can be diagnosed. And you know that if with time, if in the very beginning symptoms of diseases like cancer are seen or recognized, then it is perhaps curable. Mouth cancer is increasing day by day, which is encouraged by the use of tobacco and pan masala. My colleague from the Treasury bench has said that we give the Ayushman card of 5 lakh rupees, and we are giving health security by providing that. I think our colleague should be aware that the cost of injection of cancer is around rupees 2 lakh, and to cover that up, if Honorable Minister collects the money through cess and uses that for the service in that sector, then definitely the people from treasury benches and the opposition as well, the bill that has been presented by you, we can support it unanimously. Honorable, and through you, Madam Chairperson, I would like to draw attention of Madam Honorable Minister that we are seeing something of very strange kind in the country. The drinks, the beverages, and they are increased. The places where these liquor is sold, they are increased by 20 to 30%. And these wine shops are placed where they are placed, established in the middle of the villages where people from the scheduled tribe communities are living, and this is done deliberately by the government so that they face trouble in their families, so their children do not get the education, so that they cannot progress. And that is why I demand that we need to change, we need to have a change in this policy, and the policy should be so stringent. And by amending the constitution, we should pass such a stringent law, strict law, where we talk about life imprisonment and capital punishment, that people, those who are involved in bootlegging and those who play with the innocent human lives, and they cause problems and losses to the revenue of the country. The place that I come from, we talk about Bihar, and our people living in the forest, the scheduled tribes, and the villages that are there in these areas, these shops are there. And it is a matter of grave concern for the entire country. You have talked about cess and what you have presented. That the capacity of the machines to produce, according to that capacity, we will have the cess. And the information that I have, according to the information that I have, that extra additional tax, the tax that is levied on GST, and the cess that is levied over that, that is called cess. And if you have to put tax, then GST should also be, if we put GST on the production capacity and then we put cess on that, then people will not get any chance to get involved in the tax evasion. As one of my colleagues said, that people produce, but they produce a lakh of pouches per day, but they show very less. If we put GST on the capacity of machine and we put cess on that GST, then I'm sure that these kind of people, those who are causing losses to our revenue, those who are involved in malpractices and adulteration, and due to which the diseases and the burden of diseases that we see among our people, and because of which the people in Mofussil and rural world are losing their lives, that can be stopped completely. All of you are aware that in the area, due to these beverages, drinks, and due to liquor, alcohol, the incidents of rape, plundering, murdering, etc. are also increasing. People chew the tobacco powder on the streets, and when the girls go towards the school and where these people misbehave with these girls, and if we implement it strictly, then I'm sure we will be able to control it. And if we talk about the increase in tax and we try to control them, then I'm sure we will have benefits in the revenue as well, and that the tax evasion that is being seen, even that will be controlled.
And this one, you have connected with the national security and definitely the borders of our country. Kindly conclude your speech. Sir, I've spoken very little. I've just started and asked me to conclude. And there is a difference between the party numbers and the mandate. You were also here sometimes, sir. When we'll get chance, we'll go that side, sir, to the treasury side. Thank you, sir. Sir, as far the national security is concerned, we have seen Operation Sindhu, and we have felt also the way in which our innocent citizens at Pahalgam, the way they were murdered, and through Operation Sindoor, the way the neighboring country was attacked. As a citizen of this country, we are proud of this fact that if this money is spent on the national security, I think there won't be any member who would oppose this. However, with honesty, if this taxpayers' money is spent on the desired works, then no member would be opposing this thing. We have seen that Namami Gange, in the name of Namami Gange, the cleaning of Ganga, thousands of crore rupees have been spent. Kindly conclude.
जो उसका खर्च होता है देश में
So in the country, in the name of cleanliness, in the name of toilets, thousands of crore rupees have been spent, and in that only 8 to 10% is being spent on the ground level, and rest of the fund is not being spent. This is the data which it says. That's why our honorable Chairman, sir, you are ringing the bell time and again. That's why I honor your direction, and I support this bill because this is for the national security and for the security of our health. It will be spent, this money will be spent on the right purpose, and our minister will respond definitely that this money won't be spent in some other way or on some other thing. I hope so, and with these words I conclude, sir. Thank you.
Many people were asking me why I am speaking on such a boring bill, which has nothing in it. I am speaking because this gives me an opportunity of mentioning other things which I could have mentioned in the 0 hour. But these are related to the vagaries of the mood of the chairman on the seat. So I speak here. I noticed that the finance minister is smugly sitting to pass this bill on a day when rupee has fallen to an all-time low.
It has crossed 90 rupees a dollar. Now, the economy in such a terrible condition, the finance minister has not cared to come and make a statement in the house. It's very unfortunate. The finance minister is speaking about health security at a time when citizens in Delhi are demonstrating against air pollution. The finance minister has not announced any scheme to control air pollution. Sir, you may be knowing that they say that living one day in Delhi is equivalent to smoking 25 cigarettes. Now, no plan. This air pollution goes on unchecked in Delhi. The finance minister is trying to Hindyize herself. This law is called, she likes this, Vishwas se Vivad Tak. Health security से national security sales bill. ये क्या है? English.
What is this? This is English. This is neither Hindi nor English. First it is Vishwas se Vivad, and from health security to national security. What is this? What is this language of finance minister? I think she may explain this thing to us.
Tax.
So this tax says
on pan masala. Yes, pan masala is a big business in India. We know that in Kanpur, some years back, they raided the premises of a pan masala manufacturer, Shikhar. 196 crores was discovered during that raid. Now we see that top film stars like Ajay Devgan, they advertise Bimal Ilaichi, and they used to advertise Shikhar also. So I do not know what disincentive is being given to this. Now, sir, now, if I may mention that this is a harsh law, I'll come to that later. This is according to, this is a demerit goods. Tobacco, pan masala, these are associated with serious public health risks. Pan masala causes oral cancer. Now the government is so desperate for funds that it is trying to raise revenue from demerit goods. Yesterday it did on tobacco, all forms of tobacco. Today it is doing on pan masala. It's so desperate for finances, for resources, that for the security of the country, you have to depend on a demerit good like pan masala. This is sad and quite ridiculous if you ask me. Sir, this difference in this cess is that it is not on production capacity, it's on the machine. It is on machines. That is not on actual production or supply. Am I right? You're thinking your brows. I'm saying cess should be levied on production capacity and not on actual production or supply. That is, it will be levied on machines. It will be a cess on the machine capacity of the thing. Now, why pan masala? They say that pan masala items under tariff 1210-69020 of the first schedule to Customs Tariff Act 1975. This industry is characterized by a high number of small and fragmented manufacturing units, frequent changes in machine configuration with high value addition, low raw material cost and ease of transport of finished goods. It's very light. You must have seen, sir, small packets of shikhar or pan parag, pan masala. What they do, they first bring the supari, then they grind it, and then they add a particular perfume which gives pan masala its distinctive flavor. So it is very cheap to manufacture, but the gains are enormous. Because you see that in rural areas, even in urban areas, people take 5-6 packets of pan masala and they keep it in their mouth for a long time, which may lead to oral cancer. So this is where the finance minister is trying to raise her revenue. Now, the government says that capacity-based levy would help curb evasion, ensure a level playing field, stabilize market pricing, and strengthen revenue integrity. Addictive pan masala is addictive and causes public health issues at mass scale, particularly for the poorer masses. People among the poor people, they either take bidis or they take pan masala. So the whole question rises that whether by increasing cess, whether by increasing the price of the packet, though government says that price of pan masala will not be affected, only we will collect revenue from pan masala sources. So here is a case where this cess will be levied and collected from taxable persons who own, operate, manage, or control the machines or processes used to manufacture specified goods directly or through any authorized arrangement. Sir, I went through the bill thoroughly, though it's quite boring. Main thing is government has been shouting over the house top that it wants to decriminalize offences in business. And they had a committee which took out many company law mein jitna ye tha,
In the company law, whatever was there and whatever policy was there, that's being removed here. And in this pan masala says this is
many decriminalized.
Decriminalization has not happened. You say that you will decriminalize it. Sir, please address the chair. You may please not respond to Nishikant ji. You may please express yourself.
Either who has control of a machine fails to pay the cess, fails to furnish returns, fraudulently obtains refund the source, obstructs or prevents any officer, then there will be a fine and imprisonment for a term which may extend to 5 years or with fine. No, मैं तो यही कह रहा हूँ कि
I'm saying only this, that on one side you say that this business offenses would be decriminalized, and on the other side you say that you will be sending them to the jail. In income tax also it will happen so that you will send the person who doesn't pay the income tax to the jail. So what is the policy of the government?
Criminalize financial offenses, or you want to criminalize them? That's the moot question that needs to be answered properly. Sir, up to 5 years for 5 crores. 2.5 crores and above, 3 years. And then for 100 lakh, 1 crore, it will be 1 year or whatever. Plus, they have introduced confiscation, power of confiscation, which is again draconian. Now the member who spoke from the Congress said that ultimately it will lead to a severe inspector raj. Now we say that in income tax we will have faceless assessments. Income tax officer need not see the taxpayer. And now here, the inspector, the officers under this, these are belonging to central, but to inspect, they will have to give returns, and if returns are not given, then punishment. So, which way is the government going? I would like that the finance minister to clarify. Because while I understand the desperate urge in the government to get more money, you need money. A new parliament building costs 20,000 crores. Prime Minister's Seva Tirth will cost hundreds of crores. Now for that, take money from pan masala, demerit goods, health, bad goods, and this is what you are doing. The government is thinking on two lines. On the one hand, you spend money like water. When there is no necessity from a new parliament building, you have built a new parliament building. When there is no necessity, Prime Minister was living in such a big house in Race Course Road, and now you're building that.
This parliament is under domain of honorable speaker.
Sir?
I think so. You are quite aware about the domain of the parliament. Parliament is absolutely.
Why does the government need so much
you are
money?
It means you are criticizing
Government
to
needs
your
money
parliament, to
for
your honorable
splurging.
speaker. नहीं ये
Sir, you understand what splurging is?
I can understand ये
Yes,
कार्रवाई का
splurging
हिस्सा नहीं
money.
होगा. आप विषय पे आइए, विषय पे आइए.
Please come on the subject.
हाँ, तो हमने स्पेल कर दिया.
हाँ.
It has been expunged.
Nishikant
Nishikant ji wants to say something.
एक मिनट दादा.
Please wait for some time. This point of order. This is 352, sir. This is 352. He has dragged the names of some people. He has been the urban development minister, and for his information, to say that all member of parliament who are in the residences for that security certificate is not given by the PWD. They have declined because this building is such, because of the security is the concern that nobody is safe, and those who reside in the residences and the other states in which the building, for that security certificate is not there. And for the prime minister, for the member of parliaments, is for the need of the hour, and whether the government has spent money in a wasted manner. And prime minister is also a member of this house, and so to say something about him, he has to give notice to him before saying anything about him. So this was the time required for the construction of new building. So to spend so much of money, and whether we had to construct new houses or new parliament building, and unnecessary expenditure has been done. And for that, you have to take it from cigarette, bidi, for this tobacco, from pan masala, you will extract this money. And for that, stringent laws you're bringing. So this is draconian law, sir.
You make an arrangement whether, like income tax faceless assessment, you can make an easy assessment of the tax to be paid by the taxable person. But you are not doing that. You are rather raising money and saying you must pay us money from pan masala, otherwise we'll send you to jail, otherwise we'll confiscate your machines, etc., etc. And then in pan masala side, you must have read this, you spoke about it, I could not follow all that you said. So Nirmala ji also spoke in Hindi. So I could not follow all that she said because we are Bengalis, we don't follow so much of Hindi. So problem remains.
It is already on Parliament app. You can go through.
Sir,
you can go through line by line. It is already on Parliament website. Parliament.
हम तो सर बंगाली है.
Sir, I'm a Bengali and I'll remain a Bengali. You are a Bengali, it's okay. but you cannot use Hindi in that way. So one South Indian lady can also speak in Hindi.
How you can,
Madam,
Vitt Mantri ji, माननीय वित्त
Honorable Minister of Finance.
I speak in Telugu, I may speak in English. How does it matter to the honorable MP? Because now, because of the way in which the speaker has made arrangement, he can get a translation in any language that he desires. And what is this saying? That she spoke in Hindi, therefore I can't understand. Available facility, technology is being used, he can understand it in any language he wants. Because he has not read the bill thoroughly, and because he wants to divert from the topic, he is bringing all these things, and I take objection, and it should be in the records.
Saugat Roy ji, you are, Mr. Saugat Roy ji, you are quite aware that translation facility is available. What finance minister has said, already the translation facility is available. Either any member can speak in any language, but immediately it will be translated. Yesterday, I think so, speaker has already said, आपने कल मेज भी बजाया, तो आप अपनी बात.
Yesterday as well, you said the same thing. You may kindly complete your point.
Saugat Roy ji.
Saugat Roy ji, please continue.
So this whole process,
कृपया समाप्त करें.
sir, this
Kindly finish your point, sir.
हम conclude करते हैं.
Sir, I shall conclude my point.
Elaborate separate mechanism regarding realizing taxes, cess on pan masala. You first have a commissioner, then the commissioner allows you to appeal, then you go to the appellate commissioner, then you have even the power to go to High Court. They have the power to confiscate machines. They have the power to arrest. And strange, in the case of non-cognizable and bailable offense, the proper officer not below the rank of assistant commissioner shall, for the purpose of releasing an arrested person on bail or otherwise, have the same powers and be subject to the same provisions as an officer in charge of a police station. Central Excise के officer को IC.
The officer of the Central Excise has been made the officer in charge.
In this law, and constantly it is mentioned, Amit Shah's law, Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Samhita, वो उसको application किया जाएगा.
That BNSS shall be applicable in there. How? We do not know. This is why there is too much evasion. You may realize it. But there must be proper mechanism for the same. In order to give power from assistant commissioner to commissioner.
So
Srimati T. Subati.
I think that this bill should be sent to a select committee of the parliament.
Srimati T.
to
Subati
look
ji.
into.
Srimati T. Subati.
Thank you, sir. I rise here to oppose the Health Security, say National Security Cess Bill 2025. At the very outset, sir, I would like to ask Madam Finance Minister a very simple yet a profound question. Why is the title of an English legislation framed as Health Security, sir, National Security? Why is this linguistic hybrid, sir? Why this attempt to inject a certain cultural or a linguistic flavor into what should be a neutral statutory title? This is not mere pedantry, sir. As our Honorable Chief Minister, Thalapathy M.K. Stalin has rightly pointed out, language is not merely a tool for communication. It's a question of identity, dignity, and democratic participation. So a law passed by the parliament must be accessible, neutral, and linguistically equitable. So I submit, sir, that the word say be replaced with for. Sir, imposing any cess or surcharge is like slitting the throat of federalism. Why I use that phrase, sir? Let me explain. The funds collected through cess and surcharge goes entirely to the union government and without any distribution to the states. The union government, sir, eyes rupees 6 lakh crore from cess and surcharge in the financial year 26 up to 10% over the financial year 25. All the states, most of the states protest against the shrinking share of this divisible pool of tax revenues not reaching them. The Health Security, say National Security Cess Bill 2025 now seeks to levy a new cess on machines or process used in the manufacture of pan masala and other notified goods. Sir, I would like to ask this August House through you, sir, when the union government can concentrate on the reduction of the sale of these harmful products, also creating an awareness amidst its consumers to reduce the use of such consumer products which are harmful to health, also creating an awareness amidst them, instead of doing that, imposing a cess on the manufacturing machines and the processes directly hits the small traders, especially the MSME. Also, it's neither acceptable on the general terms as well as on the ethical terms. I would like to explain why I use the word ethical. So the quantum of unused cess and the surcharge funds amount to 6 lakh crore rupees since 2019. That is not totally spent by the union government. While that is the scenario, why to bring a new bill, again a cess bill now, sir? That's my question. So this bill states that the cess is meant to augment the resources for meeting security expenditure on national security and for public health. In simple terms, the government says that it will use proceeds from cess on tobacco and pan masala to boost health and national security. Sir, this is really a thing to worry about. Let's remember the words of our Mahatma Gandhi, who said, means are as important as ends. So by which means you are collecting the cess and to which direction you are trying to divert the funds is a very important question. While the BJP professes that India is marching towards global leadership under the august leadership of our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, as Vishwaguru, based on the ideals of Dharma, isn't it very ironical to divert these funds, the cess, heavily laid on those manufacturing processes which are harmful for products? Isn't it really ironical, sir? Sir, let me come directly to the political heart of the bill. This government has been adopting a strategy for the past 10 years to convert taxation into cesses and surcharges because cesses do not go into the divisible pool and are not shared with the states. Sir, according to the 15th Finance Commission's report, let me make it clear here, the share of the cesses and surcharges has increased from 10.4% of gross tax revenue in 2011 to 12 to over 26% by 2024. This means states lose thousands of crores annually, and that is why I call it as a slitting on the throat of federalism, sir. Sir, our Dr. Annal B.R. Ambedkar warned us in the Constituent Assembly that federalism depends on the diffusion of power, not in its concentration in one center. But what's happening now, sir, it's a vice versa of it. Because this bill is another step in the systematic concentration of fiscal power, all concentrating only in the conglomeration of union government. So Tamil Nadu has consistently demanded through every pre-budget memorandum that the union reduce its reliance on cesses. But instead of correcting its fiscal imbalance, this bill deepens it. So let me say, how does it do it? This bill imposes a lump sum cess on machines and manufacturing processes, especially those used for pan masala. Let me be very clear, sir, pan masala and usage of it are harmful for health, very injurious for health. And states should take accountability in regulating that. There's no doubt about it. But the method chosen here through the bill is deeply flawed. And let me also say, why do I make that statement? Because, sir, there is a nuanced difference. The bill taxes machines for what they can produce, not what they actually produce. Even idle machines attract the same cess, and getting any reduction is complicated. This feels less like a tax, but more like an unnecessary burden. So I call it as cessification of governance, not justification of governance. I repeat, I call this as cessification of governance, not justification of governance, because this government's favorite economic formula has three components: headline plus chess plus no accountability. We saw this with Swachh Bharat says, Krishi Kalyan says, health and education says, road and infrastructure says, social welfare surcharge, and now this bill. So I repeat, this is cessification of governance, not justification. And even Madam Finance Minister in most of her speeches repeatedly has acknowledged that cess revenues have risen sharply. And I would like the House to make a note of it also, sir. And again, our Dr. Ambedkar has warned us that good intentions are of no value if the instruments are flawed. This bill is precisely that, good intentions strapped to a flawed instrument. Sir, the first casualty of this bill is the MSME unit. It hits MSMEs the hardest. Tamil Nadu has under 10 lakh MSMEs, many in food processing, packaging, and allied sectors, and they will be the worst affected sectors if this bill come into existence. So a government should tax its people with the delicacy of an expert hairdresser, not with the roughness or the power of a butcher. This bill, unfortunately, opts for the butcher's knife, sir. So there are another few worrisome observations. Here is power without judicial control. In this particular bill, it contains search, seizure, arrest powers, machine sealing, confiscation, and an entire inspection regime without adequate judicial safeguards. That has been rightly pointed out by our senior colleague Dada, that it will become an Inspector Raj. So Tamil Nadu already has first-hand experience of how easily enforcement powers can be misused. We won't budget, but it can be misused to intimidate small manufacturers. The bill hands sweeping discretionary powers to officers without sufficient checks, which is a matter of grave concern. So the bill says assesses for the health security and national security. These are national priorities, there is no doubt about it. But nowhere in the bill, not in a single line, is there any mention of a utilization framework, spending formula, transparency mechanism, a commitment to share with the states. That is why we call this bill not to be actually brought into law immediately, and it has to be considered to be sent to the Select Committee. Sir, after the GST compensation ended in June 2022, states like Tamil Nadu have repeatedly sought predictable physical support, which has been denied. Let me remind the House, as per the CAG reports, nearly 1.45 lakh crore of various cess collections over the years remained unspent. If this government has not spent existing health and education cess funds, why should we trust a new one? Sir, we have to remember Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who told the Lok Sabha in 1957.
Your point well taken.
A few minutes. I'm the only speaker, sir. Taxation must never become a substitute for planning or a cloak for unplanned ambition. This bill feels exactly like that. Sir, again, Clause 6 of the bill allows the center to double the cess in special circumstances. I would like to know through you, from the Madam Finance Minister, what are those circumstances? Who defines them? Where is the sunset clause? Where is the parliamentary control? This is a taxation by executive discretion, not by democratic debate. Even the British did not allow the executive to tax without parliamentary control after 1689. But here we are in 2025, giving the union government a blank check to levy and raise taxes. Sir, I am so proud, under the leadership of our Chief Minister, Thalapathy M.K. Stalin, Tamil Nadu has been ranking high in all its health front. Tamil Nadu's infant mortality rate is 13, among the lowest in India. Institutional deliveries are 99%, far above the national average. Tamil Nadu's public health expenditure is higher as a share of GSTP than most states. All this was achieved by our Chief Minister, not from the central cesses. It was purely because of his decentralized planning, his Dravidian model government based on the social justice policies and strong state autonomy. So true national progress is possible only when the union respects the rights of the states and works with them as equals, not as their subordinates. Sir, one important criticism raised by Aravind Banagria, the chairman of the 16th Finance Commission. I would like to make a notice of that in this August House. He recently called the issue of the center's increasing reliance on cesses and charges a complicated issue. Also, a conclave of finance minister in the context of the 16th Finance Commission have expressed concern over the growing imbalances in center-state fiscal relations. They plead the union governments to stop penalizing those states which perform well. A very important reminder to Madam Honorable Finance Minister is that in your own BJP-ruled Odisha, the government has demanded that the cess and surcharges be brought to divisible pool. It is totally against that in your own government ruling Odisha. So that states can get a share. Sir, I hope that the union government at least realize that when it is coming from their own quarters, it is a wake-up call. So only one minute. So a few questions. Why a cess and not a tax? Why no statutory rule for utilization? How much of the cess will actually reach health infrastructure? Why no state representation in monitoring? Why empower officers with near police powers without judicial oversight? Why tax machine capacity instead of actual production? How much revenue does the union expect to generate annually? How will this cess interact with GST regime principles? Sir, a few suggestions, sir, 2 minutes. Sir, you should make it mandate that at least 60% of cess.
Just 1
Sir,
minute.
sir, 1
Closing,
minute.
closing, sir.
I'm
1
closing,
minute.
sir.
Just
Sir,
closing.
closing. 60% of cess proceeds be dealt to states with formula-based transparent allocations, replace lump sum capacity-based slabs with proportionate output-based taxation to protect MSMEs, introduce mandatory CAG auditor utilization reports to be tabled annually in Parliament, include a sunset clause requiring Parliament's approval in every 2 years. Sir, if the government accepts these amendments, Tamil Nadu is prepared to work constructively. Tamil Nadu has been suffering a lot, pleading the union government to release the finance for all the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, for Manrega, and the union government is turning a deaf ear to all the requests, which is again
Thank
a
you.
slit on the throat of federalism. I would like to end with the
Alok-
quote by our
Alok
Thandai
Kumar Sumanji.
Periyar, a quote by Thandai Periyar. அதிகாரம் பொறுப்பில்லாமல் இருக்கக்கூடாது.
Power should not be with responsibility.
Tied from accountable responsibility. If it is done so, then that is the most dangerous thing that will happen on earth. If this is going to continue, the Tamil Nadu people will reply befittingly in the upcoming elections, sir. Thank you, sir.
श्री आलोक कुमार सुमन जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय।
एक मिनट बैठ जाइए।
मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता
आलोक
हूं
जी एक
कि
मिनट
आप-
बैठ
Alok Ji, kindly sit.
343, 343.
Sir, 343 and 345 of the Constitution. Sir, Tamil is one of the oldest languages, as already stated by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi Ji. The Tamil Kashi Sangamam has started today, and we have seen as to why Bihar and Bengal was bifurcated. After Mountbatten, there was the Governor General. Till 1950, Sri Rajagopalachari was the Governor General. He gave a great contribution in the Constitution. He was the one who had stated that there would be 2 languages for the Constitution. It would either be English or Hindi. No other direction has been given to the central government. So saying so on the basis of that there is discrimination going on, as both of them must be expunged as to what has been stated by Saugat Rai Ji and T. Sumati Ji. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, sir. I'm grateful to you that you've given me an opportunity to speak on Health Security, say National Security Bill 2025. Along with public health, national security is also being thought about. For national security, it has been proposed in the bill that there are some specified matters such as pan masala, and the production capability of those factories shall undergo assess so that public health and national security may be strengthened. It will help our country in making it a much more secure country, a much more stable country, and a resilient country as well in the domain of revenue as well. It will not only help in revenue generation, but will also help in nation building. In the same, it is a wonderful step in the same direction of health security, so that public health so other such matters can be adhered to. It is a matter of national security, and along with revenue generation, it shall be a helpful matter.
फंड में जाएगी
The cess levied will go to the Consolidated Fund of India and it will be used for the security of the country. Sir, the products like pan masala and tobacco are unacceptable to society, and there is a tax of 40% on luxury items like private jets, etc. And after the GST compensation tax is removed, it will ensure that the tobacco and pan masala prices do not go down. And there is a mention of levy of collection of cess, and the revenue so generated will be shared with the states as well. And I request that the share of states like Bihar may be increased, and cess so collected may be utilized for the improvement of lives of the people of the state. And there is a mention that the taxpayer will have to report how much machines are installed and what material is being used and how much production is being made, method of packing and procedure of packing, and technical and operational particulars must be furnished by the taxpayer so that the tax the cess can be calculated properly. So the monitoring and verification process must be made simple so that the taxpayer can report properly. Under section 4, the collection of tax must be done before 7th of the month. It must be changed to the 10th day of the month so that the taxpayer have adequate time to pay tax. There is also a provision that this cess may be implemented despite GST being levied, and it is on the capacity of the machinery and not the actual production. And the cess such so levied must be used on public health and national security, and the sane goods and demerit goods. There must be a permanent taxation framework. There is a secret business of tobacco products in the country, and therefore it is very difficult to levy revenue from this sector. There have been multiple instances of contravention, which includes tobacco, gutka, cigarette, pan masala, etc. And in case of delay in cess payment, 15% per annum interest will be levied, and it will be effected from the due date. And this cess will be used to arrange additional infrastructure for health and national security. And this cess must be continued till the time the complete cess is levied from the taxpayer. Honorable Chief Minister of Bihar, Sri Nitish Kumar, has released 1,73,000 crore rupees, and tax devolution for Bihar has been 17,000 crore rupees. Through this house, I request the government to release the due funds of Bihar so that the Bihar can move forward on the path of development. And a state will develop only when each and every citizen is healthy. And I support this bill and I conclude my speech. Thank you, sir. Sri D. Prasad Rao. Sri D. Prasad Rao.
I rise today to express my views on the Health Securities and National Securities Cess Bill 2025, a landmark legislation introduced by our dynamic and visionary Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji and our esteemed Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji. At the outset, I wholeheartedly commend the Modi government for again placing public health, fiscal prudence, and national security at the center of national policy making. The bill is not just a financial reform, it is a moral commitment to safeguard the health of our citizens and strengthen our nation's security architecture. For years, India has struggled with the devastating social and health impact of tobacco, pan masala, vodka, and similar harmful products. The economic burden on our health system is enormous. The NDA government recognized this challenge early and has implemented several deterrent measures. Now, the phase out of GST compensation says the government has taken a foresighted decision to impose the health security national security cess, ensuring continuity of revenue from sin goods, protection of public health, financial stability for national security infrastructure, and a strong deterrent against harmful consumption. This step reflects strong governance, long-term thinking, and the courage to take decisions that put nation above politics. Sir, the bill aligns seamlessly with the government's sustained commitment to public health. Over the last decade, the government share in total health expenditure has risen from 29% in 2014 to 48% financial year 2022. A significant increase in public investment. So, the transformative initiatives such as Ayushman Bharat, PMJ, which covers nearly 55 crore individuals and is established around 1.7 lakh functional health and wellness centers, reflect the government's focus on universal and equitable health care. By securing dedicated funds through this bill, we further strengthen the foundation of a healthier and safer India. However, sir, despite these important strides, the nation continues to grapple with serious health challenges. Anemia remains widespread, affecting more than 2/3 of children and nearly 60% of adolescent girls, while 3 out of 4 women still have low dietary iron intake. Equally worrying, hospital data from 2020 to 23 shows that half of the heart attack patients in India are under the age of 40, pointing to sharp rise in early onset cardiovascular diseases. We are also witnessing a rapid increase in overweight and obesity among children and adults alike, signaling an emerging nationwide health crisis. Chronic non-communicable diseases, heart disease, diabetes, respiratory ailments, and cancer now account for nearly 2/3 of deaths in India, up from less than 40% in 1990. Sir, it is in this broader context, the cess-based funding has become even more crucial. So yes, sir, we must also recognize that health challenges vary significantly across states. Andhra Pradesh, for instance, has the second highest HIV burden in the country, with 2.75 lakh cases. Nearly 59% of women in the state are anemic, communicable, maternal, neonatal, and nutritional diseases contribute over 25% of the state's total disease burden. These realities highlight the need for targeted state-specific interventions backed by the adequate resources. So, apart from this, there are some concerns for this bill. Hope the Honorable Finance Minister will clarify on this or clarify to the House on this. So the concerns, major concerns are, because the cess proceeds are not shared with the states, there is opposition from some quarters. States or political parties may argue that such revenue centralization harms federal fiscal structure. and calculating cess based on machines and processes rather than output might be a complex and may increase complaints burden on small manufacturers or units. If the government uses the cess for broader national security pending, there might be a less direct transparency about how much goes to health versus security, which can raise accountability concerns. So with this, I support this bill and commend Finance Minister to have introduced this bill for the safety of the health and security of this country. Thank you very much.
Shri Sanjay Deshmukh.
Shri Sanjay Deshmukh ji.
अध्यक्ष महोदय मी आपले धन्यवाद मानतो. या विषयावरती सभागृहात चर्चा करताना माझ्या मनात एकच प्रश्न वारंवार येतो.
There is a question in my mind that the health of the people must be protected. And the government in the there is no concern for the people. It is not evident from bill, and it seems that this bill is only for collection of funds. And most concerning thing related to health is tobacco and gutka, and the youth and the poor of the country. Their life is being destroyed by tobacco. In schools, in amongst laborers and amongst women, there are a huge number of people who use tobacco, and therefore the cancer is on a rise, and crores and millions are being spent on cancer, and families are being destroyed due to cancer, and the government is not paying adequate attention towards these issues, and people have to struggle a lot. There is a Nagpuri Karra Gutka in our state, and it is so popular that 4 out of 10 people are consuming this gutka, and this is a very alarming situation, and this habit is among the children, women, and people of all the ages are using this gutka. This is a poison, and it is a slow poison causing cancer amongst citizens of India. In my constituency has become a hotspot for cancer. Even innocent children are not spared. They do not know what they are consuming, and they're just enjoying it. A mother who sees her child in pain is very, very distressing. And in my constituency, every individual is spending 100 to 150 rupees on tobacco and tobacco related products, and it is a good amount. They don't have money to spend on medicine. However, they are spending a good amount of money on tobacco and tobacco related product. This is destroying the families. Honorable Chairperson, sir, if at all this government has to ensure the health security for the citizen of India, they must completely ban gutka and related products. The government is not thinking of putting a ban on gutka. Rather, they are only focusing on collecting and levying cess. This bill has been brought to levy cess on pan masala, and this cess so levied will be used for national security and health security, but this bill is harmful for the health of the country. People are getting sick. Children are getting sick. I am not able to see any health security in this bill. Honorable Chairperson, sir, we know that youth are getting cancer, and many people have lost lives due to cancer. People are suffering due to cancer. Therefore, it is very important to ban gutka so that millions of families could be saved. And it is very sad that the government priority is only to levy cess, and they want to promote their funds, and they are not concerned about the health of the people. They are not putting a ban on gutka. The production of gutka continues, and people are getting addicted to this menace, and this is a drama of health security. Actually, gutka and tobacco are being promoted, and the production of gutka and tobacco is being promoted. If at all you are concerned about the health, you should not levy cess, but you should ban the production of gutka completely. And this is how you can ensure health security of the citizen of the country. Therefore, the initiatives what you are doing for the health initiative is not true, and banning tobacco should be given at most priority. And it seems that this bill is only for collection of funds, and I want that gutka must be banned in the country.
Want to speak on this today. Thank you for giving me the permission to speak on the Health and Security, National Security Cess Bill 2025, sir. Sir, I appreciate the reason of bringing the bill. I won't say I object to the bill. I would like to support the bill because I'm not taking away from the intention of the government. We had a very detailed discussion yesterday, and in her reply yesterday, she at length was very practical and a very pragmatic approach of the Honorable Finance Minister of the challenges of tobacco and what the position is today in the larger interest of society. But my first question to the Honorable Finance Minister is why in the form of cess? Just yesterday in a reply, sir, you were present there. She talked about taxation at length, and we have no objection to any of taxation. इससे सरकार चलेगी कैसे अगर जब tax नहीं collect होगा?
How the government will function if there is no taxation?
But why in the form of cess specifically for this? And the other question I would seek I hope she indulges us in a clarification. My very learned friend who spoke extraordinarily well today is Sumati. She also asked the same question, is that if this cess ever has to be doubled, they don't need to bring it back to Parliament. We are not against it. We will support any such thing if you want to increase taxes on any good, which is not good for society at large. We will support the government. GST अच्छा bill आप लाए, हम आपके साथ.
You brought a very good bill in form of GST. We stood by you. We stood by you during the Operation Sindoor, and whatever you do for the good of the nation and interest of the nation, we will stand by you. And if this bill has been brought in the interest of the country, I request her and ask her why in the form of cess. And if you want to double
of this democracy, tomorrow you're going to downsize Parliament. हम चुन के क्यों आते हैं सर? अच्छी चर्चा आपने भी बड़े.
Why are we elected and sent to this house? You spoke very well today, sir.
That in this cess in the last 10 years, in the Honorable Prime Minister Modi regime, or era you can call it, the cesses have gone from 10% to 25%. I still remember, I miss Arun Jaitley ji. Arun ji jab the finance minister, tab
when Arun Jaitley ji was finance minister, he always used to speak a very good word in like cooperative federalism, and he used to say that he will give right of each and every state. But today, from last 5 to 7 years, we see a difference in policy decisions, and you are going towards cess. We do not have any objection in increasing the cess. You should you should turn it to tax, not cess. And most of the states have double engine government. So why there is a problem in bringing in tax rather than cess?
I'm not yielding, sir. That I want to know what it is. The split between health and national security. आप health के दीजिए अच्छी बात.
You're giving for health, it's good. We're doing for health, and we will welcome that. And for national security, of course, opposition is with the government. Like I've talked about Operation Sindhu, that we stood with you. But what would be the split? So there is no clarification that has been received. If in the reply it is talked about, it would be better. I would not like to repeat the points, but this business, it is a high profit margin business, and tax evasion can take place. I agree, but it is not really good for the public health. Professor Roy also talked about it, but I request the government that the question is not problem is not solved after by imprisoning people. We work together, and if you are imprisoning someone, what would be the solution? The Inspector Raj that is increasing, it will lead only to harassment. I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but I'm against this business. I think that this should be banned. The pan masala should be banned. And I know this cannot be done because we see that in Maharashtra it is still being sold in through black marketing. I'm not saying anything against anyone, but we have got such a good rule in the parliament. But you go near a college or a school and you will find that tobacco products are being sold, and it is deeply regrettable, and it is happening in every state. All of us have children at our homes, but how do we change that? We have to think about that. And sir, about the cess, I will quote a report of CAG, which is from the newspaper. I'm not a finance expert, but this is a report by CAG, which was in the paper. Otherwise, Nishikanji will not be happy. You were also not very happy about the report that I quoted about IMF. But I would like to tell you about health cess and education cess. I've also talked about the same in the budget, and I've asked them the same question, that the collection of cess, whether it goes there or not, and I'm just commenting, but the CAG report is saying
Action fund and monetization of national highway fund. ये सारा जो पैसा collect हुआ.
this money that has been collected, and for the purpose it has been collected, it has not been spent completely. So this is the CAG report. So I am asking for the response from the Honorable Finance Minister, that where did the money go? If the CAG report is claiming the same, then where did the money go? We give the tax, we pay our taxes, and we trust the government. But what are you doing with that money? You know, sir, you are connected with the people. You go to Tata Memorial Hospital. You have talked about Ayushman Bharat. It is a good program, but in that hospital, even if you go today, the people from downtrodden society, they are not able to buy the medicines. The government is trying. I'm not saying that the government is not trying, but whatever that should be done is not being done. We have visited and we have given a few suggestions. Yes, sir, I'm saying that efforts are underway. And another issue, I can table that paper as well.
3.6 lakh crore of cess collection. That is what the CAG report for the oil industry. एक मैं उदाहरण में आपको.
I'm just giving you an example, sir. If we talk about the oil industry, a lot of money goes to oil industry. If money is going out, And for the oil industry, if 3.6 lakh crore, only 2 minutes, sir, if it is being spent, then why did this why didn't this money go? This is the CAG report that is speaking. 3.6 lakh crore rupees, sir, we could have saved in the oil industry. Just imagine about the benefit. Kindly discuss. And sir, whatever they are doing for health, all of us are aware we have shortages of doctor. You have also talked about it. AIMS are being established, but if we are making more AIMS, do we have technical people working for working there?
Points I want to raise that even you were talking about the economy. I'm very happy. देश का भला हो तो हम सबके लिए अच्छा है. But all points I want to ask this government just for seeking clarification. Professor Saugata Roy ji ने भी आज कहा कि आज
Professor Saugata Roy ji has also said that we have reached 90 rupees. I just want to talk about two important points for the clarification.
foreign direct investment remained negative, standing to negative 2.4 billion in September, and portfolio flows that have been volatile. Foreign investors withdrew 23,885 crores in September and 34,000 in August and 17,000 in July. October briefly saw a net inflow of 14,000 crores, but selling resumed soon, and net flow of 3,765 crores of Indian equity. So, sir, ये आप कह रहे हैं?
So you're saying that India is going ahead, moving forward, but the volatility that we have in the world, we're talking about tariffs that we have protected.
Finance Minister would even clarify to us what is the real global scenario. Let's not only run after numbers. जो वास्तव है, आज महंगाई सर बढ़ रही.
The inflation is rising, sir. If you go back, family members will tell you about the same.
Would appreciate if she clarifies the cess. We are happy to support the bill, but this cess has to be spent for
Yesterday
what
she
it
has
is collected
clarified on
for.
your points, I think so in detail.
No, but we will expect it because we have people who
Shri
are
Naresh-
objecting and sending it to select
Shri
committee.
Naresh
We don't want
Mahaske.
it to select committee if she gives us a
Thank you.
clarification. Thank you, sir.
Shri Naresh Mahaske ji.
माननीय
Honorable Chairperson, sir. First of all, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart that you have given me the opportunity about this bill, and you have given me the opportunity to speak my mind on the same. Sir, I would like to thank the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and from the side of Dr. Eknath Shinde, I support this bill wholeheartedly. I would also like to thank Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji. I congratulate them, and I congratulate them because the aim is from health security to national security. It is not only a slogan, but the ideology of our government, which means healthy India and safe and secure India and a developed India. People selling drugs, and they will be taken care of. And we have seen the era that during the pandemic like COVID, the entire world was reeling under its effect at that time under the able leadership of Modi ji. In India, not only through vaccine Maitri, we gave vaccines and life to the entire world, but we took care of the citizens of India. And India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, but this development is possible only when the internal security becomes strengthened. I am proud that our Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. Amit Shah, and under his leadership, the security and safety of India is like a fortress. And after the abrogation of Article 370, we have made Kashmir an integral part of India. And before 2019, and if you compare the situation now about stone pelting, now the situation is better. Whenever the government talks about cess for the development, and the people of opposition cannot digest the same, they ask about the money, that where does the money go? So this cess is the same thing which would help to achieve security in India. I would like to clarify their doubts. And whenever you get out of your homes and you see the highways, shining highways, you see Vande Bharat trains, you see metros and Atal Bharat Setu, just remind yourself that this is when you are able to see Kashmir's Dal Jheel, Dal Lake, but you don't see the railway bridge, highest railway bridge. The train is running in Kashmir. In Tamil Nadu, we have 2000 megawatt Kudankulam power project, which is giving the energy to the country. It has been prepared by the same fund. Opposition feels that people can be misled, but the data doesn't lie. And for last 5 years, from 2021, the government has collected 19.47 lakh crore rupees of cess, where much of the money was given for the GST compensation. 30% was spent on infrastructure, 16% on education and health, which is being used as a facility by the poor people for 2026 financial year. 4.18 lakh crore rupees has been envisaged to be collected as cess, which is 8.19% more than the last time. And this doesn't go in any coffer of any politician, but for the development. When we talk about India Alliance, they have always thought about themselves. And we must not forget Bofors and Augusta Westland and the scams which were, because there was a Khichdi scam, they should be ashamed of their politics, where they did not miss any opportunity to mint money, where they talked about removing the quota law. They have a track record of nepotism and corruption. They used to collect the taxes, but they used it for their foreign trips. And this is the reason Haryana, Maharashtra, Delhi, and Bihar have also neglected their vote chori claim. People have shown them the mirror, the way they are moving. The day is not far when they will be when they will come to a single digit MP party and they will be called only a state party. Madam, I would like to talk about the technical aspects of this bill. It is talking about the cess on pan masala and products, but there's a revolutionary change. First, it was the tax was on the production. That is why the tax evasion was easier, and the factory owners used to show less production. But under this bill, the capacity of machine and the production related to that cess will be levied on that. It is based on self-declaration, but if someone lies, then, ma'am, I am the only speaker. And if the cess is found to be tampered with, then there will be a penalty. And this bill has also ensured that it gives this assurance to the government that they can increase it at least twice. Every manufacturer has to register, and stringent audit rules have been also noted. If there is tax evasion, then there is a provision of imprisonment, and reading and attachment of the machinery have also been provided in this bill. And according to the bill, if a machine is manufacturing 500 packets or pouches, if it is of 250 gram, then 1.01 crore rupees of cess will be levied. If the pouch is 2.5 grams to 10 grams, then it will be 3.64 crore cess that will be levied. And if it is more than that quantity, then 8.49 crore of heavy cess will be levied. And the money that will be collected through this cess, it will be put into the consolidated fund, and it will be used only for the national security and health security of the countrymen. This money will strengthen the country. And madam, this bill is not only about revenue, it is about humanity as well. India is one of the biggest consumers of tobacco. Every year, people lose their lives, and the number is 13.5 lakhs per year. And every hour, 5 people lose their lives due to oral cancer. And when the tobacco products become expensive, the consumption will become low, and the money that will be received, we will use that for the beneficiaries of Ayushman Bharat, and we will open more medical colleges. We have 2,045 medical colleges and 32 AIMS. We have 51,000 now. Now we have 18 lakh number of seats of medical colleges, and this money will be used to prepare the future doctors, those who will take care of our health, and people those who have been selling poison. Now the situation demands strict decisions, and when the cess comes, people will become healthier, and there will be less addiction. And then, ma'am, I would like to say in the end that this talks about the resolve of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, and we have promised about the security. You can look at its shortcomings, but we have done tremendous development. Thank you.
Prabha Mallikarjun.
Honorable Madam, I rise to speak on the Health Securities and National Security Cess Bill 2025, not with statistic alone, but with the lived reality of Indian families. A mother in rural India still walks miles under the scorching sun of a simple vaccine. A daily wage worker still falls into debt for a hospital bed. Health is not an accounting entry, it is human dignity. Speaker Madam, healthcare in India is fundamentally delivered by the states, the PHCs, the CHCs, the district hospitals, emergency care. Federal balance is not decorative, it is engine of our healthcare system. And no national security structure can stand on a weakened foundation of fiscal federalism. This bill proposes a new cess on machines and processes used to manufacture pan masala and tobacco products. The intent may appear noble, but our duty as people's representative is to examine its very architecture. First, the cess is outside the divisible pool. States who run almost the entire public health machinery will receive nothing. Past cesses have remained unutilized, untransferred. Without a non-lapsable fund, independent audits, mandatory reporting, this bill risks becoming yet another opaque revenue system, although the finance minister did mention that this cess will be divided with states, but it is nowhere mentioned in the bill. Madam, this is not an exception, but has become a norm. Cesses now form around 14.8% of union taxes, which increased from 9.5%. Rupees 94,036 crore from the education cess, rupees 3.69 lakh crore from various other cesses has never been transferred to the designated funds, exposing systemic opacity and eroding federal trust. Additionally, the bill merges two important objectives, health and national security, into a single cess. This dilutes clarity, increases the risk of diversion, and makes auditing across two priority sectors very difficult. Instead of strengthening cooperative federalism, this bill creates a parallel stream outside the GST framework, exactly what the 14th and 15th Finance Commissions warned against when they urged raising states' share above 41%. Yet we see another levy that bypasses states entirely. Speaker Madam, let us confront the public health burden this cess claims to address. As per the National Academy of Medical Sciences 2025, India records around 130,000 new oral cancer cases every year, and tragically over 75,000 annual edits, which is among the highest in the world. A 2023 national study shows that patient spends on an average rupees 1 lakh out of pocket for oral cancer treatment, and 96% of families experience catastrophic health expenditure, meaning the illness destroys their financial stability. This is a real economic burden which India is facing. Therefore, if we levy a cess in the name of health security, let the budget must be ring-fenced palliative care and strengthening the state healthcare systems. Not a paisa should disappear into opaque accounts like it's been happening. Second, the bill imposes heavy compliance burdens on small and medium manufacturers, liabilities up to rupees 25 lakh per month, and grants sweeping powers of search, seizure, and arrest. Regulation must not become intimidation. We must also acknowledge another reality. The tobacco ecosystem employs nearly 36 million people, farmers, beedi rollers, small manufacturers, transporters, packers, and this reform cannot be built by pushing the poorest to the edge. Therefore, Madam, I propose three constructive amendments. First, a turnover-based exemption threshold so that small and medium manufacturing units are not crippled by this cess and shielded from crushing compliance. Second, a dedicated BD workers' livelihood transition and welfare fund offering skilling, microcredit, health protection, and pathways to alternative livelihoods. Third, a statutory requirement that a fixed percentage of the cess be transferred to the states to uphold fiscal federalism and equip the states to handle tobacco-related disease burdens. Speaker, Madam, let us situate this in India's broader health context. India still spends just 1.9% of GDP on health, which is far below even our own national health policy target of 2.5%. Supplementary grants every year show chronic under-budgeting. If health is a priority, it must appear in the union budget and not in the last-minute cesses. We have around 31,882 PHCs at the grassroots, but many still lack doctors, diagnostics, 24/7 services. The ruling party mentions dash number of aims with a lot of pride, but in reality, we all know these aims are without specialists, mandatory health services, and long appointment waiting lists. Quantity without quality cannot deliver health security. A PHC without a doctor is a building. A CHC without diagnostics is just a signboard. But addiction cannot be fought with taxation alone. We need awareness campaigns, counseling, cessation clinics, and behavioral support. A cess cannot rebuild lives. A roadmap will definitely do, ma'am. Speaker, Madam, India needs a genuine alternative, raise health expenditure to at least 3% of GDP in the union budget through transparent budgeting. Treat states as equal partners in health seas, district hospital, and even the pride of our nation, aims. Focus on quality services, not just numbers. Publish annual health security accountability statements. Launch a national cessation support mission for addiction treatment and behavioral change. Speaker, Madam, this bill collects revenue from the people, but withholds trust from the states. And without trust, no health system can endure. I would like to quote a line from Sri Rabindranath Tagore's work. Faith is a bird that feels the light and sings while the dawn is still dark. Let us not darken that faith with opacity. Let us build a system where every rupee is accounted for, every state empowered, every worker protected, and every citizen secure in health and thereby in national security. Lastly, Madam Finance Minister, I wish you keep in mind the health of economy, which is in dire straits as we speak. You propose to generate revenue for defense expenditure, which is becoming costlier because of rupee, which is in free fall. Thank you, Jai Hind.
श्रीमती भारती पारधी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. In this August, how this health security say national security says 2025, I got the chance to discuss and speak my viewpoint on this and this historical and far-sightedness of this bill. For this, I support on Prime Minister Modi ji and the Honorable Finance Minister, Madam Sitharaman ji. I congratulate and thank her. And this bill is not just a financial system, but also for the health security, national security. It will strengthen further, and it's very decisive step in this direction. And the people's security and the health security and the national strength has to be strengthened further in this route. Is a route in the route of this bill, and definitely will have a developing country with this. And Honorable Chairperson, with this pan masala and other notified objects will be assessed further, and that will help us health and national security to get income from this. This is very important because some businessmen get the gains, but they definitely spread this risk of the health, and by contribution from these people will be good for the security of nation. And Honorable Manager Person, bill based this machine based speed for per packet, the production of that has been made the basis for this taxation or cess. This is very transparent and technical production 11 lakh per month in this stable cess, and it will not be putting more burden on them. Then definitely showing the sensibility of the government. And Madam Chairperson, apart from this, in the payment of cess, the irregularities are to be punished by the penal things, and this process will help us our taxation process much more better. And irregularity and more than 1 lakh of tax pilferage will be resulting in the jail, and it's very much necessary for the system. And this farsightedness of this government is appreciated here. If publicly it is required, then this cess rates can be increased up to 2 times. And this proposal also has been there in the bill, so that national security and the health priorities are not affected. Honorable Madam Chairperson, the present bill is having some suggestions from my side. First is that in the bill there should be provision that all the machines on physical production monitoring system, MMS, will be connected with that, so that the production data is given to the tax department, and the tax can be levied accordingly. And in the bill, it will be clarified that the machines would be having that speed, and for this verification would be done by the third party. Some agency will be monitoring this, so that the producers may not have the less capacity showing, so that they may be giving only less cess. Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji is appreciated for this historical and very practical kind of bill which has been presented here, and for this I congratulate him and I support this bill, because this bill will not only give the financial stability, but the health and the national security will also strengthen further. This is a direction, this is a move in this direction. And Honorable Madam Nirmala Sitharaman ji is congratulated here. She is thanked her for this bill, for presenting this bill. She is appreciated. Thank you, ma'am.
श्री राजीव राय।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, that you give me a chance to speak on this important bill. Madam, first of all, I would say that I am not in favor of this consumption of gutka. Mahatma Gandhi said that anything which is having the intoxication is bad for the heart and for the mind and for the spirit of the man, and it weakens us further. I support this thing. So this is the reason that in my personal life also I have not consumed this liquor, pan, gutka. So I can say with force that what is the coming line. And it's true that there's one more truth, that almost 4.5 crore people are connected with this industry as a small businessman, transportation, or connected in some way by packaging, or some farmers are there who are connected to this field. कानून बनाते हैं तो so when we frame some law in this regard, we have to see that it may not affect those crores of people and their families. Madam Chairperson, this cess is not a solution to any problem, and by leaving the sex and connecting it to the health and connecting the cess to the internal security, so this is really unfortunate. And if our security is connected or affected by the cess on gutka, it's then really at the mercy of God. And we have this education cess and other things. Why this cess then? And it's not also clear in this cess that how much will go to health, how much will go to the internal security. And CAG's report says, and Samajwadi Party's report is not this one, is CAG's report that 3,70,000 crore rupees cess has not been transferred in 6 years. 48,000 crore rupees, according to CAG, is not been transferred for the middle class education, and 37,000 crore rupees for health, which was to be transferred, has not been transferred. And the money which has been collected, that has not been transferred so far for the required field. And this cess on gutka, in many states the ban is there. In many countries of the world this has been banned. In UP, Bihar it is being allowed because poor people are connected with that. And if you tell with honesty you want to strengthen the health department, I would request you, madam, before saying our Purvanchal area's honorable member and Mantri ji is also there from that area, so I feel that they will also be agreeing to the point which I'm presenting here. But their soul and the conscience is being suppressed. I think they can't see the truth. That's why he has or they have gone from here. They say that those who have the ego, and they are really very cruel. He has gone. They have gone with a lot of hardening of heart. And Purvanchal is such area from where I come. If we talk about education, health, then this people who are having less than 6 members, then swasthya card is not being made for them, and the families which are having very serious diseases like cancer and other things. So the patients of cancer, especially from area, and because of arsenic water, the people who are getting disease and the cancer like disease, they're not being treated and they're not being getting the treatment. And before cancer patients are lying there and not being treated. I lost my father. He had the throat cancer. I went to those who get this kind of disease, they don't get the treatment properly, and money is the issue. So how this can be cured? And if you're really concerned about the health, then the people like us who come from Uttar Pradesh, where this health mafia is working, and cough syrup is being having the poisonous effect, and children are dying. So you just for the tax are talking about the health. And in Disha Bathak also, in Disha meeting, I had raised this matter, and women lose their lives, and the fake doctors are working, and they get the protection from some people, and big doctors' names are mentioned, and other doctors who are the fake doctors, they're treating the people. And paracetamol is being sold, which is fake. And in the protection of health, we have these fake medicines, fake hospitals and nursing homes. So when you give permission and license to these institutions, who will be the specialist, who will be the doctor, isn't that connected with the health security? Why don't you think about that? So the health mafia which is working in Bihar, UP, that has to be dealt with. And the money which is being spent, which was given as a cess for the primary education, for the middle education, that money has not been transferred to the states. And what are the conditions? Here the schools are kilometers apart. You should have stopped. Others also, those who are speaking, other members from BJP have gone. Have you got the license that you only speak? You can't you tolerate the truth? You, madam, you can see. We had the discussion on 370. We were discussing on China, Pakistan. So I want to show the mirror. This is the mirror. They have to see that mafia is working, they are getting the production from the government, and the money is being transferred from the bottom to top. And if a challenge, Madam Mantriji can go with me, and Prime Minister can also go in my area to see these things happening. And you are connecting the internal security. You are connecting internal security with this. This is also disease. With the money of cess, it won't be cured. And Madam, you are an intellectual person. You're very kind. I would like to request you, Madam, that this text is called as this text has got technicality, and the machines will produce, and you have connected with the production, and the cess will be levied accordingly. Just imagine if the product is spoiled one or not, because this machine is working, and they have to give cess, and the counting in the machine is done to give the cess. Then they will try to sell the bad product also. And what will happen to the health then? It's very important discussion, Madam. Please give me some more time to speak from my viewpoint. And Madam, with the money of cess, I'm against connecting it with the internal security. Our protection security won't depend upon the cess from gutka and tobacco. And for internal security, whatever tax you want to levy that. But our Netaji used to say that national security is supreme. You may levy the tax, but from tax, if you want to keep with yourself, you want to use the states. In Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, the gutka is maximum, is sold in maximum numbers. If you have taken it in the name of security, health, then you have to change the condition of hospitals. I'm demanding this thing that cancer hospital should be opened in an area, and cancer
डॉक्टर लिख देते हैं। और तब मैं आपसे अनुरोध करता हूं, कंक्लूड कर रहा हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में जहां कफ सिरप को सत्ता से संरक्षण मिलता है, उसको तोड़िए। जहां चिकित्सा माफिया है, उसको तोड़िए। जो फर्जी डॉक्टर्स के नाम पर पैसे लेकर अस्पताल चलवाया जाता है, उसको तोड़िए। तब स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा होगी। गुटके के पैसे से स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा आप नहीं कर पाएंगे। जब देश का स्वास्थ्य ठीक नहीं रहेगा तो आंतरिक सुरक्षा ऐसे ही खत्म हो जाएगी। धन्यवाद, आपने बोलने का मौका दिया।
रानी जी।
Respected Madam, I rise to speak on the Health Security and National Security Cess Bill 2025, which aims to provide stable, long-term revenue stream for the health emergency preparedness and the national security. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the urgent need to strengthen disease surveillance response system and public health infrastructure, making this bill timely and welcome. First, I would like to acknowledge some of the positive aspects of this bill. Dedicated and predictable health security funding. This bill recognizes the public health emergencies cannot be managed by irregular, hardcore budget allocation. A dedicated cess ensures a stable and long-term funding stream. This funding can support disease surveillance network, expand ICU and emergency care capacity, and back vaccine research. The public health supports national preparedness. This bill allocates research to strengthen both public health and national security, recognizing the robust health infrastructure in crucial for overall national preparedness. While acknowledging the positive aspects, I would like to stress for the states like Andhra Pradesh, which continue to face significant public health and infrastructure gaps. It is crucial that the cess benefits reach the frontline and support the state level preparedness effectively. Firstly, ensuring the safe drinking water and preventing waterborne diseases and preventing food poisoning happening in the residential schools of Andhra Pradesh. I may bring to the kind notice of the government that in a couple of months back, the jaundice outbreak happened in the Kurupam Girls Residential School, where 2 innocent tribal students lost their life and 170 students, tribal students, admitted in hospital due to jaundice. This jaundice outbreak is happened due to contamination of water with fecal matter. It is completely negligence of the state government not to provide the safe drinking water to the students who are studying in the residential schools. And it is due to the under maintenance of RO plants. And this our former CM Sri Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu demanded for the compensation and accountability for the from the state government. But so far nothing had been happened. The second incident happened a month back, immediately after the Kurupam issue, where food poisoning happened in the government residential school run by the state government in Jarela and Rajendra Palam. In Jarela, 53 students fell sick, and in Rajendra Palam, 22 students fell sick and admitted in hospital only because of food poisoning. So, by these incidents has raised the concern about the state response on the health crisis affecting the tribal students and inadequacy of public education infrastructure. And today I raise this issue in this house because there is a saying in Telugu that Neti Balale Repati Paurulu, and there is another important issue in Andhra Pradesh. In 2025, PHC doctors' protest in Andhra Pradesh reveal serious pressure on the public health care, with overall 1,100 centers at risk, shifting outpatients and the emergency services due to the staffing shortages and long-standing resolved grievance, while temporary measures like deploying substitute staff and restoring the in-service PG quota were taken. Long-term issues remain. The health security and national security should be taken strengthened in the rural and the tribal PHCs by hiring the retaining staff and improving the promotions and the incentives, expanding emergency care training and upgrading the infrastructure. So the service remains uninterrupted and the vulnerable communities receive the reliable health care. By this, the Health Securities and National Security Says Bill must clearly focus on providing the safe drinking water and upgrading the rural water pipelines and providing the surveillance of waterborne diseases in the high-risk districts like ASR and Manyam in Andhra Pradesh. In additional priority should be improving sanitation and the health services in the welfare schools. Thank you.
माननीय सभापति महोदया, आज मैं स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा उपकर विधेयक 2025 पर चर्चा के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूं। यह विधेयक स्वास्थ्य और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के नाम पर केंद्र सरकार प्रस्तुत कर रही है। यहां समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि गुटखा और पान मसाला पर उपकर शेष वसूल कर लोगों को स्वास्थ्य कैसे ठीक किया जा सकता है। अगर सचमुच केंद्र सरकार को लोगों की चिंता है तो बिहार सरकार जैसी शराबबंदी की तर्ज पर संपूर्ण देश में पान मसाला एवं गुटखा बनाने और बेचने पर प्रतिबंध लगा देना चाहिए। लेकिन सरकार को आम लोगों की स्वास्थ्य चिंता की जगह पर सरकार को अपनी जेब भरने की चिंता है, न कि आम लोगों की स्वास्थ्य की चिंता है। दूसरी तरफ पान मसाला, गुटखा एवं तंबाकू जैसे उत्पाद पर प्राप्त होने वाली आमदनी से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का क्या लेना देना है, इस विधेयक के प्रावधान से कहीं भी स्पष्ट नहीं है। क्या पान गुटखा बनाने वाली कंपनियां कोई ड्यूअल टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करती हैं, जिससे राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को खतरा पैदा हो जाएगा? यह तथ्य अपने आप में बेहद हास्यास्पद है कि सिवा और कुछ भी नहीं है। निश्चित तौर पर कुछ ऐसे प्रोडक्ट हैं जो दोहरी तकनीकी का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, जैसे परमाणु ऊर्जा उत्पादन के क्रम में परमाणु बम बनाने के यूरेनियम पैदा होता है। लेकिन पान गुटखा बनाने वाली व्यवस्था राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को चुनौती देगा। कहीं न कहीं इस प्रावधान में राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा शब्द जोड़ देने से उपकर से अर्जित आय का हिसाब किताब आम जन को सूचना से मरहूम कर देने के अलावा कोई दूसरा कारण यहाँ नहीं दिखाई देता। कानून बनाने के क्रम में एक जगह उल्लेख है कि सरकार अपनी मर्जी से किसी नए प्रोडक्ट का नाम इस सूची में जोड़ सकती है। एक जगह कानून में यह भी लिखा है कि सरकार चाहे तो कोई पेनाल्टी और इस तरह के शेष को आंशिक और पूरा माफ कर सकती है, जिसका दुष्परिणाम यह होगा कि सत्तारूढ़ दल को चुनावी फंडिंग, इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड में आनाकानी करने पर दंडात्मक कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अगर कारोबारी सहमत होंगे तो माफ भी कर देने का प्रावधान है। साथ ही इस विधेयक से इंस्पेक्टर लाइसेंस राज की वापसी का भी रास्ता साफ हो रहा है, जबकि वर्तमान सरकार रोज इस सदन में ईज ऑफ डूइंग का ढिंढोरा पीटने में लगी रहती है। यह उपकर पूरी तरह से केंद्रीय स्तर के लिए बना है। इसमें राज्यों के साथ किसी प्रकार के शेयरिंग मैकेनिज्म का स्पष्ट उल्लेख नहीं है, जबकि स्वास्थ्य भी राज्यों की बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के नाम पर वसूले गए संसाधनों पर राज्यों को पूरी तरह से बाहर रखा गया है। संविधान का अनुच्छेद 277 राज्यों के उपकर के राजस्व में कोई हिस्सा नहीं देता, जबकि राज्य 60% सार्वजनिक व्यय का बोझ स्वयं उठाते हैं, क्योंकि केंद्र गैर साझा करने योग्य उपकरों पर ज्यादा निर्भर हो रही है। 15वें वित्त आयोग ने राज्यों के हिस्से को 41% तय किया था, पर केंद्र सरकार के उपकर बढ़ाने से राज्यों की वास्तविक हिस्सा कम मिल रहा है। इसके माध्यम से केंद्र सरकार राज्यों से परामर्श, जीएसटी काउंसिल के विस्तृत विमर्श और वित्त आयोग जैसी संस्थाओं की सिफारिशों की प्रतीक्षा किए बिना धीरे धीरे संसद से ब्लैंक चेक मांगने की कोशिश कर रही है। सरकार इस शेष को राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा से जोड़कर भावनात्मक सहमति लेने की कोशिश कर रही है। राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और पब्लिक हेल्थ पर खर्च बढ़ना चाहिए, लेकिन सवाल यह है कि उसका रास्ता ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए जो असमान, अपारदर्शी और राज्यों तथा श्रमिकों के हितों के खिलाफ हो। यदि सचमुच उद्देश्य राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और स्वास्थ्य और संरचना को मजबूत करना है, तो सरकार को चाहिए सामान्य बजट प्रक्रिया, वित्तीय उत्तरदायित्व और संसद की फाइनेंस कमेटियों के माध्यम से स्पष्ट बजट प्रावधान करती, न कि एक और नया शेष लगाकर टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर को और पेचीदा बनाती। विधेयक यह कहता है कि उपकर से प्राप्त रकम पहले समेकित निधि में जाएगी और बाद में स्वास्थ्य तथा राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा पे खर्च होगी, पर किसी स्पष्ट बाध्यकारी अनुपात, पारदर्शी रिपोर्टिंग या स्वतंत्र ऑडिट रिपोर्ट की मजबूत व्यवस्था का उल्लेख यहाँ पर नहीं है। अभी तक कोई स्पष्ट आउटकम फ्रेमवर्क नहीं दिया गया। इससे से जुटाई गई राशि से कितने नए अस्पताल, कितने हेल्थ सेंटर, कितने रक्षा प्रोजेक्ट या आपदा तैयारी पर तंत्र बनाए जाएंगे। सरकार इस उपकर को मुख्यतः पान मसाला और आगे अधिसूचित विशिष्ट वस्तुओं पर लगा रही है, जिन्हें यह हानिकारक मानती है, पर न तो सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य विशेषज्ञों की सिफारिशें, न ही एनएसडीसी, गैर संचारी रोग, कैंसर बोझ आदि के किसी वैज्ञानिक अध्ययन का हवाला देकर विधेयक में स्पष्ट रूप से दिया जाना चाहिए था। यदि वास्तव में उद्देश्य नशे की बुरी आदतों को रोकना है, तो सरकार को तंबाकू नियंत्रण कानूनों को सख्त पालन, उत्पादों की पैकेजिंग, विज्ञापन नियंत्रण, पुनर्वास कार्यक्रम और राज्यों के स्वास्थ्य बजट को सीधी मदद जैसे उपायों पर प्राथमिकता से काम करना चाहिए। सिर्फ टैक्स बढ़ाने से व्यवहार परिवर्तन की गारंटी नहीं मिलती। यह बिल कहता है कि कोई भी व्यक्ति जो निर्दिष्ट वस्तुओं के उत्पादन के लिए कोई मशीन ओन ऑपरेटेड या कंट्रोल करता है, उस पर शेष लगेगा, चाहे वास्तविक उत्पादन कितना भी हो। शेष मशीन की उत्पादन क्षमता के आधार पर लगेगा, न कि वास्तविक आउटपुट पर। यानी अगर बाजार में मंदी, उत्पादन घटाना पड़े या मशीन आंशिक रूप से चले, तब पर भी पूरा शेष देना होगा। इसका सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान छोटे और मझोले उद्यमियों को होगा, जो पान मसाला और इससे जुड़े सेक्टर में कारखाने चलाते हैं, किराए पर मशीन लेते हैं, साझा मशीनों से काम करते हैं। इन इकाइयों में काम करने वाले हजारों लाखों मजदूर, पैकिंग वर्कर, परिवहन कर्मी और सप्लाई चेन से जुड़े लोग अचानक बहुत बड़े टैक्स बोझ और अनिश्चितता के दायरे में आ जाएंगे। यह उपकर मशीन की रेटेड स्पीड के आधार पर लगाया जाएगा। ज्यादा स्पीड वाली मशीन पर प्रति माह करोड़ों रुपए तक का उपकर देना होगा, जिससे छोटे मध्यम के यूनिट या तो बंद होंगे या फिर गैर औपचारिक अवैध उत्पादन की ओर धकेल दिए जाएंगे। पान मसाला और संबंधित उद्योगों को आपूर्ति श्रृंखला में काम करने वाले लाखों मजदूरों के लिए न तो इस विधेयक में कोई सामाजिक सुरक्षा का प्रावधान है, न वैकल्पिक आजीविका का कोई व्यवहारिक खाका, जबकि अवैध बिना बिल के उत्पादन से राजस्व हानि और मिलावटी उत्पादों का खतरा और बढ़ेगा। विधेयक में स्पष्ट नहीं किया है उपकर कब तक वसूला जाएगा, कौन सा वित्तीय लक्ष्य पूरा होते ही से वापस लिया जाएगा, और क्या संसद को प्रत्येक वर्ष फंड के उपयोग का विस्तृत अनिवार्य लेखा जोखा दिया जाएगा या नहीं। आज तक शिक्षा उपकर, स्वास्थ्य उपकर, सड़क उपकर आदि के उपयोग की समेकित सार्वजनिक समीक्षा इस सदन के सामने बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से नहीं प्रस्तुत हुए। ऐसे में एक और उपकर जोड़कर सरकार जवाबदेही से बचना चाहती है। सरकार यदि सचमुच स्वास्थ्य की चिंता करती है, तो उसे टैक्स के साथ साथ डिमांड साइड नीतियां लानी चाहिए। सख्त विज्ञापन नियंत्रण, पुनर्वास और वैकल्पिक रोजगार, स्वास्थ्य योजनाएं, जागरूकता अभियान। सिर्फ राजस्व के नाम पे बोझ बढ़ाना आसान नहीं है। मैं सदन से मांग करता हूं कि अस्पष्ट प्रावधानों के चलते सेलेक्ट कमेटी के सामने इस कानून को जाना चाहिए, जिससे विस्तार से इस पर चर्चा हो सके। धन्यवाद।
श्री सच्चिदानंदम।
மாண்புமிகு அவைத்தலைவர் அவர்களே, சுகாதார பாதுகாப்பு தேசிய பாதுகாப்பு குறித்த செஸ் மசோதா 2025 நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு நிதியமைச்சர் அவர்களால் அறிமுகப்படுத்தப்பட்டுள்ளது. பான் மசாலா மற்றும் போதைப் பொருட்கள் மீது அதனுடைய உற்பத்தி எந்திரங்களின் திறனுக்கு ஏற்ப செஸ் வரி விதிக்கப்படும் என்று தனது அறிமுக உரையிலே நிதியமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தெரிவித்தார். இந்த வருவாய் அனைத்தையும் சுகாதார பாதுகாப்பு மற்றும் தேச பாதுகாப்புக்காக பயன்படுத்த போவதாக அறிவித்துள்ளார். நாட்டில் இந்த இரண்டு பாதுகாப்புகளும் அவசியமானது என்பதில் எந்தவித மாற்று கருத்தும் யாருக்கும் இருக்க முடியாது. செஸ் வருவாயை மட்டுமே இந்த இரண்டு பாதுகாப்புகளையும் உறுதி செய்ய முடியுமா என்பதை மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் விளக்க வேண்டும். செஸ் வரி விதிக்கப்பட்டால் அது ஒன்றிய அரசுக்கு மட்டுமே அந்த வருவாய் போய் சேரும், மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு போய் சேராது. சுகாதாரம், உள்நாட்டு பாதுகாப்பு போன்ற பிரச்சனைகளை மாநில அரசுகளும் எதிர்கொள்ள வேண்டி இருப்பதால் இந்த செஸ் வரிப்பில் 50% வருவாயை மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு தர வேண்டும் என்று மாண்புமிகு நிதியமைச்சர் அவர்களை கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். அறிமுக உரையின் போது இந்த வருவாயை பயன்படுத்தி திட்டங்களை உருவாக்கி மாநிலங்களுக்கு கொடுப்போம் என தெரிவித்தார். 50% நிதியை கொடுங்கள், திட்டங்களை மாநில அரசுகளே உருவாக்க முடியும் என்பதை நான் இந்த நேரத்தில் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். அத்தியாவசியமான பொருட்கள் மீது விதிக்கப்படும் வரியை குறைத்து கார்ப்பரேட்டுகள் மீதும் செல்வந்தர்கள் மீதும் வரி விதிக்கும் கொள்கையை கொண்டு வாருங்கள். ஏழைகள் மீது கருணை காட்டுங்கள். ஏழைகளுக்கான திட்டங்களை சுருக்காதீர்கள், ஒதுக்கீட்டை குறைக்காதீர்கள். புகையிலை, பான் மசாலா, ஜர்தா, சாராயம் போன்றவற்றிற்கு அதிகமான வரி விதிப்பதால் மட்டுமே அதனுடைய பயன்பாட்டை குறைக்க முடியாது. இதன் மீது தடை விதிக்க வேண்டும். திண்டுக்கல்லுக்கு PMJVK திட்டத்தில் சூப்பர் ஸ்பெஷாலிட்டி ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் கேட்டால் அனுமதி கொடுக்க மறுக்கிறீர்கள். கொரோனா நோய் தொற்று காலத்தில் உருவாக்கப்பட்ட PM கேர்ஸ் நிதி என்னவாயிற்று என்பதை அறிய விரும்புகிறோம். அதன் வரவு செலவு என்ன என்பதை இந்த அவைக்கு தெரியப்படுத்த வேண்டும் என்று விரும்புகிறோம். நாட்டில் ஏராளமானோர் புற்றுநோய், சிறுநீரக செயலிழப்பு மற்றும் இதய நோய் பிரச்சனைகளை எதிர்கொள்ள முடியாமல் பல குடும்பங்கள் சிரமப்படுகின்றன. பிரதம மந்திரி பேரிடர் நிவாரண நிதிக்கு பரிந்துரை செய்தால் ஒவ்வொரு மாதத்திற்கும் பயனாளிகளின் எண்ணிக்கைக்கு கோட்டார் நிர்ணயம் செய்யப்படுகிறது. எவ்வளவு தொகை கேட்டாலும் 1 to 3 லட்சம் மட்டுமே அவர் அனுமதிக்கப்படுகிறது. தொற்று நோய் பரவக்கூடிய காலங்களிலும் மக்கள் சிரமப்படுகிறார்கள். மருந்து விலையை கட்டுப்பாட்டில் வைக்க தங்கள் அரசால் முடியவில்லை. கூடுதலான விலை வைத்து விற்பவர்கள் மீது என்ன நடவடிக்கை எடுத்துள்ளீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிவிக்க வேண்டுகிறோம். தேச பாதுகாப்பு தலைநகரிலேயே கேள்விக்குள்ளாகி உள்ளது. சிந்தூர் ஆபரேஷன் போது ஜெய்சி முகமது தலைமையகம் உள்ளிட்டவை அளிக்கப்பட்டு தீவிரவாதத்துக்கு முற்றுப்புள்ளி வைத்து விட்டதாக மாண்புமிகு உள்துறை அமைச்சர் அறிவித்த பின்புதான் டெல்லி கார் குண்டுவெடிப்பு நடந்திருக்கிறது. தீவிரவாதத்துக்கு ஏன் இரையாகிறார்கள்? புறக்கணிப்புக்கும் பாதுகாப்புக்கின்மைக்கும் உள்ளாகிறவர்களே தீவிரவாதத்தை பின்பற்றுகிறார்கள். அவர்களுக்கு நம்பிக்கையை ஏற்படுத்தும் நடவடிக்கைகளை அரசு எடுப்பதன் மூலமாகத்தான் தீவிரவாதத்தை ஒழிக்க முடியும். தமிழ்நாட்டில் கார்த்திகை தீபம் ஏற்றும் பிரச்சனையில் நீதிபதியை கலவரத்துக்கு வித்திடுகிறார். நீதிமன்றத்திற்கு பாதுகாப்புக்கு அனுப்பப்பட்ட மத்திய தொழில் பாதுகாப்பு படையை ஒருதலைபட்சமான தீர்ப்பை அமல்வாக்குவதற்கு அனுப்பி வைக்கிறார். மாநில காவல்துறைக்கும் மத்திய தொழில் பாதுகாப்பு படைக்கும் மோதலை ஏற்படுத்த முனைகிறார். தீர்ப்பை அமலாக்குவதற்கான காலத்திற்கு முன்பாகவே நீதிமன்ற அவமதிப்பு வழக்கு தாக்கல் செய்ய சொல்லி தீர்ப்பை வழங்க முற்படுத்துகிறார். இவரது தீர்ப்பால் மதக்கலவரம் உருவாகிறது. இத்தகைய நீதிபதி மீதெல்லாம் அரசு என்ன நடவடிக்கை எடுக்க போகிறது? இவர்கள் மீதெல்லாம் அபராதம் விதிக்க வேண்டும். தேச பாதுகாப்பு நிதியை இதன் மூலமாகலாம் உயர்த்துவதற்கான நடவடிக்கை எடுக்க வேண்டும். ட்ரக் என்போர்ஸ்மெண்ட் ஏஜென்சி மகாராஷ்டிரா, குஜராத் போன்ற மாநில கடற்கரைகளை பயன்படுத்தி போதை மருந்து கடத்தல் நடக்கிறது என்று சொல்லுகிறார்கள். மெத்தபெட்டமைன் என்ற போதைப் பொருள் 2019க்கும் 2024க்கும் இடையில் 6 மடங்கு அதனுடைய கடத்தல் அதிகரித்து இருக்கிறது என்பது தெரிய வருகிறது. ஆகவே இதன் மீதெல்லாம் விதிக்கப்படும் அபராதங்கள் சுகாதாரம் பாதுகாப்புக்கான நிதியாக பயன்படுத்த வேண்டும் என மாண்புமிகு நிதியமைச்சர் அவர்களை நான் பணிவோடு கேட்டுக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். ஆக வரி விதிப்பு கொள்கையிலே இந்த அரசுக்கு அதிலே மாற்றத்தை ஏற்படுத்த வேண்டும். ஏழைகளுக்கான வரி விதிப்பை குறைக்க வேண்டும். கார்ப்பரேட்டுகளுக்கும் செல்வந்தருக்குமான வரிகளை விதிப்பதன் மூலமாக வருவாயை ஏற்படுத்தி அதன் மூலமாக மக்கள் நலத்திட்டங்களை செயல்படுத்த வேண்டும் என்ற வேண்டுகோளை நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு நீதியமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு வைத்து விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Shri Mohammad Bashir.
Madam, thank you very much. Madam, the purpose of this bill, that is to introduce a special taxes on the products like pan masala and any other items the central government may add later. They can add later. Money collected from this cess will be used for public health and national security purpose. And the government can increase cess raise up to double if needed for public interest for a limited period. All the clauses are also there, penalty clause and that kind of things. When we are discussing this, I'm not questioning the integrity of the government or honesty of the minister. Fact remains, what is that? Instead of addressing the crux of the issue, you are just beating around the bush. You are really not addressing the main issues. It is like, you believe some kind of magical remedies, which will not work out. We have to address the real problem. Now, we all know that there are certain problems, especially in the health sector. Health sector in India, if we honestly think about that, it is coming down like anything. This kind of small chota arrangements will not serve that purpose. We have to take it very seriously. Revenue generation, up to an extent, it's okay. But that alone will not solve the problem. Instead of doing that, we have to do serious work. Now take an example worldwide and India. We know that worldwide expenditure on education and health is giving maximum importance. Unfortunately, we are doing this kind of small work in the thing. Support the bill. We may do it on the merit of it. India is a country which give very low priority for this. As an example, India spends only 2% of the GDP on healthcare. At the same time, other countries, they do it between 5% and 8%. Low spending on this kind of things. Government should change their priorities. Now what is happening? My learner friends were saying about another danger. In this, now this pan-para, something like that. These kind of things are coming in the market in a big way. We may get some revenue out of it. I would like to say that revenue is to kill the kids. What is happening, sir? This drug abuse is still burning. Remedy is not there. Nobody is settling this. So what I'm saying is, India must think loudly about that. Now what is happening? This 100%, this thing, foreign investment, we have agreed. Foreign companies are coming. Okay, let them deposit it. Let them run good hospitals. But now what is happening? We have to realize a new technique is coming. That is not FDI. They are not investing money here. There's a new thing. What is that? Take away the ownership of the institution. That is happening now. Big hospitals in India is captured by James. They are capturing the entire thing. You know what is statistics? I don't want to take much of your time. I would like to say that these companies, foreign companies, they have already purchased most of the hospitals in India. I don't know whether the government is aware of it. See, as an example, Temasek, they have in Singapore, they are holding 59% in Manipal hospitals like that. Blackstone, US, they are capturing 80% in KIMS. Similarly, KKR, US, that is in our place also, in my Kerala baby hospital, they are doing this kind of things. CVC Capital, Luxembourg Hall, 60.4% in HCG. General Atlantic, they are 70%. Ujala, like that. TBG Growth, US, they are also having 55% in somehow also. What they are going to do? They are not investing in India. We are saying about make in India kind of things. This company, they take away India's hospitals according to their bill and pressure. What is going to happen? If we keep silent on this kind of things, what kind of danger we are inviting? I humbly request the government to think loudly about that. It is not a small thing. Our investment, all kind of things is depend upon this kind of things. Policies. Government should loudly think about that. So, madam, I would like to say that we have to work jointly and fight this kind of things. I am going to conclude. Government must have a clear-cut program of action, not just taking some cess and doing that. That also clarity is not there. You will collect for both department, both work. One thing is for the defense, I don't know, security, and the other thing is health. What is proportion of partition in that? How much you are going to give to health? How much you are going to for the security? All these things require further clarification. So with good intention, I'm saying that you have to think loudly on this kind of things. With this few words, madam, I can go. Thank you very much.
Mia Altaf Ahmed.
जो ये बिल आई है, दी हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी से नेशनल सिक्योरिटी सेस बिल, मैं इसकी हमायत में खड़ा हुआ हूँ, इसकी सपोर्ट में खड़ा हुआ हूँ और मैं हुकूमत को मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उसने जो ये डीमेंट गुड्स हैं जिसमें ख़ास तौर पे पान मसाला वगैरह शामिल हैं, उन पे सेस लगाया है, इम्पोज किया है। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। मैं इसको इस नज़र से नहीं देख रहा हूँ कि इससे रेवेन्यू कितना बढ़ेगा या कम होगा, इससे कितना फ़ायदा होगा या नुकसान होगा। मेरी हुकूमत से ये मांग रहेगी कि इस किस्म की सारी चीज़ें, चाहे वो पान मसाला हो या ड्रग्स का मामला हो या और ऐसी चीज़ें हों जिससे हमारी इंसानियत तबाह हो रही है, हमारा यूथ इससे तबाह हो रहा है, उसको मुकम्मल बैन किया जाए, उस पर मुकम्मल पाबंदियां लगाई जाएं, उस पर मुकम्मल तौर पे सेस लगाया जाए और डिस्करेज करना चाहिए हमें। कोई भी ऐसी अगर कोई इस कारोबार में मुलव्वस है, वो इसका काम कर रहे हैं, हम उनके खिलाफ नहीं है। उनकी अगर कारोबार जा रहा है, उनके लिए कोई अल्टरनेटिव रिसोर्सेज गवर्नमेंट दे सकती है, लेकिन ये चीज़ें जो हैं बंद करने से हमारा समाज ठीक होगा, हमारे लोग ठीक होंगे। आज दुनिया में एम्प्लॉयमेंट से भी ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम अगर है तो वो इस चीज़ का है कि जो ड्रग्स में लोग बचे जा रहे हैं, पूरी नस्लें हमारी तबाह हो रही हैं, उससे बचने की ज़रूरत है। मैं उस एंगल से इसको देख रहा हूँ। और ये भी ज़्यादा अच्छी बात है कि जो पैसा इससे जमा होगा वो आप हेल्थ सेक्टर पे लगाएंगे। जान है तो जहान है, सेहत ठीक रहेगी तो सब काम होंगे। हमारा जो हेल्थ का सेक्टर है, मेडिकल एजुकेशन का सेक्टर है, उसकी हमारे हिंदुस्तान के रूरल एरियाज में बहुत बुरी हालत है, उसका बहुत पोर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, डॉक्टर्स की कमी है, पैरामेडिकल्स की कमी है, बिल्डिंग्स की कमी है। तो ये पैसा अगर जमा किया जा रहा है, कलेक्ट किया जा रहा है, लिया जा रहा है, तो हेल्थ के ये कहा जा रहा है इस बिल में कि ये लोगों की हेल्थ के लिए इसमें इसका इस्तेमाल होगा। हम इस चीज़ का वेलकम करते हैं और हम ये चाहते हैं कि स्टेट्स को भी जो ये पैसा जाएगा, मेरी हुकूमत से ये अपील होगी कि स्टेट्स को भी ये कहा जाए और सेंटर भी इसकी तरफ ध्यान दे कि ये पैसा कैंसर के जो पेशेंट होंगे, ये ज़्यादा पैसा उनके लिए जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा ये बीमारी फैल रही है। बहुत बड़ा खर्च है इस बीमारी के लिए, चाहे अमीर हो या गरीब हो, अल्लाह ताला हर एक को बचाए, लेकिन इसका बहुत बड़ा खर्चा होता है। तो अगर मेरी ये तजवीज़ मान ली जाए कि ये पैसा जो है इसको ज़्यादा हिस्सा जो इसका है वो कैंसर के पेशेंट्स के लिए लिया जाए। इसके साथ साथ मैं ये कहूँगा कि यहाँ पे बात हुई हमारे आपसे पहले कुर्सी पे जगदम्बा पॉल जी थे, ये कह रहे थे कि हमारा प्रोग्राम जो है वो हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मेडिकल कॉलेज खोलने का है। तो मैं इनको ये कहना चाहता हूँ, सरकार को ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आप मेडिकल कॉलेज बेशक मत खोलिए, लेकिन जो आपने खोले हैं उनको तो ठीक कीजिए, उनका तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आप देख लीजिए। वहाँ तो कैथ लैब नहीं है, वहाँ MRI नहीं है, वहाँ CT स्कैन नहीं है, फैकल्टी की तो बात ही नहीं है। इसलिए ये फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर साहिबा यहाँ पे नहीं है, वो यहाँ पे होती तो मैं उनको कहता कि ज़्यादा अहम मामला बिल्डिंगें खोलने से, कॉलेज खोलने से मेडिकल एजुकेशन, मेडिकल और हेल्थ और मेडिकल एजुकेशन सेक्टर जो है उसमें ज्यादा मसले उससे हल नहीं होंगे। हल इससे होंगे कि एक तो इस पैसे का बेहतर यूज किया जाए, एक जहां पे आपका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, आपके कॉलेज है, कम से कम वहां पे फैकल्टी होनी चाहिए, वहां पे इक्विपमेंट होना चाहिए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
श्री मालविंदर सिंह कंग।
थैंक यू मैडम स्पीकर, आपने अहम बिल पे मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया है। मैडम स्पीकर, मैं बिल का टाइटल पढ़ रहा था, हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी से नेशनल सिक्योरिटी सेस बिल 2025। मेरा ये मानना है कि हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी तो या तो अच्छी डाइट मिले, अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्पोर्ट्स का मिले, उससे बेहतर सेहत आदमी की हो सकती है। पान मसाला तंबाकू ये तो हर जगह लिखा है कि सेहत के लिए बड़ा खतरनाक है, उसके बावजूद हम उसको नेशनल सिक्योरिटी से जोड़ रहे हैं। इवन हमारे यहाँ तो ग्लोरीफाई किया जाता है कि बारातियों का स्वागत है पान मसाला से होगा। मैडम ये बड़ा बड़ा मतलब हास्यहीन विषय है। मैं एक कहानी सुनाना चाहता हूं मैडम। गुरु गोबिंद सिंह महाराज 10वें पातशाह, सिख धर्म में तंबाकू ये बाकी चीजों को कैसे लिया जाता है कि वो उनका घोड़ा एक बार जंगल में वो जा रहे थे, को तंबाकू के खेत को देखकर रुक गया था। तो इतनी खतरनाक चीज है ये चीजें। हम सरकार इस बिल के माध्यम से चाहती है कि देश की सिक्योरिटी उसको सिक्योर किया जाए। फिर तो पान बेचने वाला, तंबाकू बेचने वाला कहेगा कि मैं देश को सिक्योर कर रहा हूं। अभी तक तो हम सोचते हैं कि, और सोचते क्या सच्चाई है कि देश की हमारी जो ग्रेट फौज है, आर्मी है, उसके कारण हम लोग सिक्योर है, हमारे बॉर्डर सिक्योर है। फिर तो कल को पान बेचने वाला कहेगा कि मैं टैक्स दे रहा हूं इसलिए देश का बॉर्डर सिक्योर है। तो ये अपने आप में बड़ा कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन पैदा करता है। मुझे लगता है ऐसी चीजें पूरी तरीके से वर्जित होनी चाहिए थी। हो सकता है सरकार की इंटेंशन में मैं शक नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन इसको नेशनल सिक्योरिटी से जोड़ना मुझे लगता है ये अपने आप में बहुत मैच्योर इशू नहीं है। दूसरी मैडम, गुजरात के मुंद्रा पोर्ट से हजारों करोड़ों की जो नशे की खेप पकड़ी जाती है और वो यूटिलाइज हो रही है देश के अन्य भागों में। वो जो इतनी बड़े नशे का कारोबार जो लोग कर रहे हैं उनके खिलाफ हम क्या कर रहे हैं। और तीसरा, अगर पान मसाले पे सेस जो लगाएंगे, पंजाब का पाकिस्तान से 750 किलोमीटर का बॉर्डर है, हम बार बार मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान जी कहते रहे उसको मॉडर्नाइज करो, नशा बाहर से आ रहा है, उसको रोकने के लिए क्या इस सेस का यूटिलाइजेशन सरकार करेगी ऐसे इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर पे? जो तमाम इशू है मुझे लगता है कि इसको नेशनल सिक्योरिटी से जोड़ना। और इवन इसमें तो एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट है, इंपैक्ट ऑफ मेजर स्टेक होल्डर, इंपैक्ट ऑन कंज्यूमर। इसमें बड़ी अच्छी लाइन है कि नो मेजर चेंजेस एज प्राइसेस नॉट लाइकली टू गेट इंपैक्टेड। लेकिन आम कंज्यूमर को इसके प्राइस भी नहीं बढ़ेगा, उसका इंपैक्ट भी। क्या हम उसको ग्लोरीफाई कर रहे हैं? क्या पान मसाले को और लोग खाएं? क्या इस तरफ सरकार जा रही है? ज्यादा सेस बटोरेगी, उससे पान मसाले वाले जो कारोबारी उनका कारोबार और बढ़ेगा। तो ये हम किस तरफ जा रहे हैं? ये बड़ा कंट्राडिक्शन है। और लास्ट में कहना चाहता हूं, तमाम देश भर में टैक्स को सेंट्रलाइज किया जा रहा है जीएसटी के माध्यम से अलग अलग तरीके से। जो पान मसाला तंबाकू से जो सेस इकट्ठा होगा, स्टेट्स, देश के स्टेट्स, फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर है हमारा, तो स्टेट्स की भागीदारी, स्टेट्स का उसमें हिस्सा कितना रहेगा, क्या रहेगा, उसके लिए भी क्लैरिफाई करना चाहिए। अल्टीमेटली मुझे लगता है कि हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी अगर इस देश से, अगर देश की नेशनल सिक्योरिटी बेहतर होगी तो स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ाना चाहिए, लोगों के खान पीन बेहतर करना चाहिए, ना कि ऐसे चीजों को ग्लोरीफाई करके उस पर टैक्स लगा के उनको कारोबार करने वाले इससे तो उत्साहित होंगे और ये कहेंगे कि हम देश को सिक्योर कर रहे हैं। ये अपने आप में बहुत कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन पैदा करता है। तो मुझे लगता है इस पे सरकार को फिर से विचार करना चाहिए। आपने मुझे मौका दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Chairperson, for allowing me to speak on Health Security Say National Security Bill 2025, which proposes to levy a cess on machine installed and the processes to manufacture goods that fall under high health risk. and high revenue category like pan masala and tobacco products. The main objective of the bill is to raise additional revenue in two categories, national security and public expenditure. But ma'am, from health security to national security, the purpose of collecting cess is to spend it for a specific purpose. But here, the spectrum is very broad, from health security to national security. Where will be the accountability? How the audit will take place is a serious concern that we have to focus. But anyway, this government brings a bill for consideration and passing. But till now, I have not seen any consideration, only passing. Whatever revenue that is generated from this cess is expended usually for a specific purpose. This allows the center to have more fiscal autonomy, but the point to be noted is it acts as new and big source of revenue to the union government. At the same time, the cess reduces the fiscal state and the financial autonomy of the states. Most importantly, the shift towards non-shareable taxes reduces transparency in fiscal management. Normally, in public spending, it is said that 1.1 to 1.5% GDP is spent by 2017 statistics. But as per the national health policy, it has to be minimum 2.5%, madam. This government will never believe in spending on healthcare, but it only poses as if it is having a serious concern on healthcare. Article 270 states that the states will not receive any share of cess, preceded a structural aspect that increasing strain the fiscal federalism. For example, although 15th Finance Commission recommended states should receive 41% of divisive pool, for 21-26, the actual share of the center gross tax revenue has declined significantly as the center now collects the largest proportion of taxes through non-divisible taxes and surcharges. As a result, the state have to encounter dual challenge that the share of the simple taxes diminishes while they continue to bear nearly 50% of public expenditure responsibility, particularly essential sectors like health, education, and infrastructure. In this context, introduction of additional sources from which space are excluded for restricted and undermine the cooperative federalism. Combining health and national security and merging the two, both unrelated objectives, under one cess is dilution of priorities. Funds meant for public health may be diverted to security purposes or vice versa. This reduces transparency. Madam Chairperson, I would like to bring to your kind attention that more than 1.5 lakh crores funds collected by the government through the varied scheme for the purpose of higher education, road development, welfare of construction workers are lying unutilized. I'm not saying, madam, CAG's report. There is a huge possibility of diversion of funds for the purposes mandated under the Finance Act cannot be ruled out at all. Cess do not form the part of the divisible pool to be shared with the states. The cess that are collected are to be deposited to designated reserve fund. There is a huge shortfall of 3.95 lakh crores. Cess, which was not transferred for specific purpose, especially in the field of oil industry, health and education. Madam, intended beneficiary funds are Parambik Siksha Kosh, that is called PSK in 2005, and Madhyamik Uchchata Siksha Kosh, MUSK 2017, and Pradhan Mantri Swastik Suraksha Nidhi in 2021. But CAC finding says in 2018 to 19 and 2023 to 24, around 37,000 crore is shortfall in transfer. With the finance ministry claims that it is transferred 3.6 lakh crores, but still 1 lakh shortage is still there and it is not answered at all. The reasons are violation of fiscal transparency that is not transferring to the internet fund, violate parliament authority and federal accountability and citizen trust. Madam Chairperson, another report, interesting report, which CAG says 2.75 lakh crore received from cess, 35 cess, different cesses and levies in 2018-19. Only 1.65 lakh crore has been transferred to reserve fund. and rest was returned to CSA, CFI, that is Consolidated Fund of India. There is inflexible rule that we cannot park public funds outside government accounts. There are 3 funds in which government receipts are parked, and they are consolidated funds, contingency funds, and trusts. In 2021-22, government collected 52,000 crore, madam, through health and education cess. Out of it, 60% of the fund, that is 32,000 crore, was transferred to Parambik Shiksha Kosh. But till now, there is no fund transfer for MUSK and PMSSN, ma'am. Ma'am, last, ma'am, this government, interestingly, hiding themselves behind minor head 800. That is other receipts and other expenditures. In 2019-20 CAG report said, repeated uses of minor head 800 results in opaque of accounts and needs to be curtailed. In latest report, government auditor said 60% of the expenditure under 9 major heads like health, roadways, everything, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am. Through land reforms was under minor head 800. The total expenditure under 9 major heads worked out 79,000 crore. Out of the 60%, 48,000 crore was treated as minor head 800. That is mere account adjustment, ma'am. So this is for the point of concern where the government keeps on imposing cess and being not utilized for the specific purpose. The transparency is lost, opaqueness is dominated, accountability is questionable. Hence, I strongly object. And last, ma'am, by adding one more cess, this government is making a big mess. Thank you, ma'am.
Shri Manjunath ji. Honorable members will only be able to give 5 minutes each.
Okay. Thank you, madam, for this opportunity to debate on health and national security bill. Actually, when we are giving something to health, when we are giving something towards national security, in fact, it is not a stress. It should be a joy. That's what it is going to be, a minimal contribution, minimal responsible contribution for nation's critical response. So certainly it is a sort of a privilege to speak on this occasion, because healthy nation is a strong nation. And today, 60% of deaths in India is premature and is due to non-communicable diseases. Earlier, children used to bring parents for the treatment of all these diseases. Today, parents are bringing their children in the age group of 20 to 40 for the treatment of heart attack, brain stroke, high blood pressure, diabetes, and cancer. If you look at the GDP loss because of tobacco and related products, including pan masala, the revenue loss in terms of GDP is 1%, and nearly 5 to 8% of our health expenditure goes towards tobacco-related diseases. And at the same time, nearly 37,500 crores is spent towards this tobacco-related products and including pan masala. So it's a matter of great concern. In fact, we have to congratulate our Honorable Prime Minister as well as our Finance Minister for bringing a lot of steps, because she has put a lot of money into the hands of the people, because up to 12 lakhs, it's an income tax exemption. And as a result, nearly 1 lakh crore is put into the hands of the people. And GST reduction, you take, it was the desire and dream of the people of this nation that life insurance should be exempted from GST, health insurance should be exempted from GST. Today, she has done that. 33 life-saving medicines are exempted from GST. So that means this shows how concerned is Government of India as far as health is concerned. And another important thing, today we have a national organ transplantation and tissue organization where organ transplantation has been included as a free procedure for the benefit of poor patients. So only my suggestion would be today, heart, lung, kidney, liver are included under NATO, what is called National Organ Tissue Transplantation Organization. But only my suggestion would be even the bone marrow transplantation need to be included, because bone marrow is also an organ, and because bone marrow transplantation in private sector is pretty expensive. It goes between 20 to 30 lakhs. So bone marrow, because in our state of Karnataka and some other states, is already included under Jeevana Sarthakate program. So I propose to include bone marrow transplantation under national program. And another important thing is Prime Minister National Dialysis Program. Today, people have accepted that dialysis is part of life. Earlier, there was hesitancy. And under this scheme, 28 lakhs chronic kidney patients are undergoing dialysis free of cost. Almost 3.5 crores cycles have been done. And there's a need to expand this national dialysis program because more and more people are coming. And with respect to, for example, you look at COVID and post-COVID, just I will take a couple of minutes. Just 1 minute, 1 minute, madam. See, yes, some of the chemotherapy drugs has been exempted from GST. And my appeal, because we are raising some cess, internal resource mobilization is going to happen because of health cess as well as security cess. And after chemotherapy, nowadays we give immunotherapy. So immunotherapy drugs are pretty expensive. And for each patient, it costs somewhere around 30 to 60 lakhs. I draw the attention of our Honorable Finance Minister to exempt these immunotherapy drugs. There are nearly 40 immunotherapy drugs for cancer from the customs duty. As a result, the cancer care will be more affordable, more accessible, and this is one of the important things. And just, in fact, we really congratulate the Ayushman Bharat program. We have a urban spoke model today for the treatment of heart attack. 3 million deaths are happening due to heart attack and brain stroke. Unfortunately, 30% of heart attack in India is below 40 years of age. Potential bridegrooms are suffering from heart attack, and this thing, under this urban spoke model, the Taluk hospital give a thrombolytic therapy, which costs 15,000 rupees. It's under the scheme, NHM scheme. And then they go to the nearest city hospital for angioplasty and stent program, which is within the golden hour. The treatment has to be given within the golden hour for this thing. And after this program is introduced, the death rate in Tier 2 cities and Tier 3 cities has come down from 25% to 8%. So we are saving millions of lives. Another important suggestion, madam, just we need to encourage some, because public-private partnership in Tier 3 cities. Because Tier 1 cities, yes, they have a fantastic both government hospitals as well as private hospital. We need to encourage these private hospitals to move into the Tier 3 cities. We have to consider some tax-free holiday for private hospitals who are going to set up in the Tier 3 cities. And defense expenditure, Government of India's defense expenditure is phenomenally high. Somewhere around 6.8 lakh crore is spent on defense expenditure, and modernization of armed forces is taking place. And India has demonstrated its might in the recent, Sindoor, Operation Sindoor. Just 1 minute, madam, 1 minute. Operation Sindoor, and most of the weapons used were indigenous BrahMos missile. And recently, our defense expenditure has gone up. In fact, HAL in Bangalore has got orders for 92 the Tejas aircraft jets, fighter jets, at a cost of 62,000. So India is really growing strong. And at this point of time, our infant mortality and maternal mortality has come down significantly, thanks to ASHA workers as well as to Anganwadi workers. We need to support them by increasing their salary. And thank you very much.
From defense to this to that. Shri Subarayan ji.
வணக்கம். இந்திய அரசியலமைப்பு ஒரு ஜனநாயக அரசியலமைப்பு என்ற முறையில் இயற்றப்படுகிற மசோதாக்களை வெகு வேகமாக நிறைவேற்ற முயற்சிப்பது ஜனநாயக உள்ளடக்கத்திற்கு எதிரானதாகும். அதுவும் எதிர்க்கட்சிகளுக்கு அதிக நேரம் கொடுத்து இந்த பில் உரியதுதானா என்பதை ஆய்வு செய்வதற்குரிய நேரம் ஒதுக்காமல் இயந்திர கதியில் மிக வேகமாக கடந்து செல்வது, நிறைவேற்றுவது அரசியல் சாசனத்திற்கே எதிரானதாகும். நான் இங்கே ஒன்றை குறிப்பிட விரும்புவது, ஏன் எதிர்க்கட்சிகளின் நேரத்தை குறைக்க வேண்டும்? கூடுகிற நாட்களை அதிகரிக்க வேண்டியதுதானே. கூடுகிற நாட்களை அதிகரிக்காமல் ஜனநாயக அரசியல் அமைப்பில் எதிர்க்கட்சிகள் தங்களுக்கு உரிய எச்சரிக்கையோடு ஊடுருவி கண்டு குறைகளை காணுகிற வாய்ப்பை மறுக்கிறது இந்த ஆட்சி. எனவே இவர்கள் ஜனநாயக அரசியல் அமைப்பிற்கு பொருத்தமற்றவர்கள் என்பதைத்தான் நடைமுறை அனுபவம் உணர்த்துகிறது. நான் இந்த விஷயத்திற்குள்ளே வருகிறேன். ஹெல்த் செக்யூரிட்டி, நேஷனல் செக்யூரிட்டி இரண்டுமே முக்கியமானதுதான். இந்த முக்கியமானதுக்கு இந்த செஸ் மட்டுமே உதவுமா? நிதியமைச்சர் அவர்கள் நிதி வளத்தை எங்கிருந்து பெறுவது என்று ஊடுருவி கண்டு உணர்ந்து அவற்றை நிறைவேற்ற முயற்சிப்பதில் நான் குறை சொல்லவில்லை. ஆனால் அவர்களின் கண்களுக்கு ஏன் கார்ப்பரேட் கம்பெனிகள் தெரிவதில்லை? ஏன் 16,60,000 மராக்கடன் என்று ரத்து செய்தீர்கள்? அதை கருவூலத்திற்கு கொண்டு போயிருக்க வேண்டாமா? அரசுக்கு வர வேண்டிய வருமானத்தை கார்ப்பரேட் கம்பெனிகளுக்கு மடைமாற்றி விடுகிற குற்ற செயலை புரிந்துள்ள இந்த அரசாங்கம் வெறும் சிறு குறு நடுத்தர தொழில்களின் மீது வரி போடுவதில் ஆர்வம் காட்டுவது குற்ற செயல் என்று நான் குற்றம் சாட்டுகிறேன். அதே போல் இப்பொழுது என்ன உதவி செய்யப்படுகிறது? 80 கோடி குடும்பங்கள் இலவச கோதுமையை நம்பி வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள் எப்படி தங்கள் மருத்துவ தேவையை நிறைவேற்றுவார்கள்? அவர்களுக்கு வெறும் PM ரிலீஃப் ஃபண்டில் இருந்து 3 லட்சம் ரூபாய் கொடுத்தால் செய்ய முடியுமா? அமைச்சரவையில் இருக்கிற அமைச்சர்கள் எல்லாம் 3 லட்சம் ரூபாயில் தான் சிகிச்சை பெறுகிறார்களா? ஏன் அவர்களுக்கு முழு செலவை கொடுக்கவில்லை? இந்த அரசு கொடுக்க வேண்டும். இந்த வருமானம் என்பது கிட்னி டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்டிலும் சரி, கேன்சர், இதய நோய்கள், இன்னபிற நோய்கள், இவற்றின் முழு செலவையும் அரசாங்கமே ஏற்றுக்கொண்டால் தான் ஹெல்த் செக்யூரிட்டி என்பதின் செக்யூரிட்டி என்பதற்கான பொருள் முழுமையடையும். அதை இந்த அரசு செய்ய வேண்டும். எனவே அதுதான் நிறைவேற்றப்பட வேண்டிய ஒன்று. அடுத்து நான் குறிப்பிட வரும்போது, இங்கே செஸ் ஏன் போடுகிறீர்கள்? இரட்டை வரியா? ஏன் மாநில அரசுகளின் உரிமைகளை கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக சிதைக்கிறீர்கள், பறிக்கிறார்கள், தொடர்ந்து பறிக்கிறார்கள் ஆட்சியாளர்கள். எனவே இதுவும் நல்லதல்ல. இந்த விஷயத்திலேயும் அதுதான் மிஞ்சி கிடக்கிறது. அதற்குரியதை செய்ய வேண்டும். ஆளும் தரப்பில் இருந்து கூட குறிப்பிட்டார்கள், ரஷ்யாவிலே இருந்து குறைந்த விலையில் எண்ணெய் வாங்கினார்களாம். அது ஒரு சாதனையாக சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருந்தார்கள். அந்த எண்ணெயை விற்று கொள்ளையடித்தது யார்? அதானி, அம்பானி. நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு விலை குறைந்ததா? பெட்ரோல் விலை குறைந்ததா? டீசல் விலை குறைந்ததா? குறையவில்லை. எனவே இவர்கள் ஒரு வகையில் நல்ல பாஷையில் சொன்னால் திருட்டுத்தனம் அல்லவா? குறைந்த விலைக்கு வாங்கி அந்த குறைந்த விலையின் அனுகூலத்தை கார்ப்பரேட் கம்பெனிகள் அறுவடை செய்ய மடைமாற்றி விட்டீர்களே, இது ஒரு குற்ற செயல் இல்லையா? எனவே இந்த அரசின் குற்ற செயலை பட்டியல் போட்டால் நீண்டு கொண்டே இருக்கும். எனவே இங்கே முன்வைக்கப்பட்டுள்ள இந்த மசோதா என்பது அந்த 2 நோக்கத்தை நிறைவேற்றுவதற்கு அல்ல, இரண்டாவது முறையும் ஒரு வரியை போடுவதற்கான வாய்ப்பை தேடி இருக்கிறார்களே தவிர இது எந்த வகையிலும் நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு உதவுவதோ நாட்டின் பாதுகாப்புக்கு உதவுவதோ அல்ல. எனவே இந்த அரசின் இந்த நடவடிக்கைகள் முற்றிலும் எதிரானது. நான் இவற்றை எதிர்க்கிறேன்.
Shri Rajkumar Sangwan.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय, आपने मुझे आज स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा उपकर विधेयक 2025 पर बोलने का अवसर दिया है। सभापति महोदय, मैं स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा उपकर विधेयक 2025 का पूर्ण समर्थन करता हूं, और मैं ही नहीं समर्थन करता हूं, जब से सदन में चर्चा हो रही है, जो हमारे सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष के साथी हैं सभी ने इस पर गंभीर चिंता व्यक्त की है। ये एक ऐसा विषय है जो मानव जीवन से जुड़ा है, जिनके सेवन से जो गंभीर रूप से बीमार होते हैं, कैंसर जैसी बीमारी होती है, उसके इलाज पर खर्च होने वाला पैसा, जिससे पूरा परिवार प्रभावित होता है। इसलिए प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से जो हमारे विपक्ष के साथी हैं वो भी इसका समर्थन कर रहे हैं। यह विधेयक देश के दो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्रों, जन स्वास्थ्य और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को मजबूत करने के लिए एक आवश्यक कदम है। इस विधेयक के लिए मैं यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी और आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री जी को बधाई देता हूं। महोदय, पान मसाला और अन्य अधिसूचित वस्तुओं पर उपकर लगाकर सरकार जो अतिरिक्त संसाधन जुटाना चाहती है, वह सीधे स्वास्थ्य सेवा और सुरक्षा परियोजनाओं में खर्च होगा। यह व्यवस्था पारदर्शी है और समाज के हित में है। इस बिल के आने से अवैध उत्पादन, मशीनों की गलत घोषणा, टैक्स चोरी जैसी समस्या पर नियंत्रण होगा। सभापति महोदय, देश में तंबाकू कई यूनिटें बिना रजिस्ट्रेशन चल रही हैं। अक्सर पाउच गलत तरीके से घोषित की जाती है और बड़े पैमाने पर कर चोरी होती है। इसलिए इस बिल में निरीक्षण, तलाशी और जब्ती कड़ी शक्तियां दी गई हैं, ताकि अवैध व्यापार को रोकने में प्रभावी कार्रवाई हो सके। उच्च उपकर और कड़े दंड से सरकार अनुशासन और पारदर्शिता लाना चाहती है। सभापति महोदय, राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा की जरूरतें लगातार बढ़ रही हैं, इसलिए आधुनिक हथियार, तकनीकी निगरानी, सीमा प्रबंधन, साइबर सुरक्षा, इन सभी क्षेत्रों में निरंतर निवेश की आवश्यकता है। सरकार एक निरंतर और सुनिश्चित राजस्व स्रोत बनाना चाहती है, जो सीधे राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा पर खर्च हो सके। इस उपकर से मिलने वाली बड़ी राशि इन आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति में सहायक होगी। मैं सरकार के इस दूरदर्शी प्रयास की सराहना करता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि इस विधेयक से स्वास्थ्य ढांचा मजबूत होगा और अवैध उत्पादन पर रोक लगेगी और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को अस्थायी वित्तीय समर्थन मिलेगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं इस महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक का समर्थन करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
श्री राजा राम सिंह।
सभापति महोदय, हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी से नेशनल सिक्योरिटी सेस बिल तक, तो पहला तो सवाल ये जो उठा है कि लैंग्वेज का हाइब्रिड बनाना बंद करिए, तो ये सही है, इसका मैं सपोर्ट करता हूँ। अलग अलग भाषाओं का अपना महत्व है, लेकिन हाइब्रिड मत बनाइए। और दूसरी बात कि नेशनल सिक्योरिटी शब्द अपने आप में अब क्या अपीलिंग नहीं रह गया है, या इस सरकार पर अब नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए जनता इतना भरोसा नहीं कर रही है कि वो सेस लगा सके। इसके लिए हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी से नेशनल सिक्योरिटी सेस तक लाने की बात आई है। और वो सबसे जो नाजुक पहलू है, वो कहा गया है कि प्रथम सुख निरोग काया। तो उस निरोग काया के सवाल को छेड़ करके आम जनता से सेस लेने की इसमें कोशिश की गई। जहां तक नशा नियंत्रण की बात है, इस बिल के जरिए कि ज्यादा सेस लगाएंगे, पैसा लगाएंगे तो नशाखोरी कम होगा, तंबाकू का सेवन कम होगा। तो ये बिल खुद कहता है इम्पैक्ट ऑन कंज्यूमर्स, no major change as prices not likely to get impacted। ये खुद ये बिल एडमिट करता है कि इससे कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा। ये उनको भी खुश रखना चाहता है जो इसके कंज्यूमर हैं। तो इसलिए यह जो मॉरल अथॉरिटी लेने की कोशिश की गई है इसके जरिए, कि हम तो नशा विरोधी हैं, क्योंकि कई मामलों में इस सरकार ने मॉरल अथॉरिटी अपना कमजोर कर दिया है। संविधान की रक्षा के मामले में, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा के मामले में मॉरल अथॉरिटी कमजोर हुई है। तो कहीं न कहीं नशा के खिलाफ बोल करके, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी का सवाल उठा करके वो एक मॉरल अथॉरिटी गेन करना चाहती है, जो लगता है कि उसके मन में भी आशंका है। नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के सवाल पर उसने जो लापरवाही की है पहलगांव के मामले में, दिल्ली ब्लास्ट के मामले में, कश्मीर का आज तक इंटीग्रेशन नहीं हुआ, 3 यूनियन टेरिटरी बना दिए, बौद्ध का अलग, मुसलमान का अलग, लेकिन वो नहीं सॉल्व हो सका। लद्दाख भी फिर से सुलग गया। तो नेशनल सिक्योरिटी में सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के अलावा जो प्रादेशिक नागरिक हैं उनका सहयोग कैसे इकट्ठा किया जाए, इस मामले में यह सरकार फेल रही है। तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि इसकी जो भरपाई आप इस बिल से करना चाहते हैं। और अंतिम बात कहते हुए, चूंकि समय हमारा कम होता है, हम खत्म करेंगे कि आप टैक्स लगाने का बहाना नागरिक पर ढूंढते रहते हैं, इस बहाने उस बहाने। अगर अडानी के लिए 10 लाख पेड़ काट दिए गए बिहार के 1050 एकड़ जमीन पर, तो इससे जो हवा में ऑक्सीजन की कमी हुई, तो सेस उन लोगों पर लगाइए, टैक्स उन लोगों पर लगाइए, बड़े पूंजीपतियों पर लगाइए, कॉर्पोरेट घरानों पर लगाइए। ये नहीं कि दुनिया में अमेरिका।
इस अवसर के लिए धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। मैं अर्थमंत्री जी का भाषण बहुत गौर से सुन रहा था, तो उन्हीं के 2-3 मुद्दों पर मैं थोड़ी बात करूंगा। तो इन्होंने कहा कि डीमेरिट गुड्स के लिए ये बिल लाया जा रहा है, जो एक्ट बनेगा। लेकिन सर, ये पूरे बिल में आप अगर देखेंगे तो इन्होंने क्या किया है, इन्होंने यहाँ लिखा है कि एनी अदर गुड्स विच में बी नोटिफाइड, यानी ये आज सदन से ये इजाजत ले रहे हैं कि इस एक्ट के तहत किसी पे भी ये सेस लगा सकते हैं। कल ये टेबल पे लगाए, मेज पे लगा दे, आपके कपड़े पे लगा दे, मेरे घर के गाड़ी पे लगा दे, किसी पे भी लगा दे। बात आज हो रही है पान मसाले की, लेकिन ये एक्ट पान मसाले का नहीं है, ये एनी अदर गुड्स उन्होंने बता दिए। फिर उन्होंने बताया कि हेल्थ के लिए ला रहे डेटरेंट, कि ज्यादा लोग ये तंबाकू वगैरह का इस्तेमाल पान मसाला ना करें, इसलिए किया है। अब इसके ऑब्जेक्ट्स में अगर जाते हैं सर, बिल्स के ऑब्जेक्ट में, इस बिल्स के ऑब्जेक्ट में कहीं भी नहीं लिखा कि ये डेटरेंट करके बिल ला रहे हैं। ये बता रहे हैं कि इनका टैक्स कलेक्शन के लिए बता रहे हैं। This unprecedented that the government should in that statement say that it's a deterrent tax, and yet in the statements of objects no mention has been made. फिर ये सेस की बात करते हैं, ये सेस लाए और स्टेट से शेयर करेंगे। सर, पूरे बिल में कहीं नहीं लिखा गया कि ये जो आमदनी आएगी इससे इसको स्टेट से शेयर करेंगे। सर, स्टेट्स के कल भी उन्होंने बात की, और सत्यकांत शंतिल जी के विषय पे आज बबूले अर्थमंत्री जी हो गए थे।
टैक्स वसूल होगा तो कल्याण के लिए काम आएगा ना।
नहीं मान सर, डेफिनेटली होगा। आप तो मेरे मुंह का मन का बोल दिए। तो ये कल उन्होंने बताया कि सेस हम स्टेट्स को दे रहे हैं, खाली पे लिए बोल रहे हैं। सर, ये सीएजी का रिपोर्ट है, और सीएजी ने कहा है 3,67,000 करोड़ रुपया सेस का जो स्टेट्स को देना था वो नहीं गया। हम कोई नहीं बोल रहा सर, सीएजी बोल रही है कि ये किया गया। फिर ये कैपेसिटी की बात करते हैं।
वित्त मंत्री जी अच्छा जवाब देती है इस बात का।
नो, आई हैव गॉट द रिपोर्ट सर, मैं पेश करता हूं। दुबे जी, मैं पेश करता हूं, आई हैव इट ऑन राइटिंग। सर क्या है, मैं पेश करता हूं। अगर सर मैं नहीं पेश करता है तो आप रिकॉर्ड से निकाल दीजिए। दुबे जी प्लीज थोड़ी सांस रुकाइए, दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन बहुत है, थोड़ा संभाल के बोलिए। अब सर आगे उन्होंने कैपेसिटी की बात की कि कैपेसिटी पे टैक्स लगा रहे हैं। अब कैपेसिटी की बात यह है कि ये गवर्नमेंट हैज फेल्ड, ये अयशस्वी रहे हैं कोई भी कंट्रोल्स लाने के लिए इस टैक्स पे। ये जानते हैं कि ये टैक्स सब लोग डुबा रहे हैं और पैसा इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं, इसलिए इन्होंने कैपेसिटी पे लाया। फिर ये बात करते हैं सर, इन्होंने क्या लिया, इसको क्रिमिनल प्रोविजन लाए। पहली बार टैक्स ना भरने के लिए क्रिमिनल प्रोविजन लाया गया है। सर, इट इज अनप्रेसिडेंटेड, कभी नहीं हुआ। ये क्यों लाया गया? अभी अगले हफ्ते ही हम बात करेंगे जन विश्वास पे, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पे। अब ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में हम क्रिमिनलाइजेशन कम कर रहे हैं। ये नया एक्ट ला रहे हैं जिसमें ये बोल रहे हैं कि अगर टैक्स देर से दे दिया, 30 दिन लेट दिया, तो आपको जेल में डाल देंगे। ये क्यों ला रहे हैं? कोई नया बड़ा बिजनेसमैन इस पान मसाले की धंधे में आने वाला है, इसलिए क्रिमिनल इंटिमिडेशन करके छोटों को निकालने का प्लान है। मैं वो पूछता हूं।
नहीं सर, एक बात बताइए, तो
तो छोटे पे लगेगा, बड़े पे लगेगा, ये तर्क नहीं है तुम्हारा।
नहीं छोटों पे ना क्रिमिनल लाएंगे, सबको डरा देंगे कि तुम निकलो सर। स्वीपिंग एनीवे सर, GST 2 की बात करते हैं, और कल भी इन्होंने बात की। एंड दे वर नहीं सर, 1 मिनट भी नहीं हुआ, ज्यादा देर नहीं लूंगा सर,
इतना ही काफी है। श्री टी उदय श्रीनिवास।
conclude, I want to say, health is not a revenue model, sir. Addiction, ये कोई टैक्स बेस हो नहीं सकता, और नेशनल सिक्योरिटी ये पान मसाला पे आप लोग नहीं बना सकते। थैंक यू।
श्री टी उदय श्रीनिवासन।
Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise today to express my wholehearted support for the Health Security National Security Cess Bill 2025. This bill proposes a cess on the production of pan masala and other notified goods, either based on the machine capacity or manual production. Its purpose is clear: to discourage consumption of harmful products and safeguard public health. Sir, tobacco and related products remain among the leading cause of preventable deaths in India, accounting for an estimated 1.35 million deaths every year. By reducing consumption, this bill is not merely a physical measure, it is a vital public health intervention. The revenue generated will be used for two crucial areas: health security and national security. On national security, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, India has made remarkable progress from strengthening borders to ensuring citizen safety at home and abroad. Sir, I would like to thank the government for the prompt and compassionate action in ensuring the safe repatriation of fishermen from my constituency, Kakinada, who had inadvertently drifted into Sri Lankan waters. Their safe return along their boats reflects the government's commitment to protecting the dignity and safety of every Indian citizen. Whether through the large-scale defense operations like Operation Sindoor or swift rescue of citizens, the government has consistently demonstrated strategic clarity and effective execution. Sir, India's defense capabilities have grown tremendously over the past decade. Defense expenditure increased from 2.53 lakh in 2013-14 to 6.8 lakh crore in 25-26. Defense production has tripled up from 1.5 lakh crore in 24-25. Defense exports have now reached 100 countries, including US, France, and Armenia. But sir, a secure nation is also a healthy nation. India's health sector has undergone unprecedented expansion. Ayushman Bharat PMJY has provided health protection to 55 crore people, enabling treatments worth 1.1 lakh 9 crores. The Ayushman Digital Mission ABDM has linked 55 crore health records to 78 crore ABHAs. Under PM ABHIM, over 28,000 health and wellness centers has been strengthened nationwide. The National Health Mission budget has risen 70%, reaching 37,226 crore in 25-26. Sir, these achievements reflect a decade of visionary and compassionate governance. However, I wish to make a humble submission regarding the cess revenue. Health is a state subject, and the implementation of health initiatives ultimately depends upon states. I therefore urge the government to explore a mechanism to share a portion of cess revenue with the states. This will ensure the national health missions, schemes, and infrastructure reforms are implemented effectively across all regions. Stronger states will make more for stronger India, and sharing revenue will deepen the impact of this progressive bill. In conclusion, sir, the Health Security National Security Cess Bill 2025 is timely, responsible, and forward-looking. It will reduce consumption of harmful products, safeguard public health, strengthen the national security, and mobilize critical resources for the nation's future. I fully support the bill and urge the government to ensure that its benefit reaches every citizen across the India. Thank you, sir.
आनंद बदोरिया।
धन्यवाद आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी। कितना अच्छा होता कि सरकार पान मसाला के उत्पादन पर प्रतिबंध लगाने का विधेयक लाती और हम सभी उस पर चर्चा कर रहे होते। सिर्फ राजस्व इकट्ठा करने के लिए लोगों के जीवन से सरकारें कब तक खेलती रहेंगी? आखिर हम कौन सा भारत बनाना चाहते हैं? लगा के चोट मरहम की बात करते हो, जहर देते हो, फिर रहम की बात करते हो। विधेयक देखकर ऐसा लगा मुझको कि आप आपदा में भी अवसर की बात करते हो। आज देश के जितने भी पान मसाला उत्पादक हैं,
कभी हो क्या बदौरिया जी, कभी हो क्या?
वो अरबपति घरबपति बनते जा रहे हैं और उसे खाने वाला आदमी कैंसर जैसी गंभीर बीमारी से ग्रसित होकर समय से पहले ही इस दुनिया से रुखसत हो जाता है। पान मसाला में कांच पीस करके मिलाया जाता है जो गाल में घाव कर देता है और वो कैंसर बन जाता है। सत्ता पक्ष की तरफ से ओपनिंग बैट्समैन आदरणीय जगदम्बिका पाल जी को सुन रहा था तो बर्बत सच्चाई उनके मुंह से निकल गई। उन्होंने कहा कि ये विधेयक दुनिया की बिगड़ती अर्थव्यवस्था के झटके से निपटने में भारत की मदद करेगा। यानी राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के नाम पर सेस लगाकर डॉलर के मुकाबले गिरते हुए रुपए को आप बचाना चाहते हो। माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने कहा कि सेस का कुछ हिस्सा हम राज्यों को स्वास्थ्य जागरूकता के लिए देंगे। अध्यक्ष जी, यह कितना हास्यास्पद है कि पहले बीमार बनाइए फिर जागरूकता फैलाइए। दरअसल ये उपकर सरकार की आर्थिक विफलताओं को आम जन की जीवन की कीमत पर ऑक्सीजन उपलब्ध कराना है। आप कभी स्वच्छ भारत उपकर, कृषि उपकर, शिक्षा उपकर लगाते हैं, परंतु सीएजी कहता है कि शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य उपकर के लाखों करोड़ रुपए खर्च ही नहीं किए गए। इसलिए आपका ये कहना कि सेस लगाने से कीमत घटेगी और खरीदार हतोत्साहित होंगे, मैं कतई सहमत नहीं हूं। आप कितनी भी कीमत बढ़ा लीजिए, ये जो पान मसाला की तलब है ना, ये नहीं छूटने वाली। लोग खूब खाएंगे और शान से कहेंगे कि मैं राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए खा रहा हूं। इसलिए आपको खूब राजस्व मिलेगा, बनाने वाले और अमीर होंगे, खाने वाले कैंसर से बेचारे मरते रहेंगे। इसलिए अध्यक्ष जी, मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से मांग करता हूं कि कैंसर जैसी गंभीर बीमारी का मुफ्त इलाज किया जाए। आपने समय दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्री कीर्ति चिदम्बरम।
Yes, you have not got my name correct, sir. It's Karthi, sir.
Karthi Chidambaram.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this bill,
बोलते बताते रहना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, ठीक करना हमारा काम है।
this bill is actually a continuum of yesterday's bill, sir. And you have given adequate time, in fact, very luxurious time for both the bills. This also shows that the government has a very light legislative agenda. Anyway, thank you for the time, sir. Sir, this bill is called the Health Security National Security Cess Bill, sir. This name confounded me. Because see, sir, say, if you actually look at it in the English dictionary, it actually denotes the chemical selenium. So I was completely confused why selenium is here in this name of the bill. Then I had to ask some of my colleagues. They told me that say is actually a Hindi word which says that it's from health security to national security. So this government is now levying a cess to strengthen health security and national security. Perhaps they were prompted by the failures in Pahalgam and Chandni Chowk that they think that they need to have more resources to prevent these kind of terror strikes. The House has still not been taken into confidence. No accountability has been fixed for those two terror strikes. I hope during this session, we will get some holistic answers from the government on why Pahalgam happened and where the accountability will lie and why the terror strikes in Chandni Chowk happened. Sir, I have some specific objections to the bill. My colleague, Dr. Vishnu Prasad, has very eloquently talked about the anti-federal nature of cess tax. Every time a government raises cess on some pretext, the money is never really spent on the intended purpose. This is not just a critique of this government, sir. Successive governments in India have raised cess and never spent on it. I know, and there are enough reports which say that the money collected as cess, even the education cess, I think one report said that we collected some 4% as education cess, and about 90,000 odd crores has never been deployed. So this, I'm afraid that this fund also will face the same condition, and the money will never be spent for intended purposes. When it comes to intended purposes, the bill doesn't say what the intended purposes are. It basically says health security to national security. It's like motherhood and apple pie. Nobody can object to it. But what are you going to specifically spend it on? That has not been specified at all. How much revenue you will get in this through this cess? That has not also been specified, sir. This is an overarching bill which gives the power to the government to add any other product to it and also to increase the rate without ever coming back to Parliament. So it is actually going to bypass Parliament in the future. It is going to collect money which is not going to go to the states. In those two counts, I object to this bill, sir. Third, sir,
this bill, the tax, the cess is going to be not on production, but on production capacity. This production capacity is going to open a Pandora's box for the bureaucrats to go and harass these manufacturers. Because there one manufacturer will have a certain production capacity, but he will say my machine is not working. So how do you calculate my production capacity? I have not got my spare parts. Last year there was a flood. Insurance company is not giving me money to repair my production capacity. So this is the most arbitrary way of levying a tax. This is going to create confusion. This is going to create corruption. This is not ease of doing business, sir. This is only helping the bureaucracy, another tool to go and harass. So this bill is anti-federal because it is a cess. This bill is anti-business because it is production linked. And this bill is anti-health because it doesn't specify what it's going to do for health. This bill is anti-national security because it does not say what is going to do for national security. So I urge this House to reject this bill, sir. Thank you very much.
श्री चंद्रशेखर जी, माननीय चंद्रशेखर जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। अध्यक्ष जी, मैं आजाद समाज पार्टी काशीराम की ओर से स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा उपकर विधेयक 2025 पे अपनी बात रख रहा हूं। यह विधेयक जितना बड़ा नाम लेकर आया है, उतने ही बड़े सवाल साथ लाया है। इस बिल का उद्देश्य राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और लोक स्वास्थ्य को सुदृढ़ करना बताया गया है, लेकिन इसकी संरचना, प्रावधान और भाषा में भारी अस्पष्टता है। अतिशक्तियां और राजस्व वसूली की प्रवृत्ति स्पष्ट रूप से दिखाई देती है। विधेयक का उद्देश्य स्पष्ट नहीं है, नाम बड़ा और दिशा धुंधली। सरकार कहती है कि उपकर राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और लोक स्वास्थ्य पर व्यय को पूरा करेगा, लेकिन कौन सी राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा परियोजना, कौन सा स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम, कितना फंड किस योजना को मिलेगा, किस मंत्रालय को कितना आवंटन होगा, विधेयक में एक भी ठोस उल्लेख नहीं। इससे यह उपकर विषय वस्तु के बिना नाम मात्र का कर बनकर रह जाता है। अध्यक्ष जी, विधेयक स्पष्ट कहता है कि उपकर का पैसा कंसोलिडेट फंड और ऑफ इंडिया में जमा होगा। इसका अर्थ है पैसा किसी भी सामान्य सरकारी खर्च में मोड़ा जा सकता है। ना संसद में स्पष्ट हिसाब मिलेगा, ना जनता को पता चलेगा कि स्वास्थ्य या सुरक्षा में कितना पैसा लगा है। यदि पैसा कहीं भी जा सकता है तो इस उपकर का नाम स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा क्यों? उत्पादन आधारित उपकर उद्योग पर भारी प्रहार। इस बिल में मशीनों की क्षमता और उत्पादन पर उपकर लगाया जाएगा। इतना भारी उपकर छोटे उद्योग को समाप्त करेगा, मध्यम उद्योग को अस्थिर करेगा, लाखों परिवारों की आजीविका खतरे में पड़ेगी, उत्पादकों पर अनुचित आर्थिक दबाव पड़ेगा। क्या सरकार उत्पादन और उद्यमियों को दंडित करना चाहती है बिल लाकर? क्या अधिकारियों को अत्यधिक सख्त या भ्रष्टाचार का खतरा दोगुना विधेयक में तलाशी, जब्ती, छापे, निरीक्षण, गिरफ्तारी और सख्त ऑडिट के विशाल अधिकार संयुक्त आयुक्त स्तर के अधिकारियों को दिए गए हैं। इससे अधिक शक्तियों से दमनकारी कर वसूली बढ़ेगी, व्यवसायी भय में काम करेंगे, भ्रष्टाचार और रेंट स्कीम को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। इतिहास गवाह है, कभी अत्यधिक दमन से न अनुपालन बढ़ता, न राजस्व। अवैध छुपा हुआ भूमिगत उत्पादन बढ़ेगा। जब मशीन की क्षमता पर भारी उपकर लगाया जाएगा तो उद्योग उत्पादन छुपाएंगे, अवैध यूनिटें चलाएंगे, अंडरग्राउंड फैक्ट्रियां बढ़ेंगी, काला बाजार मजबूत होगा। और WHO के अनुसार GST सेस बढ़ने के बाद अवैध बाजार में 13,000 करोड़ तक दुगना हुआ है। क्या सरकार वही गलती दोहराना चाहती है? नशीले उत्पादों की मांग कीमत बढ़ने पर भी नहीं घटती। अध्यक्ष जी, पान मसाला जैसे उत्पाद एडिक्टिव है, कीमत बढ़ने से इनके उपभोक्ता कम नहीं होते, बल्कि गरीब लोग सस्ते, मिलावटी, जहरीले, काला बाजार उत्पाद खरीदते हैं। स्वास्थ्य जोखिम में बढ़ता है, सरकारी अस्पतालों पर बोझ बढ़ता है, समाज में दीर्घकालिक नुकसान होता है। क्या यह स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा या स्वास्थ्य संकट है? राज्यों को उनका संवैधानिक हिस्सा न मिलना, इससे उपकर नॉन डिविजिबल है। इसका अर्थ है राज्यों को इसमें से ₹1 का भी हिस्सा नहीं मिलेगा। केंद्रवाद बढ़ेगा, राज्यों की वित्तीय स्वायत्तता कमजोर होगी, विकास योजना पर प्रतिकूल प्रभाव पड़ेगा। राज्यों का हक क्यों छीना जा रहा है? अध्यक्ष जी, विधेयक को संसदीय परीक्षण से बचाकर जल्दी पारित करने की कोशिश गलत। इतना महत्वपूर्ण और व्यापक प्रभाव वाला विधेयक उद्योग, उपभोक्ता, राज्यों, कर प्रणाली, आर्थिक गतिविधि सभी को प्रभावित करता है। निष्कर्ष जी, यह विधेयक देश हित में नहीं, राज्य हित में है। और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, सभी तथ्यों को देखते हुए स्पष्ट है, ये विधेयक अस्पष्ट है, अनियंत्रित है, शक्तियां देता है, उद्योग विरोधी है, अवैध बाजार बढ़ाएगा, गरीबों को नुकसान पहुंचाएगा, राज्यों के अधिकार छीनता है और उपकर प्रणाली को अविश्वसनीय बनाता है। हमारी स्पष्ट मांग है, विधेयक को तत्काल प्रवर समिति स्टैंडिंग कमेटी को भेजा है। उपकर की दर उपयोग और पारदर्शक ठोस प्रावधान शामिल किया जाए। कर अधिकारियों की शक्तियों को सीमित और जवाबदेह बनाया जाए। उपकर राष्ट्रीय स्वास्थ्य व राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा पर व्यय हो, इसका कानूनी प्रावधान अनिवार्य किया जाए। इन्हीं शर्तों के साथ इस बिल का मैं विरोध कर संशोधन सहित पुनर्विचार की मांग करता हूं। अध्यक्ष जी, अंत में इस बिल को पढ़कर मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि देश की सुरक्षा में अब अत्याधुनिक हथियारों की नहीं, पान मसालों की ज्यादा जरूरत है। और हर चौराहे पे खड़े होने वाला व्यक्ति कहेगा कि देश की सुरक्षा में सबसे बड़ा योगदान उसका है। धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। जय भीम, जय भारत।
का प्रस्ताव सदन में लाया है। यह जायज भी है कि अब गुटखा, पान मसाला, सिगरेट जैसी चीजों की कीमतें बढ़ेगी तो शायद उपभोक्ताओं, खास करके युवा वर्ग एवं कम आमदनी वाले लोगों को इस्तेमाल कम करने या नहीं करने के लिए मजबूर होना पड़ेगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, प्रस्ताव में तंबाकू उत्पादों पर 40% जीएसटी के अलावा 70% या उसके अधिक का अतिरिक्त शेष उपकर का प्रावधान है। सिगरेट की लंबाई के अनुसार 2700 रुपये से लेकर 11,000 रुपये प्रति 1000 स्टिक पर उपकर लगाने का प्रस्ताव है। साथ ही मशीनों पर जो उत्पादन करती है उन पर भी शेष बढ़ाने का प्रस्ताव है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, 2.5 ग्राम तक के लेकर 10 ग्राम से अधिक वजन वाले प्रति मिनट 500 पाउच तक का उत्पादन करती है, उस पर मासिक उपकर 1 करोड़ रुपए से करीब 8.5 करोड़ रुपए तक होगा। और जो मशीन प्रति मिनट 501 से 1000 पाउच उत्पादन करती है उस पर प्रति मशीन उपकर करीब 2 करोड़ रुपए से 17 करोड़ रुपए प्रति माह लगाने का प्रस्ताव है। फिर 1001 से 1500 पाउच या उससे अधिक पाउच प्रति मिनट बनाने वाली मशीन पर उपकर प्रति माह और अधिक हो सकता है। साथ ही मैनुअल प्रक्रिया वाली उत्पादन पर भी उपयोग लगेगा ही, जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर के लिए चिंता का विषय है। इस विषय को माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी जरूर स्पष्ट करेगी। इंडस्ट्रीज को आश्वस्त कराने का काम करेगी। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, बड़े पान मसाला कंपनी तो इस पर उपकर को सहन कर लेगी, लेकिन एक मिनट महोदय, लेकिन छोटे निर्माताओं के लिए आर्थिक संकट पैदा कर सकता है और इससे इस क्षेत्र में कामगारों कर्मचारियों पर सीधा प्रभाव पड़ेगा। छोटे निर्माताओं को अपना उद्योग बंद भी करना पड़ सकता है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर पर भी प्रभाव पड़ सकता है, असर पड़ सकता है। इस विषय को माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी स्पष्ट करेगी तो सदन और देश की आम जनता को, सरकार को, प्रस्ताव को संशय नहीं होगा। महोदय, इंडस्ट्रीज में जो संशय है वह दूर होगा। इन्हीं बातों के साथ मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करता हूं। आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय बिहार।
सभा की कार्रवाई कल शुक्रवार दिनांक 5 दिसंबर 2025 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
etc. for SC and STs. It is a very good scheme for the poor SC STs. Under the scheme, 100% of the estimated cost of the treatment is given to the concerned hospital. But there are various limitations, and one of them is family income of SC STs should not exceed 3 lakhs only. Secondly, if one looks the money given for the various surgeries, treatment, it appears to be insufficient. For example, the following amounts are being given: the heart surgery 1.25 lakhs, kidney surgery 3.5 lakhs, cancer 1.75 lakhs, brain surgery 1.5 lakhs, kidney transplant 3.5 lakhs, spinal surgery 1 lakh. The rates for various surgeries are just a fraction of the real cost for important surgeries and treatment. Government is saying that 100% of the estimated cost of the treatment is directly released to the concerned hospital. But the real estimated cost is much more and more. Not only this, income limit fixed for the family is also too low, which is only 3 lakhs per annum for family income. Hence, I request the government of India to revise the family income limit to 10 lakhs and also increase the limit for various treatment surgeries to at least on par with the rates of CGHS. Thank you.
श्री शक्ति सिंह गोहिल जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। मैं एक अहम मुद्दे को यहाँ उपस्थित कर रहा हूँ। गुजरात के भावनगर जिला के धौला रेलवे क्रॉसिंग पर बन रहे ब्रिज का काम काफी समय से विलंब में पड़ा हुआ है। करोड़ों रुपए खर्च हो गए हैं, थोड़ा सा ही काम बाकी है। यह काम लंबे अरसे से नहीं हो रहा है। कॉन्ट्रैक्टर समय मर्यादा में अगर काम नहीं पूरा करता है तो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में प्रावधान है, रिस्क एंड कॉस्ट से ये काम पूरा करवाना चाहिए। मेरी सरकार से ये अनुरोध है कि रिस्क एंड कॉस्ट पे भी जरूर पड़े काम करके इस ब्रिज का काम तुरंत पूरा करना चाहिए। सरकार ब्रिज का काम पूर्ण होने की वजह से ट्रैफिक जो वहां पे अभी जो प्रॉब्लम्स हो रहा है सर, 2 रेलवे क्रॉसिंग क्रॉस करना पड़ता है और लंबी लंबी कतारें वहां लग जाती है और पूरा ट्रैफिक इससे प्रभावित होता है। अतः आपके जरिए मेरा पूरा सरकार से अनुरोध है कि सरकार तुरंत ही धौला ओवरब्रिज का जो काम थोड़ा बाकी है उनको पूरा करे। धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय।
श्री संजय सिंह जी। डॉक्टर संगीता बलवंत जी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय जी, आपके सभापति बनने के बाद प्रथम बार मुझे बोलने का अवसर मिला है, इसलिए आपके अभिनंदन के साथ मैं आपको बधाई देती हूँ। माननीय महोदय, सदन के माध्यम से मैं मस्कुलर डिस्ट्रॉफी जैसे गंभीर बीमारी की तरफ ध्यान आकृष्ट कराना चाहती हूँ। यह बीमारी मांसपेशियों से संबंधित बीमारी है, जिसमें जो बच्चे या वयस्क इस बीमारी से पीड़ित हो जाते हैं, उनकी मांसपेशियां कमजोर होने से वह धीरे धीरे पूर्णतः दिव्यांग हो जाते हैं। इस बीमारी के इलाज का खर्च बहुत ज्यादा होने के कारण अधिकांश मरीज अपने इलाज का खर्च वहन नहीं कर पाते हैं। इलाज के अभाव में वह पूर्णतः दिव्यांग हो जाते हैं और शीघ्र ही उनकी मृत्यु हो जाती है। माननीय सभापति महोदय जी, आपके माध्यम से मैं मांग करती हूं कि देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री माननीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकसित भारत के मुहिम को पूर्ण करने हेतु संपूर्ण भारतवर्ष में मस्कुलर डिस्ट्रॉफी से पीड़ित बच्चों एवं वयस्कों के समुचित इलाज हेतु न्यूनतम दर पर दवाओं का प्रबंध किया जाए। साथ ही मरीजों के जीवन यापन में सुधार हेतु विशेष सुविधाएं प्रदान की जाए, जिससे इस गंभीर बीमारी से पीड़ित व्यक्तियों एवं उनके परिवार वालों को मदद मिल सके। धन्यवाद।
श्री मदान राठौर जी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार का ध्यान एक अत्यंत गंभीर और चिंताजनक सामाजिक समस्या की ओर आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं, और वह है बच्चों और युवाओं में बढ़ती आक्रामक प्रवृत्ति और हिंसात्मक व्यवहार। आज के समय में विद्यालय जैसे सुरक्षित माने जाने वाले स्थानों में भी छात्र एक दूसरे पर चाकू से हमला कर रहे हैं। मारपीट की घटनाएं आम होती जा रही है और यह प्रवृत्ति केवल महानगरों तक ही सीमित नहीं रही, बल्कि छोटे शहरों और ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों तक फैल चुकी है। हाल ही में एक स्कूल में एक छात्र द्वारा अपने सहपाठी पर चाकू से हमला करने की घटना ने पूरे देश को झकझोर दिया। देश भर में ऐसे कई उदाहरण सामने आ रहे हैं। गाजियाबाद में एक छात्र ने परीक्षा में कम अंक आने पर स्कूल में तोड़फोड़ कर दी, और मुंबई में एक 15 वर्षीय छात्र ने गेम न खेलने देने पर अपने पिता पर हाथ तक उठा दिया। इस समस्या के पीछे कई कारण है। परिवार में संस्कारों की कमी, सामाजिक और डिजिटल मीडिया से आने वाली हिंसात्मक सामग्री, नैतिक शिक्षा का अभाव, मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के प्रति उपेक्षा, माता पिता के बच्चों से संवादहीनता। यह महज एक सामाजिक चिंता ही नहीं, बल्कि आने वाले भविष्य के लिए गंभीर चेतावनी है। यदि हम आज नैतिक शिक्षा, मानसिक स्वास्थ्य और परिवार की भूमिका को लेकर सजग नहीं हुए, तो आने वाली पीढ़ी एक संवेदनहीन समाज की ओर बढ़ती जाएगी। अतः मेरी आपसे विनम्र अपील है कि विद्यालयों में नैतिक शिक्षा और जीवन मूल्यों को पुनः अनिवार्य किया जाए। शिक्षकों और अभिभावकों के लिए संवेदनशीलता कार्यशालाएं आयोजित किए जाए, छात्रों के लिए मानसिक स्वास्थ्य परामर्श सेवाएं उपलब्ध कराई जाए, सोशल मीडिया और ऑनलाइन गेमिंग कंटेंट्स पर निगरानी और मार्गदर्शन सुनिश्चित किया जाए। धन्यवाद।
श्रीमती माया नारोलिया, नहीं, श्री IS इनबदुरई, डॉक्टर मेहता विश्राम कुलकर्णी जी।
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. My subject is circulation of AI-generated and morphed obscene content of Hindu gods and goddesses on social media and the urgent need for a Hindu faith protection law. Honorable Chairman, sir, I wish to draw the attention of this august House to a deeply disturbing and sensitive issue. In recent months, social media platforms and several internet sites have witnessed a surge of AI-generated, morphed, and deepfake nude and obscene images and videos of Hindu gods and goddesses. Reports indicate that a large number of Hindu deities are being deliberately and systematically targeted by certain miscreants with malicious intent, clearly aimed at hurting religious sentiments, provoking communal tension, and destabilizing social harmony across the country. Sir, the misuse of artificial intelligence, deepfake tools, and sophisticated image manipulation technologies have opened a dangerous new front in cybercrime. Religious icons and sacred imagery are being distorted and circulated with impunity, revealing not only the inadequacy of current legal frameworks, but also the urgent need for stronger accountability mechanism for digital platforms. The scale, coordination, and intent behind these activities show a planned attempt to malign Hindu faith and undermine cultural unity. In this context, I urge the government to take the following steps. Launch immediate, strict, exemplary action against those creating or circulating such offensive content. Mandate social media companies to deploy proactive AI-based detection, swift takedown systems, and stricter verification protocols for sensitive content. Formulate a strong and comprehensive Hindu faith protection law or anti-blasphemy law with stringent provisions against AI-enabled religious defamation. Establish a special cyber task force dedicated to religious discretion cases. Protecting our faith, cultural dignity, and social harmony is our collective constitutional responsibility. I request urgent intervention from the government. Thank you, sir.
श्रीमान मोहम्मद नदीमुल हक जी।
Thank you, sir. So my subject is need to boost manufacturing sector amid global uncertainty. The economic growth of the country continues to be adversely affected by the stagnant manufacturing sector. In India, the manufacturing sector contributes to just 17% of the GDP. Even if you look at the decadal figure, the contribution of the manufacturing sector to the overall gross value added has been around 17 to 18% for the last 10 years. We have not achieved the scale necessary to drive employment, exports, or technological upgradation, which would integrate the Indian industries into the global manufacturing network. If we look at the global picture, India has only 3.3% share in global manufacturing output, which is disproportionately low for the world's fifth largest economy. One major reason is that India is still not integrated well into the global value chains, GVCs, while GVCs make up about 2/3 of all world trade. The current global context necessitates such participation. The US-China strategic rivalry, new tariff, and non-tariff barriers and recurring disruptions in key shipping corridors such as the Red Sea have increased uncertainty in cross-border supply chains. Further, in the year 24-25, merchandise trade deficit increased by 17% to US $282.8 billion from last year. This raises concern about the increasing import dependence of the country. Without reducing logistics and input costs and building domestic capacity in high import sectors, India's manufacturing sector remains exposed to external shocks and cost volatility. I urge the government to look into it. Thank you, sir.
श्रीमान रामजी लाल सुमन जी, श्रीमती रेखा शर्मा जी.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, I rise to draw the attention of the government to a pressing challenge. As India positions itself as a global leader in science, technology, and innovation, as the persistent underrepresentation of women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics field, particularly in the frontier areas such as artificial intelligence, technologies, and advanced engineering, while our nation has made significant stride in expanding access to education, the transition from STEM classrooms to career in high-tech sectors remain uneven for women. Although women constitute 43% of STEM graduates, only around 14% of researchers are women. This stark decline highlights the social constraints, institutional issues, and structural barriers that young women encounter. Many face limited mentorship, fewer opportunities for professional growth, and subtle hiring prejudices that hinder the participation in cutting-edge research, innovation, and high-value technologies roles. To address this gap, I urge the government to expand scholarship schemes for women pursuing advanced research degrees, particularly PhDs and postgraduate programs. Partnership with industry should foster women-focused fellowship in AI, semiconductor design, cybersecurity, and deep tech R&D. Educational institutes should be mandated to publish annual reports on gender inclusivity, mentorship programs, and placement outcomes in STEM, promoting transparency and accountability. India's technological future can't be built on half its talent. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that girls and women from every region, background, and income group have equitable access to opportunities in STEM. Empowering women in science and technology is not merely a question of fairness. It is essential for the nation's innovation and growth. Thank you, sir.
The House stands adjourned to meet at 11 a.m. on Friday, the 5th December 2025.
आजादी के बाद आधी आबादी को मजबूत करने के मकसद से भारतीय संविधान में कई अधिकार दिए गए हैं। इसकी जरूरत जनसंख्या में महिलाओं के अनुपात में अंतर, बालिकाओं, किशोरियों और महिलाओं के प्रति होते भेदभाव और असमानता के चलते महसूस की गई। इस विषय पर देश और सरकार के प्रयास और लैंगिक समानता का सिद्धांत भारतीय संविधान की प्रस्तावना, मौलिक अधिकारों, मौलिक कर्तव्यों और नीति निर्देशक सिद्धांतों में समाहित है। संविधान महिलाओं को समानता और भेदभाव रहित आधार देता है। अनुच्छेद 14 के तहत महिलाओं को समानता का अधिकार दिया गया है। अनुच्छेद 15 खंड 3 के तहत कोई बात राज्य को स्त्रियों और बालकों के लिए कोई विशेष उपबंध करने से निवारित नहीं करेगी। वहीं अनुच्छेद 16 खंड 1 के अनुसार लोक सेवाओं में बिना भेदभाव के अवसर की समानता है। अनुच्छेद 19 खंड 1 के अनुसार समान रूप से अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता है। वहीं अनुच्छेद 21 के तहत स्त्री पुरुष को प्राण और दैहिक स्वाधीनता से वंचित नहीं किया जा सकता। अनुच्छेद 23 और 24 के अनुसार स्त्री पुरुष को शोषण के विरुद्ध समान अधिकार दिए गए हैं। अनुच्छेद 25 और 28 में दोनों को धार्मिक स्वतंत्रता के समान अधिकार दिए गए हैं। अनुच्छेद 29 और 30 के तहत शिक्षा और संस्कृति का अधिकार, अनुच्छेद 32 के तहत संवैधानिक और उपचारों का अधिकार दिया गया है। वहीं अनुच्छेद 39 खंड घ के तहत पुरुष और स्त्री को समान कार्य के लिए समान वेतन का अधिकार दिया गया है। अनुच्छेद 42 के तहत महिलाओं को प्रसूति सहायता प्राप्ति की व्यवस्था का अधिकार दिया गया है। अनुच्छेद 51 खंड क खंड ड के तहत ऐसी प्रथाओं का त्याग करने की बात कही गई है जो स्त्रियों के सम्मान के विरुद्ध हो। अनुच्छेद 243 खंड ड के तहत पंचायती राज संस्थाओं में 1/3 आरक्षण की व्यवस्था की गई है। 1993 में हुए 73वें और 74वें संशोधन में महिलाओं के लिए पंचायतों और नगर पालिकाओं के स्थानीय निकायों में आरक्षण का प्रावधान किया गया है, जो उन्हें भागीदारी का मजबूत आधार प्रदान करता है। गर्भवती महिलाओं और शिशुओं को कुछ विशेष कानूनी अधिकार दिए गए हैं। संविधान के अनुच्छेद 42 में कामकाजी माताओं के लिए भी कुछ प्रावधान है। इसी के तहत 1961 में कामकाजी महिलाओं के लिए प्रसूति प्रसुविधा कानून बनाया गया था। 2016 में इस कानून को संशोधित करने के लिए मातृत्व लाभ संशोधन विधेयक लाया गया।